I should be back. We'll see. We'll see. But I should be back. Power flickered. That's the reason why we went down. Just double checking if I'm alive on my side. Um... Okay, I am definitely live. I can see myself. Alright. Yeah. Power knocked out, so lost stream. Hi, I'm back. We're doing this some more. Want to finish this freaking cutscene, and then we'll go. Feast your eyes on Wondrous Grave, from gripping games to awe-inspiring attractions of fine. In the fine dining and the freshness of refreshments, there is no end to the wonders housed within these halls. And let's not forget the most wondrous of them all, El Colosso, as we lovingly call our mammoth Conqueror mascot, is the star of some of the most popular events. Suffice it to say, you won't want to miss them. Now, I know what you're thinking. With everything going on for Gold Saucer, how can I ever hope to keep up? But you needn't worry, my fellow gatekeeper always handle it so you don't miss a thing. For the continuation of the tour, I've instructed to direct you to the waiting arms of the colleagues Velda and the Veleda and the Cacpot board. She's one of our most popular girls, and once you meet her, I'm sure you'll understand why. Well, ta-ta for now. I saw your comment saying you live like a king in Indiana. And yes, I'm 100% sure that I would. Without any doubt, sir. Alright. So, we are doing Copperbill Mines again. Haru, you're gonna have to queue us up? Because I don't have what I need to queue. Listen, I'll have the money to you by next week. I swear. Oh, you're not the debt collector? What a pleasant surprise. In that case, you must be here to learn how to play Doming Mahjong. And a resident tutor at your service. By any chance, are you familiar with the game? Oh, that's a release. I was worried I had to explain the rules about the 100th time today. To be honest, I had my hands full of the beginners. That game is trying to work just a rage. Frankly, you find no shortage of moments where you pit against your wits. You pray you can even practice against the automata? They glue less than the flesh-ridden counterparts too. Should you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask me. And I may say, may be very interested in see how quickly it rises in ranks at the gold saucer. Alright. What notification? I didn't even see a notification. Didn't even hear one. I'm assuming you queued. Alright, queue us up again. I'm not going into a cutscene. Oh. I see it this time. Can you exchange your Dragon Bitter for a Guinness? Sure. Yeah, honestly, FML, if you were to live here in Virginia, I could set you on the path to make a decent job. It won't be what you want to do, but I don't really give a fuck. You'll be making 60 grand a year. Easily. Easily. 60 grand a year. I'm not going to go through that because we're in queue. And it's just greeting about, hey, here's what we do, and blah, 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 blah. I'm not even going to do the next one. I'm just going to walk up to the next one. This is the Cactpot board. You probably hate all life, though? No, you wouldn't. Because it'd only be for like 2 years, and then you can transfer to be something else. And then once you get to that point, then you're pretty much golden, bro. Boom! We're in there. Alright. Alright, let's do this. Round 2, fight! Round 2, fight. Oh, I should put my buff up. Here we go. Boom. Boop. Boom. Give me that tiny key, please. I learned full thrust, y'all. Let's go ahead and put you here. Let's put you here, actually, and put you here. Yeah, I like that. But FML, here's the question. Would you rather do a job that you hate doing, make enough money so that you can get out of your situation, or stay in your situation? That's the same question I tell my kids that I mentor every Friday. You can do a job that you hate temporarily to get out of your situation, and then as you get to the point where you can settle yourself and be what you want to be, then you can move on to be what you want to be in your mid-30s. Everything's about progression. You can't just automatically do what you want to do. You're too slow, Hot Pickles. You're too slow. I'll go ahead and grab the fire sand since I'm not doing AoE anyway. You didn't pick up one here in the back, by the way. Eyes on a swivel, sir. Eyes on a swivel. Gotta protect your healers. I think this is about where I left last time. And I do apologize about that. It's just family emergency, had to do stuff. Otherwise she wouldn't get her pain medicines and then she'd just be in pain for the rest of the night. Can't do that. You can't let your mother be in pain, y'all. You just can't. You gonna come down? Finally? I actually got a thrust off. Wow. Fuck. I forget what the next dungeon is after Copper Bell. Hey, it's the boss. Alright. Let's do this. Ah, get that crit. Eat up that buff. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Nice. Nice. Atali? Might be. I'd read on it. Doesn't really matter. I don't think I need this at all. Hitali's a easy one. That's at level 20, I think? I think that's at level 20. MSQ. Oh, optional doesn't matter. Because I'm not doing optional right now. Oh, it's Ifrit. It's Ifrit. It's 100% Ifrit. I remember now. Because after Ifrit, that's when you can start doing the other thing. Boop. While we're here. You have to tank it up here, Pickle. Otherwise, it just keeps running away. I know from many, many tries of trying to run away with it. So it's going to be Ifrit next. And then after Ifrit, that's going to be the question. I think it's level 23-ish. And it's going to be that Magic Tech Spore or Seed or whatever one that you have to pick up. You got to pick up 8 of them. And you fight those Ochus. Yeah, I think that's it. Here's some more fire sand for y'all. Hey, I'm a tank. What up? I'm not gonna tank. Although you might want this. You might want this, sir. Don't kill it. Don't kill it. I'm gonna have to say, don't kill it every time, because this dude keeps trying to kill it. literally don't need to do anything. Stop it. Oh my lord, this dude is pissing me off. Now we can kill him. Kill him with fire. Kill him with fire. Jeez. Did I ever tell you I hate noobs? I just hate noobs. Noobs are so fucking dumb. Hey, oh, I'm gonna do this. I'm helping. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're just not helping. Just stop. Just stop. Just stop. Starting to thunder it up again. Starting to thunder up again.
Mapping the realm, Upper Bell Mines.
Slaves no more. Free. Free. You're one ugly, ugly motherfucker. I'm mad. He did it before I could. Why didn't that give me a buff? Woo! Leveled up. Hell yeah. That ear waggle though. GG. Let's give it to the healer. Let's give it to the healer. I don't care about none of that, so I'm leaving. Alright. We got another quest done, y'all. Got another quest done. I'm gonna go here first. Are you a first time visitor? I was told to expect 1,000 welcomes to the Golden Saucer, 1,000 welcomes to the Round Square. How can a square be round, you ask? I'm not sure I understand the question. Moving on to more important matters, the lofty peak, not a sight to behold. This is Mount Coral, the main attraction of Round Square. One of your most thrilling event pits are customers against each other and a challenge to see who can most swiftly scale its heights. I tell you, the view from the sun is a sight to behold. And that concludes our tour of the Golden Saucer. While I'm sure you're eager to start enjoying yourself, pray not forget to return to main counter and claim your complimentary gift. Alrighty then. Okay, I need Wonder Square East. Do I have Event Square? I got Event Square. Let's go Wonder Square West. And then get Wonder Square East. Okay, what did I miss? Oh, I know what I missed. Instant card. Yeah, that's fine too. There is a whole nother section upstairs that they don't take you to. Welcome back, honored guests. I trust that you come from your tour of greater appreciation the Golden Saucer has to offer. As a token of our appreciation for your patronage, it is my great pleasure to offer you the complimentary gift of the personal vaults of our esteemed proprietor. Well, knock me down with a chocobo tail feather. Is that a new customer I see? Ha-ha! I could hardly have picked a better time to drop in for our impromptu inspection. Ha-ha! Master Roland! Yes, the gentleman here has but this moment completed the introductory course. Is that so? Well then, allow me to personally welcome to the Golden Saucer. I'm Roland, good sir. The fellow entrusted with overseeing the daily affairs of this fine establishment on behalf of the esteemed proprietor. A great man if there ever was one. You're an adventurer, yes? Aye, your dress and bearing told me as much. I dare say that on your travels you have seen firsthand the difficulties which yet plague our nation. Witness the struggle of Alamegos, displaced masses, and those with homes consumed with fires of calamity. The Sultanate is not unsympathetic to their plight, of course. Yet, how can one begin to provide succor to such countless multitudes? One man had an answer. Godbert Mandeville had a dream of a house of untold wonders that would provide stable employment and lodgings to be displaced, mirth and merriment to be disconsolate, and prosperity and plenty to the Sultanate at large. To many of our patrons, the Gold Center is merely area's most entertainment venue. A place to forget about their cares for the day. To me, it is one of the founding stones upon which our realm will be rebuilt. A miracle wrought with the hand of the greatest man I have ever known. Something tells me you understand that which I have told you, that you perchance share a similar dream. But I shall keep you no longer. The gold saucer is all this wonder is way for you, friend. Pray enjoy them to your heart's content. Till we meet again, may the spinner's pool be ever kind. Alright. That's another one down. And I don't believe there's any more here. But we need to go over here. Ah, leap of faith. I kind of want to do it. I know it's not story related, but I kind of want to do it. I love the leap of faiths. I love the leaps. I love the leaps. And I will come back for that one specifically after I get a chocobo. Because you gotta do chocobo breeding to really get good at the chocobo racing. And I would just rather have my own chocobo. Even though I know that's not the one that actually races. Alright, time to go to this leap of faith. It's in the round square, I think. Round square. Nice. Alright. Pickles, dropping you from party so I can do the fate. Leap of faith. Gotta do it. Gotta do it. Let's take that leap. Let's go. We can do it. Oh, is this one again? Do they not do the old ones anymore? It's just the new ones? That seems odd to me that they don't do any of the old ones. I almost jumped too far because people in the way. Ah! I literally just walked straight off the wrong way. That was bad. That was legitimately bad. Beep beep. Gotta take care of all the. You want to become famous? No. Not like you want me to be. Famous for getting banned? Ha 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 ha. Oh, this is new. Okay. I don't recognize this one at all. Well, this particular track. Hey, made a big jump. There we go. I got just the gold one to get, which is over there. Okay. Got it. That looks so easy, Dragon. Well, why don't you come over here and try it yourself, sir? So I can watch you fail. I make stuff look easy, because I'm that good. Alright. So, we need to go here. I would fall like crazy. I mean, if I was not an enthusiast for jump puzzles, I would fall like crazy too. Just flat out. There'd be no chance of me not falling like crazy. Adventurers Guild. Beep, 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 beep. He has a thing, so I would have had to drop party anyway. Ah, the Conqueror of Copperbell returns. Thanks to you, our mining operations can resume, and Ulda will have the materials she needs to rebuild. The entire nation's in your debt, friend. I'll share the good tidings with Papa Shan the next time I see him. As for you, you'll want to report to Mamoli. It'll do the woman well to see you alive and in one piece. Okay.
No!
Shut your mouth, you thieving little swine! You stole from me! Don't even think to deny it.
Please, sir. I didn't steal nothing. I bought this. I paid for it with my own coin.
What rot! You refugees are all the same. Couldn't afford a magotry mole meat, much less a choice cut of dodo. I'm going to say it one more time. Give back what you stole, or I'll make you wish you never set foot in this town. That's by rights, I should turn you over to the brass blades. You know, help keep the streets safe for law-abiding citizens. But I'm a reasonable man. If you agreed to serve me in whatever capacity I require, the authorities needn't hear of your crime.
But I ain't done nothing wrong. 12 as me witness. I don't want to be raped. Please, adventurer, help me. I beg of you. I swear on me mother's grave I didn't steal nothing. I bought this with me coin I saved. I wanted to treat my children to a decent meal.
And who the hells are you when you're at home? This dog's master? I've had enough of this mummers first. You lot teach them a lesson.
Okay. I'll teach you a lesson, sir. Just you watch.
Bam, 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 bam. Bam, bam, bam. He's not doing any fucking damage. He's not doing any fucking damage. That's one down. 2 to go. And goodbye. I ain't getting paid enough for this. Hey, where the hell do you think you're going?
Thank you, kind adventurer. Thank you thrice over.
Careful, think. I'd swear there are more refugees than when I last looked. And you wouldn't be mistaken. But it's been 5 years since the calamity. Why are they only coming here now? It's simple, really. While a number of hamlets survived in the immediate aftermath of the calamity, many were no longer able to support their communities. The residents found their lands had either been rendered barren or cut off from trade routes, and problems like those aren't easily resolved, though they try to make the best of it. It was only a matter of time before they were forced to abandon their homes and seek a new way of life. I see. But the calamity affected the whole realm, didn't it? Is the same thing happening in other cities? If the talk is true, yes. Though perhaps the situation is more pronounced. Oda has a reputation for being prosperous, so it's natural that refugees would try their luck here first. My heart goes out to them, it truly does, but I would only be lying if I said that wasn't apprehensive. I hope their presence doesn't foment lawlessness in the city. Well, things do take turn for the worse. We always have the immortal flames. I dare say the blast blades would welcome their help. The heroes who fought the Garlean Empire, patrolling the streets for riffraff? It may well come to that. Impoverished and desperate as they are, you may be sure that some of the refugees will still turn to crime. You know what this place is like? If you have no coin, you've no hope. What will become of our city? Not all refugees are bad, mind you. Some are able to find employment and lead honest lives. Dodo tenderloins, get your Dodo tenderloins, guaranteed cheapest price in Thanaland. Thank you for your custom. Madam, please come again. Looking around, you think that Oda was well on its way to the recovery. But peer into the veil of the prosperity and you'll see no end to the misery and suffering. Oof. Sir? Are you alright?
Sir? Are you alright?
Let's get the voice right. What now? You mean to threaten a defensive citizen? What? Saw her buy the meat, you say? But that's absurd. Aye. As did I. Leave the poor woman alone, you damnable vulture. Who said that? I will overlook this, but just this once.
God bless ye, adventurer. If ye hadn't come along when ye did, who knows what that monster would have done? I don't bear thinking about it.
Alright. And we are done with that quest. I think. Maybe. Possibly. Case closed. Hello again! We have been keeping a close eye on you ever since you left Gridania. You discharged your duty as envoy impeccably, and never once faltered in the face of myriad of dangers. But more importantly, you are always ready to help those in need, even if you didn't stand to earn a guild by doing so. You are possessed with all qualities to seek in an adventure, of this we are convinced. Even if you were kind of dragged into that business with the dodo meat. Yes, thank you, yada. And then there's the matter of your gift. I dare say you are curious as to the nature of the vision you bore witness to moments ago. Well, we can help you understand it. You're not the only one with that power, you know. We have a friend who has it too, and we'd love for you to meet her. And meeting her is only the beginning, for we would also have you lend your strength to our cause. In return, we should be glad to assist in your adventuring endeavors in whatever way we are able. Should you decide to take us up on the offer, and I sincerely hope you will, pray speak to Momodi. The proprietress of the quicksand is a good friend of ours, and she will tell us where to find us. Off to the quicksand we go! I do remember that part. Wait a minute. We haven't even told you the name of our order. We're the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, Defenders of Justice. Oh, but don't tell anyone except for Momodi. She knows already. Okay, Yada. Let me hit that booty. What? Permanent fate start in 25 minutes? I don't even know what that means. Boop. Scenes like that are becoming even more common, I'm afraid. Don't worry though. If you work hard, you'll probably be alright. Saying that, if you ever find yourself in a spot of bother, come and see me. Just don't go pester me every time you graze your knee, eh? Of course, I do enjoy hearing all the gentlemen's woes with their womenfolk from time to time. Okay. Ah, Dragon. Sorry to keep you waiting. I was just proving guidance to a fresh, off-the-carriage adventurer. By gods. It's good to see you safe and well. To look at you, no one ever guessed that you'd be hard at it with the giants in the dark. You're every adventurer Moen said you'd be. The station master will be overjoyed when he hears the news. Oh, before I forget, there's a lass here who wants a word with you. Didn't actually know your name, but hearing her description, I knew she meant right away. Thank you for sparing the time. I realize you don't know me yet, but I've been longing to speak with you for a while now. My name is Edda. Edda? I'm an adventurer like you, though I'm not very good at being one, if truth be told. Anyways, I'm adventuring with our friends in Gridania we were in Gridania when the leader of our party was killed. His name is Aver, and he and I were to be wed in the spring. You may not remember him, but to say that he remembers you would be an understatement. He would sing your praises from dawn to dusk. He saw you for what you are, you see. An adventurer's adventurer. I swore that he would be like you one day. I believe that he would have succeeded had a fiend not robbed him of his chance. Since that day, I have thought long and hard about giving up adventuring. But when I think about the man you are, of all that you have achieved, I find that I'm inspired, just as Avaris once was. And so I've decided to start again as an adventurer. I will go back to the village of my birth and begin my training anew. But I wanted to meet you first, to ask you your name. I am Dragonnymph. Dragonnymph, I shan't forget. Thank you, Dragonnymph. I pray that we will meet again. Fare thee well. Alright, alright. Adventure can be cruel bleeding business. Time was. I don't know why anyone would bother. When the first asked me to take charge of the guild here, I didn't want aught to do with you lot. Thought it'd be right pain in the arse looking after you all. But against my better judgment, I decided to accept the post, and I'm full glad I did. I feel privileged to be a part of your lives. And that goes double for you, Dragon. Eh? What did you say? You want to know about the Scions of the Seventh Dawn? They're beginning to move in earnest then. Listen, Dragon, the Scions aren't no ordinary folk, and the work they do ain't no ordinary work. I know full well how capable you are, but even you would think twice about attempting some of the stuff they do. Knowing that, you're still certain you want to get involved? I'll tell you what I can. Alright, alright. We're getting a mount today, by the way. I don't care what we got to do for it. I don't care who we got to blow for it. We're getting a mount today. So you want to know more than you do. Well, ain't that a surprise, I swear. If I painted certain death on a door and limitless wealth on another, 9 out of 10 adventurers would go through the first, and the other bloke wouldn't even be able to choose on account of they being old in. Anyway, don't say I didn't warn you. First of all, if you're wondering whether you can trust the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, you can. They're good people who made it their mission to solve some of those Eroisia's most pressing problems. Of course, that ain't no small task, and so they're always looking for dependable individuals to join them. Individuals like you, Dragon. Just like you, okay? Now, I've been given leave to tell you where to find the Scions, but you must promise to keep the information to yourself. As you can probably imagine, it's something Eroisia's enemies would be very much like to know. The Scions are headquartered in Vesper Bay, out in western Thanaland. The place you're looking for is called the Waking Sands. Give your name to whoever's at the entrance and you'll be let in. You're a man in demand, Dragon, and the days ahead promise to be busy, but I hope you won't forget about them as helped make you get into the adventure you are. Drop in and tell them how you're faring from time to time, you hear? Right, well, I've said my piece. Off you go. Alright. We need to go to Horizon, because I don't think they've given you any tickets. No. I do want to use these. You can just sort the rest of that. Doesn't matter. Doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. So there's actually a faster way to get here than to do this walk. But I just want to do this walk this time. Just because most people are dumb and do this walk. I just want to do it. You know what I'm saying? I just want to do it. But yeah, most people do this walk, and it kind of annoys me, because it's a long freaking walk to go all the way over here to this section, when you can literally just take the freaking boat here. You just go to this 8th Light Arcanist Guild, take the boat to Western Thanaland. Done. Just done. But I'm doing this because everybody does this walk at least once. So I'm just... Here we go. Here's the walk. Hope y'all enjoy. I have done it for everybody that has ever struggled getting to Vesper Bay for the first time. Oh yeah, Pickle. Nobody knows about it. Even though it's right here on the map. Limsa Limnosa Lower Decks, right here. It's right there on the map. Nobody knows about it, even though it's right there in the front of their face. Oh. You there, yes, you, the decisively unfashionable adventurer. Gods be good. Never in my life have I seen such unapologetic focus on function at the extreme cost of form. Their mere sight of you, fair, makes my eyes bleed. As a lover of all things aesthetically pleasing, I cannot in good conscience allow you to continue roaming the realms in that sorry state. I believe your appearance can yet be salvaged through the use of color. I will teach you how to go about dyeing your outfit, but first, I must have a drink. The heat has given me a vicious thirst, and I would be able to walk through any length of time. Be a dear and buy me a bottle of orange juice at the stall by the northern gates, would you? Once I have moistened my throat, we shall see the business of remedying your appearance. Isn't the stall like right here? Yeah. Beep. Orange juice. Orange juice. Orange juice. There we go. Beep. Pray tell, have you bought my orange juice? At least you haven't forgotten. The merchant who sells it can be found in Northern Gates. There's your juice. Whew, that's a relief. Finally, I can teach you how to bring color into your life. Listen well. These are handy items called colorants, which allow folk to dye their outfits in a veritable rainbow of colors. These colorants are so simple to use, adventurers have no excuse to be fashion unconscious. Least you worry about dyeing will affect your garment's precious properties. You may rest assured it will not. The practicality you adventurers loved so much will not suffer the changes in appearance. A change for the better. It should also be gladden you to know that the garments can be dyed repeatedly, so there is no fear of getting locked into one color. Gar's paint that seemed like such a wonderful idea, does glass of red can be undone. And that is all you need to know about dyeing gear. Now, what are you waiting for? Get out there and bring some color into your life! Hey y'all, I can dye my gear now. But I still can't glam stuff. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. This will never do. My sense of aesthetics simply won't allow it. How can you go dressed like that? My dear, if only you could spare thought to your style and coordination. I hope your garb holds up during a scuffle, because there's little else going on for it. That's it. I made up my mind. From this day forth, I'll take it upon myself to save you from any more fashionable disasters. Let me see. So much that needs to be addressed. Where even to begin? Be a dear and get me a drink. I'm feeling rather parched, and this is a matter of my best discussed over a glass of something cold. Had to get myself a drink after that. Whew. Just go to the Pissette and ask Full Cleanse. I'll have some blood orange juice and tell her to make sure there's no pulp in it. Now off you go. Alright. You now have access to Sonher Kai. That's Heaven's Ward, I'm pretty sure. Oh, Swig sent you, did she? That woman, I've never known anyone to be so lazy. Would it kill her to come and get it herself? How close are you to Storm's blood? A little bit? I'm not sure, honestly. Here you are. You shouldn't let her punch you around, you know. Give her an M and she'll take it like mom. I want to say you're like 1 or 2, maybe. But I'm not sure. I'm really not. So how's that drink coming along? Here's a drink. Oh, delicious. Nothing better than a hot day. Some say I have expensive taste, but life's too short to settle for second best. Of course, this extends to my choice of wardrobe too. Now that I'm feeling refreshed, shall we get started? Do you know, dear? You look a lot less drab if you knew how to apply glamours. What's a glamour, you ask? Well, they use glamour prisms as a catalyst to project the image of one item onto another. It's just an illusion mind, but very convincing. This means that the original object stays essentially the same, but it just takes on the appearance, that's all. Remember, if you fancy a change, you don't have to stick with the same glamour. Just apply another one on top, or use a glamour dispeller to return to the object's normal appearance. Why sacrifice style for such humdrum trifles as durability or protection from bodily harm? Limitless possibilities for self-expression are just a couple of glamours away. Go ahead, give it a try. And do make it quick, dear. For my sake, I'm finding your uninspired attire more and more offensive as with each passing moment, okay? So go do yourself a favor and just fix all of that, alright? Glams available. Nice. Need a disciple of the hand for that. That's not gonna happen. Not anytime soon.
Mr. Dragon, what's happening?
What up, dude?
Hey, what up? Who are you talking to? You're the only one in the Discord chat.
I'm streaming, bro.
Oh, okay. Oh.
What up, Lemmy? How you doing?
Well, I was just taking a break from editing, and I figured I'd pop into the I just checked the Discord, and I saw your name just sitting there by your onesie, and I was like, oh, I'll pop in, see what's going on.
Yep, just streaming, bro. Talking to myself.
Oh.
Anybody
Yeah,
wants to
just
join me,
check in.
they can join me. I don't care.
Oh, alright. Oh, man. So how was your day? Do anything exciting? Play all day.
Just playing 14 all day. That's it. Trying to get up to Ifrit today before I end stream.
Yeah, I got to where that's like the next thing it wanted me to do. But like, yeah, I can already tell that this is going to be like a struggle to, it's like, well, now I'm feeling myself getting more and more sucked in, but it's like, well, I can't let myself get like sucked in. I have to like also do like other shit, you know? So I'm going to have to like hunker down like tomorrow probably and then I had to, I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain, but like, I'm like an extreme introvert, so like anytime I have to do shit with like other people, I feel like it's like a waste of part of my weekend, you know? That makes it sound bad, but like freaking, so basically I had to go have dinner with my mom and grandma and uncle, and it took about an hour and a half, so I'm like, okay, well, I just, you just put on a happy face and you just take one for the team every now and then.
Right.
Back. We had this like super unhealthy thing, but it was like super dank too. But I got sent home with some more, so I was like, well, it was so dank I just ate the rest of it too, so I'm just being a big old fat fucking pig today, and I was just like, okay, great, well, I just, all the calories I burned at yoga this morning, I just fucking like undid that.
Yoga burns calories? What?
Yeah. And so I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll burn the rest of it tomorrow, but yeah, so I'm just sitting here feeling fat. And there's that part of me too that I'm just like every person in my immediate family is overweight except for me. And I'm sitting here, there's that part of me that's like, well, that right there is why. It's called, I don't know if you heard of it, it's called shepherd's pie.
Uh-huh.
It's supposed to be made with lamb, but my mom just used beef. It's like beef and cheese and like chopped up like carrots and peas just to like create the illusion of healthiness with like mashed potatoes. And it's just like all mixed or whatever. And just like, so you got your meat, cheese, and potatoes in one meal. It's like, no wonder y'all are overweight, you know? So it's like, yeah, dang. But
I've never had shepherd's pie with a cheese in it.
yeah, I didn't either. Oh, I mean, I live in Wisconsin. So it's just like add cheese to like anything, you know? So apparently, and it was also the first time I ever ate peas in my life. I'm sitting here going like, Mom, you raised me. You know I don't like peas. Why'd you put peas in this? But, you know, by the time you get to be like an adult, I just dealt with it. I just didn't chew them. I basically just swallowed most of it.
I mean, the last shepherd pie that I made was lamb, green pepper, onion, peas, carrots, and then the mashed potatoes on top.
Yeah, I'm not much of like a cook. Like I eat mainly like a raw food diet, so it just kind of, because I'm like lazy and don't know how to cook, then that was like the perfect kind of diet. So I mean, I cook lentils and occasionally I buy this like rice ramen from the health food store from time to time. Sometimes it goes on sale, and I buy that just to like occasionally eat something hot, you know. But other than that, I'm just freaking like lazy. So like anything, like I don't want to spend like economically, it's like I don't want to spend more time creating like cooking something that I would actually spend eating it. Like I don't want to spend 40 minutes cooking something that I can eat in 10 minutes, you know. So I'm always just like fuck it, just eat a bunch of raw shit. And
typically, if you're spending 40 minutes to make a meal, that's gonna be a meal for several days.
Yeah, I guess you could. I mean, that's what I do with the lentils. I'll make like a week's worth. I'll just make like 2 or 3 cups worth, and then that'll last all week. But yeah, I don't know. I never cooked. I never got into it. And I'm just not. I just don't have like an interest, a desire to learn, which means it's never gonna happen. Like there was a point where I was trying to like I wanted to learn like Japanese, and so I even wanted to, and I put some effort, but then I ended up not sticking with it. So it's like, okay, so if I can't even stick with things I want to do, there ain't no way I'm ever gonna stick with something that I really don't want to do, you know? But
yep. I actually learned to cook recently. Like, I used to just take some frozen shit, throw it in the microwave, and that's about it. That would be my diet, frozen food. But it was pretty recently that I started baking a whole bunch of stuff. Because you just measure out your stuff, you throw it together, you throw it in the oven. That's it. Takes maybe 5-10 minutes to prepare it, then you throw it in the oven, go do other shit.
Yeah, it's probably not hard. I mean, you just all you gotta do is follow the recipe. And then if you're just like, hey, like this is okay, but it could take more of this, and then you just add that next time, or it has too much of this, then you just put less of that in next time. You're just like adjusting shit. I mean, I guess unless you're baking, then it doesn't like, then you actually can't, like it won't like rise or whatever bake properly if you adjust some of like certain ingredients, right? Like the egg or whatever, like you can't go skimpy on that because it's like a binding agent or some shit. I don't know. But so yeah, I don't know. It's probably never gonna happen realistically.
I mean, one of the number one meals that I do right now is baked chicken. I literally just take the spices, throw it in a bowl, pad the chicken with it, throw it in the oven for 30 minutes. Stupid simple.
Yeah, I guess I just have like simple tastes where it's just like, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of, you know, cooking is one of those things that's like, well, I don't cook. It's like, well, I also don't play guitar. There's a lot of stuff I don't do, and cooking is just one of them, so like, oh.
But cooking is one of those things that every human on the planet should know how to do at least a little bit of.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of the thing you need to survive. Yeah.
I mean, if you eat a raw food diet, then you don't. I guess you would have to like know which plants to eat. Apparently, you can eat dandelions. Like they're edible enough to But it's like, man, I'd have to be really desperate to do that. They do make dandelion, like you can make like dandelion tea. I recently found out was a thing, and it tastes okay,
That sounds weird.
but it's not. Yeah, well, they say you're supposed to use it as like a coffee substitute. It's like, okay, well, if there's no caffeine in it, so like it's not really a very good substitute. Like, what's the freaking point, you know? They said it's supposed to like help wean you off of coffee. Like, well, if it doesn't have caffeine, then it like, I think it's just to like, it's the equivalent of. They say that like if you're a smoker, you're just in the habit of like having something in your hand, and like just chewing on like the end of a pen or something could just like is helpful like to some people. So just having this dandelion tea, it's just like a hot drink. And if you're just in the habit of like brewing up a hot drink or whatever, it's like, yeah, well, once your body realizes there's no caffeine in this, and your body's gonna rebel and want the caffeine. So it's like, well, it's not that good of a substitute, but you know, on the package, they're trying to get you to buy it. So that's.
So you're the adventurer of whom I've heard so much.
It's like it's not. If you're gonna make a claim, it should be like a better, like claim. You shouldn't just be like bullshitting people on the package
Well
just
met,
get them to
friend.
buy it. But
My name is Minthelia, and I lead the
hey, it's not
Scions
illegal
of the
to,
Seventh
so
Dawn.
they do it. You know, it's what they do with a lot of packaged foods. Like basically, like there comes to a point where it's just like they're trying really hard to convince me that it's healthy. Like why are they trying to convince me so hard? You know, like it's a variation of like the methinks thou doth protest too much. You know, like you go to like the produce, like the fruits and vegetables, you don't see like things trying to tell you why that shit's healthy because it goes without saying. It's the shit that's not healthy that they're like, no, it's, you know, Coca-Cola, it's healthy, it's low in sodium or whatever. It's like,
No,
yeah,
it's not good for you regardless.
yeah. Well, I mean, like, I'm pretty sure that Coca-Cola actually, it used to say low sodium on it, I think. I could be mistaken, but anytime like they'll have something and they'll say it's low in this other thing, it'll be like no cholesterol in soda, so it's healthy. I mean, that one I made up, but
Still
I'm
not
pretty
healthy.
Sure the sodium one was real.
Yeah, it did at one point say low sodium.
Yeah, they're like, why are you trying to convince us that it's healthy? It's like, oh well, I guess I can drink like 10 of them. It's hardly any sodium. Like, goddamn. Actually, I was at Walmart today. I saw this little thing of lemonade. I was just curious, like, you know, I turned the thing around, I looked at it. It had 56 grams of sugar in it.
I have
in
awaited your
lemonade.
coming.
And it just straight up said, now they put the percentage of your daily value of sugar on it, which I think it's set at 50 grams, which I still think is kind of high, but it's better than nothing, you know? And it just straight up says 112% of your daily sugar in this one thing of lemonade. It was like 16 ounces too. It wasn't even like a lot.
Jeez.
I'm like, Jesus, dude. And I looked at it. I'm pretty sure it didn't. Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. I'm like, damn, that's literally like more than soda. Well, I guess soda is like a 12-ounce can. It has like, what, 40 grams?
Mm-hmm.
So it's the classic case of like, actually, when I quit drinking soda when I was 18. But then there was a point where I was still living at my parents' house, and we'd go to like a fast food restaurant, and I would get lemonade, thinking that it was like healthier than soda. And then I started working at Taco Bell, and I realized that like, oh, it's just lemon flavored sugar.
Here's the thing about lemonade. There is the high fructose corn syrup lemonade, and then there's actual natural lemonade. Natural lemonade is like maybe 20 grams of sugar.
Yeah.
So it's way better for you.
Yeah, they definitely have where it's just like the liquid syrup mixed with water, but it's like lemon flavor. Like they flavored it. They engineered the lemon
Minute Maid
flavor
is that
in, like,
way.
a lab. It's like, damn, dude. So
I know for a fact Minute Maid is that way. It's literally just a soda but lemon flavored.
Yeah. So I mean, like, so even something like that, you think you're choosing the healthier option, and then sure as shit, turns out it's actually not. Same thing with, I mean, I talked about this recently in a video. Like, there was a point where I started taking steps to like eat healthier, and one of the things I did is I freaking there was a while where I started eating tofu. I only ate like maybe like 5 of the little like packages or whatever.
Please.
And I found out that
Be at
shit's
ease.
like not good for you.
You are among friends here.
I was like, I've been had. I thought this was healthy. I remember watching Teen Titans and like
Tofu is a pseudo healthy option. It's basically soybean, ain't it?
Yeah, it's like, and luckily I didn't like it that much, so giving it up was like pretty easy. But then after finding out that like, oh, this is not something men should consume lots of, it's like, damn.
No doubt you are ripe to burst with questions.
So yeah, I mean,
But have patience.
like I
All
said,
will
like
be
there
revealed
was
in
a
time.
point where I like slowly started to take steps to like eat healthier, and like I said, it was a journey, and yeah, here we are, you know, a decade later, and I'm the only person
First,
in my family that's
Let me
not
begin
overweight.
by telling you who we are and what we
But
do.
I definitely do still have like the fat gene, where you know, like they say, like certain people are like more.
We are the
like,
scions of the
you
seventh
know, like they'll say
dawn.
like if you
An
got fat
order that
parents and the
transcends
kids likely to be
political
fat, well, we
boundaries.
got the same genetics.
Our
I'm like,
single
yeah, well, they also
objective
probably
is
eat the
the
same diet
preservation
too.
of the
That's probably
future
why.
of Eosia.
But there, like, I guess there is like a gene that makes you like put on fat like more easily versus people that can like eat like anything and they never gain weight no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
But I definitely have there was like I can definitely put on like 10 pounds in a month
Among our
if I let
gravest
myself go, and
concerns are the
I freaking did
godlike
it once, and
beings
I couldn't even
known
believe it.
as the primals.
I was like 10 pounds in a month. That's so much.
I mean, a lot of people just don't know how to eat. That's
Yeah.
bottom line, and then they don't exercise either,
Yeah, I think
or they get into depression and don't realize they're in depression, so they're getting all the food triggers that they shouldn't really have because they're depressed, but don't realize they're depressed.
like all that like comfort food, it, like triggers
Mhm.
like dopamine,
Their
and then you
existence
learn
is
to
a
like go
bane
to that
upon
when you're
Eosia.
seeking comfort, you know.
Nay, the world at large. And we have
So,
striven
yeah,
to find
so
a
it's a
lasting
combination of
solution to the threat they pose.
like there's so many things, like so many things can go wrong, like you like, but then again, like I'm at the
Our
point now
order is
to where
home to a number of
like,
individuals
people are
who,
the average
like
person is
you,
flooded with so
possess
much
a
food
rare and
information, they
special
just get like
talent.
decision fatigue, and they just say, oh, this is too much, I don't want to learn, I'll just eat whatever, like who cares, we're all gonna die anyway. It's like, yeah, well, that doesn't mean you should accelerate the process, you idiot, you know. But
I
the
keep
best,
telling
like,
people that if they think it's too complicated to eat right, then I tell them to just eat meat. Just eat meat all the time. Be a carnivore.
yeah,
Make sure it's
there's a
cooked
lot of,
well, and eat meat.
yeah, there's like you can overcomplicate it, and there are a lot of like complicated diets, but the basic way that you could explain it to a normie in terms of eating healthy is to just learn the difference between what is food and what is not food, and just eat food.
Yeah.
You know, like is that, you know, like some
This
people
talent
are saying like,
takes
oh, I
various
heard
forms,
carbs are bad,
but one
so I guess I
holds
shouldn't eat, you know,
particular
potatoes
interest
are
for
like
us.
have lots of carbs. Then it's like,
You
okay,
should
but is a
never
potato-
have a lot of
is a-
carbs. That
a
is like the
potato
worst
food,
thing that
though?
you could ever do.
Well, it did like you don't want to have as many as like society thinks you should have. Like for some reason, the daily allotted recommendation or whatever is like 300 grams, like the percent or whatever. Like it has it at 300 grams. So if you look, if it says 30 carbs, it'll say 10% next to it. So people think that you're supposed to have like fucking massive amounts of carbs. Like 300 carbs is like an insane amount. But like the average person who's like not looking to like do anything like complex or whatever, you just say like, okay, like a banana. Banana has carbs in it. It's like, yeah, but a banana is food. So yeah, okay,
Tell
fine,
me,
go ahead. If you're
have
gonna
you
be
ever
like that, you know,
experienced a
like
sudden,
like
inexplicable
doing
loss of
anything is better than
consciousness?
nothing. So if you just want to be at that bare minimum level, like just is it food? Okay, then eat it. Okay, or whatever. But
Have
or
you
you can
ever
just ask
had the
yourself, do
sensation
people
of
gain
being
weight
pulled
from
away
eating too
from
much of it?
reality?
Okay,
Felt as though you were
know,
hovering in
it's like,
space.
oh, bananas have carbs
A
and
mind
carbs are bad,
without a
so don't eat
body?
bananas. So it's like, okay, well, has anyone ever gained weight eating too many bananas? No? Okay, well then it's probably okay or whatever, but maybe too many banana splits, you know, or like, you know, I like, oh, I have to drink skim milk because whole milk has so much fat in it. It's like, okay, well, has anyone ever gotten fat drinking too much milk? Maybe too many milkshakes, you know?
Actually, you can't
It's
get
like-
fat just drinking milk.
I mean, you can get fat if eating oranges if you eat enough, you know. But just for the average normie that's gonna put like zero effort into their food choices, like that's like a bare minimum threshold of like okay, look, you know, a Kit Kat bar. It's like, okay, is that food? No, it's not food.
All
Okay,
these
don't eat that.
things are the
You know.
manifestations of your talent.
So I mean,
Yours
the
is the
average
power to
person who
transcend the
cares like a
boundaries
little
of the
bit, but isn't going to
soul.
make any
A
massive
power
changes
known as
or like do any
the
sort of
echo.
like research or whatever. You could just go like just learn if it's food or not, and just only eat food. You know, like there's people eating all kinds of diets in all different parts of the world that are
The
living
echo
full,
allows
healthy
you to
lives.
pass
Basically
through the
anything
walls of a
except the
man's
typical
soul
Western diet.
and hear the
You know, there's
resonation
Pretty
people
of the
much.
that are.
past.
I mean, there's Eskimos where there's like no veggies. It's like no vegetation up in fucking bumfuck all the way up in the fucking Yukon or whatever. And there's people
So,
they're living just fine. They're living off
if
of
you
just meat.
compare the Western diet with pretty much any other diet of the world, the one thing you'll notice that they don't have is bread.
Yeah.
They really don't
What
have
about-
any sources of bread.
Except for like don't they have like breadsticks in like Italy?
That's still a
Is that
Western
something that
diet.
is that something we westernized it or whatever by adding it?
No, Italy is a Western country. It is a westernized type of thing.
Oh,
And there's a lot of fat people in Italy.
I fucking actually it was funny. Like I thought that Italy was a
You
city
will
until
be
just
there
like
in
a
his
couple of years
memories
ago.
and see things as
I
he
did
saw
not feel
them.
smart at that moment.
You may even interact with that which you see, though you cannot change the
um,
outcome of events.
But yeah, like, well, what happened is that, like, bread historically was like important. But,
It was only
like,
important because you had to feed the masses, not because it was
less-
something that you should actually eat.
I mean, it was storable. We were able to store it
Yep.
long enough to where like people could actually like settle in a certain area, and so it kept people alive. And you know that it was in that era where people being able to like spend less time looking for food allowed people to
For
like
another
specialize.
blessing, the
like,
echo will
create, like,
enable you to
culture
know a
and
man's
technology and
mind,
shit.
even if you cannot
Like nowadays,
comprehend
like there
his
really
words.
isn't a whole lot of use for it nowadays. But it's unfortunate. I think
In short,
I
the
myself
echo is a
even,
truly
like I've noticed that
extraordinary
like
power,
carbs are like
and this
they're, like,
power is
addictive.
strong within
it's like
you.
like it seems like we think of like most people think that like fast food is addictive, which it is. And like
Absolutely.
you go one more level up, and then
100%.
it's like there's
It is only a shame that we cannot use it whensoever we choose.
what?
Fast food is 100% addictive.
Yeah. So you got like the average person is aware that fast food is addictive, and then you have that like one next notch up of that. Now you have like another level of people that are a little bit more knowledgeable that is aware that sugar is addictive.
Mm-hmm.
Then like you go up another notch, and then like I haven't heard a lot of people talk about it, but you know, from my own personal experience, it seems like carbs are addictive, just like sugar is, except nobody talks about carbs being addictive. People are aware that sugar in fast food is addictive, but
Most carbs actually have sugar in it.
I think that's why, because it just converts to glucose once it hits your once you eat it or whatever. So it's creating like a similar like effect or whatever. So it's like if you're combining carbs with sugar, you're getting like a double hit.
Yep.
It's like, god damn.
But yeah, I cook my own bread from time to time, and that is just way better than the store-bought stuff, because the store-bought stuff has a whole bunch of sugar in it. Like, if you look at the recipe for any of the store brands, it has a shitload of sugar in it, and a whole bunch of preservatives too.
I don't think that there's any. One of the things that I did when I started trying to eat healthy
That's right.
is I tried to eat like
I too
healthier
possess
bread.
the echo.
And I actually one day I went to the bread aisle in Walmart, and I was like
With
looking
that
at all the
established,
ingredients, and they all
let
have
us
oil
return
in it.
to the subject
Either
of the
have like
primals.
like
long as they
like rapeseed
exist,
oil,
The realm
or
cannot take so
soybean
much
oil,
as a single
or
step
it
towards
has some
true
kind of oil in
peace.
it. And I think and I'm sitting here going like, can I get some? Like, I'm not a cook, I don't know anything about cooking, but I'm pretty sure oil is not an
Measures must
ingredient
be
in goddamn bread.
Measures
I was
which
just going
transcend
to like
boundaries,
and I
be
was
they
like
of
even checking
faction,
like the
race,
quote unquote
language,
healthy
or
ones.
creed.
They all have
And to do
fucking
so,
some kind of
The
oil or
Scions
some kind of
require
shit in
the
it,
aid
you
of
know.
those without
You know,
talent.
it's the same or like with high fructose corn syrup. They're putting that shit in everything that you would never imagine. It's
Yeah.
in there. So finally, I was like, fuck this. So
Actually,
healthy
oil is
store.
in quite a few different bread recipes.
Is it supposed to be though?
Yeah.
When you make your own bread, is oil like what they
Mhm.
use? What like? Oh,
Olive oil.
I actually didn't know that. Oh, But, yeah, I don't think olive oil was in any of them. It was soybean oil, and then I saw
Soybean
rapeseed
oil is definitely not an ingredient in any bread recipe.
Anytime you see soybean oil or partially hydrogenated soybean oil, like that should be like a you need to run from that.
Yeah.
There
That's literally telling you, hey, do you want low testosterone? Hey, here's some soybeans. Have a nice day.
Yeah,
That's what soybeans do.
Yeah, like holy shit! Like and then people are just like eating it. It's jeez. But
Make no
so then I
mistake.
started eating.
The
I don't
Echo
know
will
if
be
you
instrumental in
ever
dealing
heard
with
of
the
it. There's
primal
this bread
threat.
called Ezekiel
Without
bread.
it, we
It's
cannot
supposed
hope
to
to
be.
save
It's
the
made
realm.
from like.
I
It's
know
made from
not
like
what it
7
is you
different
desire for
grains that like
yourself,
synergize or
nor
some
what it
shit.
was
I don't
that
know.
first
It was a
brought me
bread
to
that was mentioned
Eorzea,
in the Bible.
but I firmly
I'm not a
believe that the
Christian,
power
but
we possess was
basically,
given
like
to us for a
Jesus
purpose.
commanded people to. It said, take these 7
Why else would the
ingredients
gods
and make
entrust
bread
man
with
with a
it, and then
gift
it's
so
basically real bread
extraordinary,
made with
if
that
not
or
to
whatever.
have him use it?
So I had that for a while, but I kept getting like
Flour, water, and salt is really all you need to make bread. And yeast. Flour, salt, and yeast.
that's like the bare minimum. But like supposedly this recipe was like a special recipe that was supposed to be like extra healthful or some shit.
So without the yeast, it doesn't rise, and I believe that's what the bread they used back in the day was: salt, wheat, and water. They started adding yeast to have it rise up and be fluffy. I forget when they started doing that, but I would rather have that bread than the flat pancake bread that they had back in the day. It just tastes better to me and is more useful. Even though it's the same exact taste,
Yeah.
it just tastes better to me. I don't know why. Because yeast doesn't really have a flavor.
Yeah. Well, like one thing that I did kind of like the Ezekiel bread in the sense that like the bread was more like dense, and it actually has like a decent amount of
And
like
so
fiber in
I
it.
implore you,
And it's not
lend
like
us your power.
regular like white ass Wonder Bread or whatever. It's like fluffy, but it's like there's no like substance to it. It's just basically shit to like hold a sandwich together. But
Yep.
like the Ezekiel bread, it actually like I don't know, like it does seem like it does like satiate you more. But what kept happening is I kept finding like rocks in it.
Bread
And
is
I'd be
devil.
eating it all of a sudden. Well,
You
just
right,
like
FML.
little, it'd be like the size of like just like a grain of sand, just enough for you to crunch on it. And you like hear it in your head. I was like, what the fuck? And then it kept happening. I was like, okay, I can't eat this anymore. So, and then I got sourdough for a while. I don't remember why, but there was some reason why I started getting sourdough bread. There was something that it had that other bread didn't. Oh, it was fermented.
Yeah, it's fermented.
But then I was like, well, it's in the freezer. So when you freeze it, does that fuck up the whatever benefit you get from it being fermented? Does freezing it like kill all the fermentiness or whatever? To where
No,
now
it's already
all
cooked.
dead? Okay. Didn't know if having it frozen would nullify the benefits of the fermentation or whatever.
Not really. Like, it's gonna reduce some of the nutrition factor of it, but it doesn't. Overall, it's fine.
I had that for a while.
I literally when I do sourdough here at home, because of the way that you have to do sourdough, you have to cook all the loaves back to back. So when I do it, I have to cook 6 loaves. I think it is. I think it's 6 loaves. It might be 7. It depends on the mix. But I have to do them back to back, and then I freeze all of that except for the one that I have out.
I was just about to say, how do you eat it all before it all goes bad? But yeah, I guess you'd have to freeze it.
Have to freeze it. Only way you can do sourdough.
What do you put on sandwiches? What happened with me is that I stopped eating everything that you would normally put on a sandwich. But then I was just like, well, I don't eat, I stopped eating like lunch meat, and I stopped eating, like mayonnaise or whatever, like this shit you put on, like make a regular ass sandwich. A lot of that like packaged shit is like unhealthy. Since I stopped eating that,
Yep.
I was kind of like, okay, well now I don't eat anything that would go on a sandwich. So why do I?
I still do.
So I actually stopped. So that's what happened where I finally stopped eating bread. But, like people look at me like I'm crazy when I tell them I don't eat bread. It's like what the what? Do you
I don't
then?
eat a lot of bread. Like I said, I do my bread from my bread cooker, my bread maker. But other than that, I typically stay away from bread.
No,
If
it-
I'm
it-
not making it myself and know what ingredients are in it, I'm not eating bread anymore because there's so much extra shit in bread. It's just not healthy.
What's weird is that the average person thinks they know how bread is made, and then when they buy it from the store, they assume that that's what's going to be in it. But
Right.
it's not until you actually look at the fucking ingredients. You're like, why are there 45 ingredients on this shit? But
You think every bread is quite processed? You're correct, FML. If you buy it from the store, it is 100% super processed with extra ingredients, with extra preservatives, extra sugar. It's just not healthy for you. But if you make it at home and do it yourself, that is on the healthier side. I still don't believe that bread is good for you. But if you have no other choice and you got some bread, you can slap some meat on there and you're good.
it'll at least be like a neutral calorie instead of like a negative calorie.
Right.
Any step away from unhealthiness, even if it's not healthy, if it's less unhealthy, that's still a step in the right direction. It's better to do something rather than nothing. You know, like even taking that step away from the most unhealthy like version is still a step in the right direction. So even people that don't want to go like balls to the wall and start eating healthy, it's like, well, you can start like getting healthier versions of the shit you already eat. You know,
Mm-hmm.
some of the shit's actually good. You know, I don't bullshit people. Like, there's a lot of stuff at the health food store where it's like the healthy version of this or whatever, or the gluten-free version of this, and a lot of it tastes like shit, but some of it is actually pretty darn good.
So one of my favorite things to do, and this is for sandwich fixings, I would go buy a either a half ham or a whole ham, glaze that sucker up, put it in the oven, and then after it's cooled off, well, cooked and then cooled off, I shave off the shavings on it, sandwich style shavings, package that shit up in a baggie, and I will be making sandwich out of that for 2-3 months at a time. And I would freeze a majority of it. Like I would keep two quart size bags out to do sandwiches for 2 weeks because it only lasts for about 2 weeks. And the rest of it goes in the freezer, and as I finish those baggies, I pull more out. That's one of the ways you can get really cheap sandwich meat, and it's a hell of a lot better than buying it.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't have the preservatives in there that creates trans fats. And trans fats are like the worst thing you can possibly put in your body.
And they're still selling a lot of that shit. Like, a lot of people think that there's like no trans fats in the store because everything says 0 grams of trans fat.
It's still got
But
trans fat. It's just so low in quantity that it hard to pick up on the thing.
They're, from a marketing perspective or whatever, if it's less than half a gram, they're legally allowed to round down and say 0 grams. But trans fat is so unhealthy that even like 0.4 grams is still 0.4 grams more than you want to put in your body. And so
as long as you don't put more than like, I think it's 0.5 in a day.
If it's 0.5,
that's like the most that you can process through your body.
Oh jeez.
I think 0.5 a day is the most you can actually process. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that's right.
I actually don't know one way or the other. Yeah, like a lot of people, they see 0 grams trans fat and they're like, oh, it doesn't have any in it. It's like, oh, well, it says 0 grams. That's a marketing trick or whatever.
FML is pretty away from sodas at this point. Just sweet tea and diluted and water, occasionally beer. Yeah, that's pretty much what I go for too, FML, except I like my tea strong with a little bit of sugar. Like, I like a really girthy, bitter tea. And then a little tiny bit of sugar in it just to might get the edge off the bitterness, but if it doesn't, I don't really care. That's just how I like my tea. And I only drink that for breakfast, so it's purely just to wake me up. Partially hydrogenated means trans fat. Not all the time.
I'm pretty sure partially hydrogenated soybean oil contains trans fat. Like, that's like the worst of the worst, I think.
I'm pretty sure partially hydrogenated can create trans fat like 100% of the time, but that's not the only way you can get trans fats.
You say it makes it. Does it mean like it creates it like at like once it's in your body?
No,
What do you mean
it
by that?
it actually as it sits in with the meat, it creates the trans fat. It actually transforms the fat into trans fat because it
Oh,
gets
I
into
didn't.
the fat of the meat.
Huh. I never heard of that. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's because it's a preservative. It actually transforms the fat of the meat into trans fat.
Hmm.
That's the reason why preservatives are bad. You use salt and nothing else. Salt is your preservative. It's something that can be broken down in your body. All this fancy dangled preservatives that people use nowadays, they just need to get rid of it all. Ugh.
But yeah. And, well, I think adding salt to some food makes it like not taste good. That's probably why they don't. And maybe is it possible that some of their preservatives are like cheaper than salt, and then that's why they use those instead? You
Yeah.
gotta figure that they're like cutting every corner they can to keep the cost as low as possible. They can put in something that's like super unhealthy, but it lowers the cost by like a penny per ton, then they'll do it. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's the food company's job to make a profit, not to give you something that's like healthy that'll keep you from dying before your time, you know?
Fortunately, preserved food is how our food supply works. That is untrue, FML. If you stop buying it and cook, you can actually get a lot healthier foods by cooking it yourself. But
If
people
you
are
don't like
too
to cook,
lazy
you
and
can.
don't cook for themselves anymore.
I've run into several people, well, like back when I worked at Taco Bell, people just say, "Oh, it's too expensive to eat healthy." I'm like, okay, well, can you afford a $50,000 heart attack? No, you can't. Okay, well, you can't afford not to eat healthy if you don't have like health insurance. You know, not only that, but I think a lot of people use they hear people say that healthy food is expensive, like eating healthy costs more, and then they just go, "Well, I'm strapped for cash now," so they don't even they use that as an excuse to not even try. Like, have you even tried? Like, if you go like you go to like the health
take it
food
you
store or
will help
whatever,
us.
the produce and shit is so cheap because they're trying to
Oh,
get rid of it because it's
this
gonna go bad in like 4
cutscene's
days.
voice acted, bro. I'm gonna mute for a moment. I'll be right back.
Wonderful. I knew you wouldn't let us down. But come, I would introduce you to your friends in the Order. Tell me, does the name Sharlayan ring any bells? It used to be one of Eorzea's 6 city-states, and was situated in the northwest of Aldenard. The Sharlayans were the keepers of wisdom both old and new. Their mastery over magic and ether was unsurpassed, and even the Garleans knew to fear them. Among their number, there were a noble few who devoted their lives to safeguarding the future of Eorzea. When the realm began its descent into chaos, and their countrymen fled for the motherland, they alone chose to remain here. These noble men and women were called the Archons. Those same brave souls stand before you now. The masked woman is Ida, and beside her is
Yada.
Popolino. The two are charged with surveying the Twelveswood.
Hello there.
Welcome! I had every confidence that you would agree to help us.
Me too. Okay, my turn to introduce someone. That there is Thancred.
He is our man here in Ul'dah, Jewel of the Desert.
Welcome to the team. If I may, the lovely maiden beside me is named Y'shtola. Limsa Lominsa has the pleasure of being under her care.
Greetings.
They're still
Last but
alive!
not least is Urianger, who presides over all affairs within these halls. Pray seek him out whenever you have questions.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night. The words of a dear friend. I'm glad of our meeting.
At the Battle of Carteneau, our leader was taken from us. But we did not stray from our purpose. We sought out Minfilia and others with her talent, and together established the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Along with the Archons, those blessed with the Echo play a pivotal role in our endeavor to forge a brighter tomorrow for the realm. Oh, I should also introduce you to Tataru, our clerk. She ensures that everything runs smoothly.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
In time, I hope you will come to think of us as family. But without further ado, I would assign you your first task. Urianger, have the documents arrived from the students of Baldessian?
Aye, my lady. They arrived but recently.
We have received a request for aid from the Immortal Flames. Thancred, would you do the honor?
It would be my pleasure. Some days ago, a crystal caravan registered to Amagina & Sons mineral concern was waylaid and divested of its cargo. But there is more. Within a bell of the robbery, several people were reported missing from the shantytown outside the city.
At a glance, one would assume the involvement of bandits, kidnappers, and coincidence. Such crimes are hardly uncommon, and the Immortal Flames deal with their like almost every day. However, this time we have reason to believe that a primal is involved.
Aye, the evidence left behind implicates the Emulja, who are known worshippers of Ifrit. If we then consider the objects that were taken, there is no room left for doubt. The crimes were committed in the name of a primal.
That you may better understand the nature of our struggle with the primals,
Hey, FML,
I would have
do you
you
have
play
like
the leading
50
role
bucks?
in this investigation. You have my thanks. If there is aught you wish to know, I recommend you speak with Thancred. He is well versed in the affairs of Ulda.
Ever at your service, dear fellow.
Alright. Sorry about that. Voice act cutscenes. Just don't want to interrupt, you know?
Was FML in the stream listening?
Yes.
He's typing and you're responding, but he can only hear your side of the conversation. He can't hear what I'm saying?
He's hearing what you say.
Oh, gotcha. How do you have the Discord chat like linked into the Twitch? Does that work?
I just let it play.
Oh.
I don't actively block it. You have to go into settings to actively block it.
Oh. I guess isn't Twitch like Twitch and Discord are like linked as it is, right?
You can link them, yeah.
Oh, I thought that they were like the same like sort of company or whatever.
Mm-mm. Not at all.
No. But anyway, what were you? You were saying something before you left, right? Or was I? I don't remember.
I was telling FML to get a bread maker, and I was telling him it's like $50 to get a cheap bread maker. And he's like, I do in my bank account. Then go get a bread maker, bro. Start making your own bread. In the long run, it's going to be cheaper to make your own bread, because to make a loaf of bread costs roughly 50 cents, where to buy a loaf of bread is like $2.50. I mean,
I guess that,
long term, it comes out right.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of ties back into with what I was saying, where a lot of people just like they never even like tried to like make it work, and even if they quote unquote don't have the money to do it, then it's like, okay, well, can you ring out your budget? You know, how about maybe make a budget so you even know where your money's going? You know, like most people, what they do is they make money and then they spend all their money and then they wonder where all their money went. Like, well, if you don't have a plan for your money, you wouldn't go through your whole, you know, like you wouldn't. People are going through their whole lives without like a blueprint of like what their life's gonna look like, and so like managing your money properly, like writing, just like having a budget, you'll feel like you got a raise because you're gonna find that you have like you're gonna realize that you're like, you know, like the average person wastes way more money than they think, you know. And if you actually keep track of like what you're spending, you'll realize that you actually can cut a lot out that most people don't realize. Like, you don't realize how much you're wasting because you can't improve something if you don't measure it. You can't track it if you're not measuring it. But when you get paid on, you know, in the first couple of days of the month, at the end of the month when you're out of money, you're not going to remember the thing you bought on the 3rd, on the day you got paid. So then you just sit there with a big question mark over your head. And so, like, you know, just even if you don't want to, like...
Fully agree, FML. Most people in the U.S. are terrible with money. And that's because they don't understand credit, they don't understand stocks, they don't understand anything. That's because it's not taught in the fucking schools.
Don't even understand the concept of live on less than you make. Don't understand the concept of have like zero sum thinking, where they're just like, I make $100, so I have $100 to spend. You know, there's, you know, average person puts like they spend more effort deciding like what to wear than they do like planning their finances for their life, which is, you know, which is way more important. Why would you not put more time and more priority making sure that the thing that matters the most is like taken care of properly? But instead, they're like, oh, which kind of conditioner should I use or whatever. I don't know, I'm bald. I don't use conditioner,
I'll actually push back on one point from you. You can live on more than your means. Absolutely, 100% you can.
And you can.
And not pay extra money for it.
Yeah.
But you have to be very, very, very fucking good at managing credit cards. And you have to have that shit on a spreadsheet. Managing on what you have to use at what point to get the most cash back on it. So that you're always getting cash back and never actually spending your own money.
Yeah, I played footsie with credit cards for a while. Ultimately, I decided it wasn't best for me to dabble with it, because one thing I noticed is that it's kind of like Amazon offers Amazon Prime. Like, because you pay like your $120 because you spent that money. The reason Amazon offers that is not because they want you to save money on shipping or whatever. They're doing it because they know that they're going to make more money over the course of the year. The average person will buy more shit during the course of that year because they want to get their money's worth out of that $120 they already spent. So there's like, even like the cashback game requires a person to like, I just noticed that it was taking a lot of mental energy to try to make sure that I wasn't buying things just to get the cash back. Like you can, it's easier to rationalize why you should buy something when you have that little reward. You're like, well, I don't really need to buy this, but then there's that little, it's like, yeah, but I'll get that 2% back. So, you know, like,
No.
I kept
You're already in the wrong frame of mind there.
That's why I don't use credit cards.
See, the cash back is a nice bonus. It isn't something that you guaranteed for. There are even cards that have a limit on how much cash back you can do in a year. I have like 6 of those, and I max them out on their cash back bonus every year. But the thing is, you don't ever want to charge to the point where you're just constantly having more in expenditures than you can pay off the card with. or have a rotation on cards to where you're paying other cards off with other cards. And so that you're never having that interest rollover.
Once you're using one card to pay another, it's like, oh man.
Oh, I'm doing that right now. And I'm doing that on
Yeah,
purpose because I don't want to have interest on $7,000. And that's because I bought a property out in West Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all about what you're doing with it and why you're doing it. Hey Spock, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Hey Aiden, how you doing? Welcome to the stream.
So yeah, I mean, I've heard people say that they get good use out of it, but just for me personally, it's like it's too easy to like subconsciously spend more. You're using, well, part of it is that like when you use like a credit card, you don't feel like the loss as much as when you use cash. When you spend $100 in cash, you feel the loss of that. Like you don't feel the same psychological loss when you hand them or you put a card in the thing and then they hand you the card back and the item. You don't feel the loss as much. So I found that like I was like subconsciously, like I wasn't even thinking about it. I was just subconsciously spending more than I had intended to, and then of course throughout the month you don't keep track until you get.
Yes,
the thing,
Aiden,
like,
Final
holy
Fantasy
shit.
14.
All of a sudden you're just like, holy shit, I spent $500 that month. How the hell did that happen? And so I just ultimately I decided that you know the cashback like wasn't worth it because it's, you know, I mean you take you know 1,000 millionaires and if you were to ask them like how many of them became millionaires from their cashback, and they'll probably say like none. You know, or like airline miles. Some people, they buy lots of shit because they get a lot of airline miles. It's like, well, like you're chasing, you're kind of like playing with snakes, and you're trying to get this, like you're trying to not get bit, but then like the reward you're getting, they say that like a huge percentage of airline miles like never even get used.
Yep, that's why I don't have an airline card, because I know I won't use them. But I know I have. So if you live within your means and you live within a good budget and you have cashback that you've got rollover for, and on top of that, you take the time and effort to invest in like a property like I have, and you use credit cards to pay for it, but you have zero interest on it because you're constantly paying off cards before their turnover on the roll date. Credit is an amazing thing, but if you don't put forth the mind power to actually do all of those things that I've listed, it's going to tear you a new one because the interest is like between 15 and 30% interest.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. Like, yeah, I just decided that I was donezo with it. You know, like you can have willpower to like a point, then you just like I kept falling into the trap saying like, well, I'll get paid in like 2 days. What difference does it make if I buy it now then pay back in 2 days, or if I wait 2 days and then buy it? I'm already at the store, you know, or like the sale ends tomorrow or whatever, you know. And then even if you well, I did the thing where you carry a zero balance back when I was attempting to build credit or whatever, back before I decided I wasn't going to use.
You know what the best way to build credit is?
I got mine pretty high from keeping a 0% or zero balance or whatever, but then eventually I just did the thing where I just was spending more than I anticipated, and I would just have a moment of weakness. Just having you can just like one moment of weakness can cause you to make a purchase that you didn't intend. It's like when you're car shopping, you go to the car lot, and then 15 minutes later you made a $30,000 car purchase. You're like, how the hell did that happen? It's like, well, you shouldn't have been on the car lot unless you already had your car picked out and your budget picked out or whatever.
Okay, when it comes to cars specifically, I always say go with a used car and pay that sucker off right when you buy it. It's no point in putting that on credit.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, my dad meant well, But when he got me my first car, he was a mechanic for Firestone back in the day or whatever. He actually gave me like really bad advice where he was like, "Oh, you should always get a new car because when you get a used car, you're getting the other person's problems or whatever." And then I got a new car, and then I was like, I'm pretty sure I ended up not paying it off. But and then now I got older, and it's like I've gotten to the age where it's like, oh, just because my dad says it doesn't mean it's right, or just because a person older than me says, anything. I'm not trying to pick on him, but just because an older person gives you advice doesn't mean it's always good advice. But like growing up or whatever, you just assume that people older than you were just smarter. It's like, no, they can give bad advice just like anyone else, So that was a lesson I had to learn. Like, geez, like that when you drive off the lot, you hear it go boom, boom. It was like a $10,000 bump you just did as one tire goes off the lot, and you just lost thousands of dollars.
Yeah, if I could have paid my car full 3 years ago, would have. Yeah, FML. It's one of those things where if you're not getting support and you're trying to get your first car, then you would have to go on credit. But if you have support to where you can either borrow someone's car, have them drop you off to work, and you just save that money until you can buy yourself your first car, that's going to go a long, long way in the future to buy your second car. Because then you don't have to go credit to buy a car that's going to devalue as soon as you take it off the lot anyway. That's just the nature of cars.
Yeah, like you should not get a new car unless you're like a millionaire, because only if you're a millionaire can you afford to take such a massive loss. Like a car loses like 60% of its value in the first like 4 years.
Yep.
Even if you get like a 4-year-old car, it's still pretty new, but it'll like you can get it for like way cheaper than if you bought it like new. I mean, like the value just drops like a freaking rock. I mean, that's where they got that phrase from, right? Like a rock.
Yep.
So like it breaks my heart when there was this dude that I used to work with at Taco Bell, and he works where I do at the old boat motor factory, and now he's making quote unquote better money. And he posted a thing on Facebook. He's like, oh, like we're so blessed that we got this new car or whatever. I looked it up. It's a $32,000 car. I'm like, Jesus, dude. Like, and then what's funny is that now, whenever I'm driving home, I see him walking to work. I'm sitting here going like, wait, so you bought this car, he's leaving it at home with his wife or whatever, and then he's walking on like across town. Now I'm sitting here going like, okay, I'm not the smartest guy in the world, but if you're gonna spend $32,000 on a car, why didn't you spend $16,000 and get 2 cars? That way you could each have a car. That way she doesn't have a car, and then you got to walk an hour to work every day. But it's his life, his money, whatever. I'm like, all right. But yeah, but the car one gets me. I mean, theoretically, if you're gonna have like, even if you just get like a $2,000 or $3,000 car, like the money that you and then
I would never go for a $2,000 or $3,000 car, but
I mean,
5,000 is usually my lower limit, because once you get cheaper than that, you're looking at little rust buckets nowadays.
I mean, like as a starter car, and then what you do is like the money you would spend on a car payment. I mean, you can put $4,000 or $5,000 away every month. You can drive the shitty car for like 10 months, then buy a $5,000 car with that. And then if you do that for 2 more years, if you keep putting that couple $100 away, you can eventually, in 5 years, you could upgrade to like a $10,000 or $12,000 car without ever having to go to debt or buying it on credit.
If you are working a minimum wage job for 3 years, you will be able to buy flat out a $5,000 car. Just pure out, here's my money. So for people to say that they can't do it, you can. It's just you have to save the money. And even if it doesn't take you 3 years, it takes you 5 years. Okay, that's a little extra time that you had to struggle, but now you got your own car that's paid off, and you don't have that bill coming in every month.
That'll put you like a step ahead of people that are like in, like having like a car payment is like it's trying to run a race while wearing like ankle weights. Like it just like it's just money that leaves your bank account like every month.
Yep.
And it just, you know, I recently became like all the way debt free, and it feels freaking good to like not have that like cloud over your head of just
Dude,
knowing that
I
you like owe money.
legit invest 500 every month into something because I know if I let it sit in my bank account, it's going to just rot there and not do anything for me.
I mean, one thing I recommend to people is to first of all get a bank account, because the people that I used to work with, I used to work third shift, so it was all potheads. And not that I'm against that, but freaking what they would do, they'd get their check, and then they'd go over to Walmart, and then they'd cash your check at Walmart, and now you're in Walmart with like $500 in cash, and then they just buy like $100 worth of like junk food and shit and munchie food and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, and then they spend like $100 in weed or whatever, and then that'll only last them like 1 week, and then they get paid another week, so they have to like buy $60 more of weed, and then like 2 days before they get paid, they have to buy another gram or whatever. So they're like they're just having a bank account just makes the money.
Yours
like,
was
harder to get.
13,000. Thought it was a bit much for 30,000 and be fucked in the ass. Yeah, 30,000 will kill people, especially in the younger life. But also, what we're talking about is on minimum wage. On minimum wage, working 5 years at a minimum wage job, you can own yourself a car flat out. I don't expect anybody to stay on minimum wage for that long. You should be looking for another job as soon as you have that minimum wage job. Period.
Yeah, I totally agree. I was like the people that work minimum wage. I was in that group over a decade, so I get it. I've seen the struggle. I've seen the, you know, most people that I worked with didn't even have a car. People were getting their phones cut off. People were getting their powers cut off. So I'm not trying to like I never try to like money shame people, because I was in that super low bracket of money for a long time. But now that I've gotten out of it, I really want to encourage like whoever's listening to just make sure, like, please, like, you're gonna look back and you're gonna wish you had gotten a better job sooner. You know, I worked at Taco Bell for so long that if I would have not done that and instead worked the job that I currently work, if I would have done that, I could have had a whole house like bought and paid for, with the difference in income that I made between Taco Bell and where I work now. So like it's like as you get older, you start to like gain the ability to like zoom out from your life, and you're gonna look back at your 20s and you're gonna go, boy, like I wasted a lot of like I did, you know, it's cliche to say, and you know, it sucks hearing your parents say it, your guidance counselor say it, but you really didn't live up to your potential. You could have made, you know, $20 an hour, but instead you made $8 an hour. Okay, well that's $12 an hour.
I think my first job FML was $6.85.
Yeah, I think my first job was $6 at Taco Bell.
And
But,
FML
you know,
said his first job was $7.85. Minimum wage in Indiana is $7.25.
Hmm.
But yeah, dude, the first job is just a job saying, hey, you know how to show up on time. I can be in the workforce now. Let me get another job. That's the first job.
Just like developing a work ethic if you don't have it, and like learning how to like work with other people and take instruction and shit. Yeah, that's not supposed to be. You know, I worked there until I was almost 31, so I was into my 30s, still working minimum wage. And I look back now, and I'm just like, what? Like, why didn't like, why did I do it so long? You're leaving money on the table. You could potentially make, like, I make $22 an hour now. Like, I like all that money between $22 and $8. That's what, $14. That's $14 an hour times all these hours times a decade that I left on the table.
Mm-hmm.
So like, you're gonna look back. You know, the future seems. You know, the future will eventually become the present. You know, at some point you're gonna turn 30 or 35 or 40, and you're gonna look back what you did in your 20s, and you're gonna wish you had done something different. So it's like, try to not live your life in a way where you're gonna disappoint your future self. You know, because your future self is someday gonna be your present self, and where you are right now is like the sum total of all the decisions you've made up to this point. If you decide to stay in a low wage job, then your 40-year-old self is gonna. The result of that is that you're gonna still be in that job at age 40 because you didn't make the decision to get a better job when you were 28 or whatever.
I mean, right now, I actually have a decent job. Like, it pays well and the people are good, but it's not something I want to do. And I'm in a conundrum.
That's
Do
why
I
it's
want to
called a job.
stay? Or do I want to go do a job that I actually want to do?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm kind of in the same boat where it's like, the one hand, I understand that like, you know, like I work in a boat motor factory, so that's exactly as glamorous as it sounds. It's just I work on an assembly line, so I'm literally the dude just putting the things on or whatever. It's like, do I want to do that? No, but then that, you know, sometimes in life you got to do things you don't want to do. That's why it's called life. And sometimes you got to do a job you don't want to do. That's why it's called a job. And my job now is less fun than when I worked at Taco Bell. Like all we did was like we did drugs and we made fun of customers and we call each other gay and we talked about the ways we fucked each other's moms. That's like all we did. Occasionally we made tacos. Then like eventually like the money was so small, was so piddly that now it's like, well, now I got to do a job where I actually have to be sober, like god damn it, and actually like you can't just shoot the shit, you can't like swear, and you can't make like top tier dark humor jokes or whatever. You know, you have to kind of watch what you say. Like you can swear, but you can't make, you know, words that I won't say on dude stream. But you get the point. Like you can't just let her rip. You know, like you can at a fast food restaurant in that environment.
Oh, you can say whatever the fuck you want here. I don't give a shit.
Oh, I didn't know if Twitch was like, oh, you said this, or just cut the stream or whatever. I don't know.
It's just to get monetized. I don't give a fuck. I don't get monetized anyway.
Oh.
And that's for YouTube, not Twitch. Twitch don't give a fuck if you swear.
Yeah. Twitch actually is like nicer with it. With like you don't get like dinged if you have too much like swearing density. But yeah, at some point you just gotta decide to just like, yeah, you know, like you kind of feel like, oh, I've become like the cliche like cog in a machine where it's just like, yeah, I sold my soul to this factory, but it's like, well, you sell your soul to wherever you work, so if you're gonna do it, you might as well extract as much money out of your employer as you can. You know, like if you work Taco Bell, it's like, well, you sold your soul to Taco Bell then. It's like, well, you can extract $8 or
they're actually paying $22 an hour at Taco Bell here.
Are?
Yeah.
Good shit. Yeah,
that's because nobody wants to go to work at Taco Bell right now.
What's crazy? Well, that's actually nuts because like we always had a stack of, well, maybe it's different now, but back when I used to work at Taco Bell, we always had a stack of applications. But it's all like dumb teenagers that
you're making $6.75, which is the minimum wage here at the time at McDonald's. Yeah, there you go, Pickle. Everybody that starts in the workforce starts at that McDonald's job. I'm telling you, it might not be McDonald's. It might be handing out flyers. It might be like I did. I worked at a grocery store. I mean, there's different jobs, but you always have that first entry job, or it's an internship. You never go from high school or college and go into a job. I've never seen someone do this. FML worked at Walmart. There you go.
The trick though is that once you've been at that job for a while, eventually you should like cultivate a desire to like do a job that pays better. One thing that I just got too comfortable. Like I'm a comfort zone guy. I stay in the comfort zone like enough to where it's like if there's no reason to change anything, then why change it? You know.
Oh, dude,
so
you ain't gotta even tell me about that because I was that comfort zone guy. I worked at a warehouse for 8 years. Didn't even think about doing anything else. That was
exactly
me.
What happened to me?
Because I was getting paid rather well and I didn't care.
I wasn't even getting paid well, but I just kept showing up, and it was the easy job, and I already knew how to do it. And I was like, people tell me that I'm like the best employee or whatever, and the managers love me because I actually like. I worked on occasion, you know, and swept underneath shit, and when I did the dishes, they were actually clean, you know. So I just, you know, it's kind of like being king of the hill, but it's like, well, being the best employee at Taco Bell, you know, it's like being like the smartest retard, you know. It's like it's not really something to be that proud of, even though at the time, like, it was kind of like a point of pride to know that I was kind of looked up to as like a model employee. Like I was a model employee, and also I was like, I also fucked around a lot too, but I also like worked. like the other employees, like because all we did, like a lot of times we just had like time to kill, and we man, we fucked around at that job like way too much, and we just shot the shit. It was a lot of fun. But then I look back and like part of me is like, I wouldn't trade the memories for anything, but at the same time it'd be nice to have an extra couple $100,000 if I hadn't done that.
You know,
I mean, that's
I have to shout out Alpha Investments because he's the one that I was watching his videos on finance, investments, and everything about everything in regards to getting your life upgraded. And he has a lot of great advice, and it's a lot about what we're talking about here tonight. Like, if you want to save money, stop getting that soda. Stop spending that $1 on a soda, and you're going to save that money for later. It's stuff like that. Don't go out to eat. Don't, just all the little things that you spend money on, stop doing that. That's what his advice was. And about, I think it's been 5 years I've been watching him now. And the advice is always solid. And he has these videos, the beginners to investing videos, and he talks about these things. And I've shown FML this stuff too. He does talk about magic cards, but he also talks about investments. You are not you're not watching his stuff properly if you're just seeing the magic cards. Just saying that, FML, you did not do your research. I told you where to look, and you didn't look there. But he does have a whole series on investment, and it's called the Whiteboard Investment Series, or Whiteboard of Magic, or something like that. I forget what the series is called, but he has a playlist for it. And it's all about basics and how to get yourself set up for the rest of your life.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit that like they don't teach in school, and that parents are actually not teaching the kids, you know, as they become like teenagers or whatever. Well, part of it's because a lot of parents, like, they don't do a good job with their own finances.
That's because they didn't know either.
Yeah.
My parents sure as hell didn't know how to take care of themselves. Like, they knew how to make money, and they knew how to pay their bills and shit, but they didn't know how to build themselves for long-term wealth so they can retire. Everybody's all worried about saving up, putting in their money for Social Security and waiting for their Social Security check. Well, that's not retirement on early. No, that's not going to help you in the long term. What if I want to retire when I'm 40 instead of 62 and a half and then 67, I think it is, for my age bracket? Oof.
Yeah, I think they recently changed it. I heard that they were going to change it, but I don't know if it was going to be nationwide or only in certain states, or when it would take effect or what.
I have no idea.
I
don't expect Social Security to be anything for me when I'm at that age.
It's actually really important.
I'm planning to retire by 50. That is my goal. I am putting all my funds into that. And nobody's going to keep me from doing this. I'm retiring at 50. I don't give a shit about Social Security.
It's a shame that a lot of people are going to be relying on that. And it's like, well, what if it's not there? Or what if it's $800? You know, I think what's going to happen is that, like, as it runs out of money, they're just going to, like, they increase the age, and then they're also going to, like, they're either going to decrease the amount of benefit, or they're going to keep it the same, but then the money's going to, you know, like, the currency is going to inflate, so it's going to buy less and less. So by the time 30 more years goes by, where we start getting close to retirement age, the amount that we get from Social Security might only buy like 1 week's worth of groceries.
Good luck, Pickle. That music is great. Music is great. But yeah, the inflation part has always been a thing for Social Security. My thing about Social Security is it's my money, right? So why can't I just take it out whenever the fuck I want and invest it how I want?
I think if there was a way to, like, opt out of paying Social Security, but then you would just never get Social Security, I would totally take it. Because if you invested into, like, even something like a mutual fund, like the money that you spend on Social Security tax, if you didn't have that money taken from you if you just invested that into like a regular ass mutual fund, like a set it and forget it kind of thing, like you would end up with like more money than like what you would get like, when you're getting paid out or whatever. Like you don't even have to do anything like fancy. Like I mean, you can overcomplicate your life with investments, like complicated investments, and you can kind of go as deep into that realm as you want. People make investment and they get like scared.
I also understand why Social Security was invented. It's because when the stock market crashed, all that stuff in mutual funds like you're talking about, it would have been zero, basically. It wouldn't have been 0, but it'd been like maybe $100 instead of $100,000. But the problem with that scenario is after the Depression, all of those stocks within, I think it was 15 years, were triple what they were before. So they just had to wait it out.
Yeah, the only people that die on a roller coaster are the ones that jump off halfway through, you know. So a lot of people, like, they're scared of investing because they're like, well, what if I end up with like $100,000 in mutual funds? What if the market takes a shit and I lose half of it? It's like,
well, first of all, you can pull out all your funds from the mutual fund before it takes a shit. And then when it starts rising again, or it's at the bottom, you can just buy it all at the bottom and wait for it to come up again.
It's unfortunate that a lot of people, when it shits the bed, they get scared and then they sell at the bottom.
Yeah.
They just like freak out, and it's like that's.
You sell at the top, and then you buy at the bottom.
Like everybody, even people that don't know anything about investing knows that you're supposed to sell high, buy low, but they freak out when they see their shit going down, and then they sell at the bottom. Like you realize that the shit's gonna like when the shit recovers, you're gonna wish that you hadn't sold at the bottom because every time it recovers like higher than what it was before it crashed. And if for some reason it crashes and like to where like society collapses or whatever, then the amount in your mutual, like it's not going to matter because then at that point day-to-day survival is going to be the most important thing. You're not going to be worried about it because everyone's going to be trying to eat. Everyone's going to be trying to, you know, like find wild animals to eat or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So even if you have all this big mutual fund or whatever, even if the markets crash and you lose half your money or whatever, you don't. If you're trying to retire off that mutual fund and use the income from that investment, you don't need the entire income at once. You just you don't need that whole nest egg all at once. You just need some of the income. As long as you don't sell all of it, you can just live off the income from that until it recovers.
If Disney and Coca-Cola drop 80%, you buy a bunch more. Yeah, those are great stocks to be invested in if they drop. They probably won't drop, but it'd be great investments to put money in. Personally, I like putting investments into water and electricity. Those are my two favorite things to invest in.
Yeah, and stuff like energy and shit that people are guaranteed to always need, like water, is always like something good, or something that's addictive, like sugar's another. Anything involved with like sugar, because people are addicted to sugar like crazy. People are never basically. As a society, I'm at the point where my faith in humanity is at an all-time low. So the odds that as a society, people will wake up and go, hey, we should stop eating sugar. And then all the companies that make sugar, all their stock crashes because no one's buying it. I highly doubt that's going to happen. I would say that I'm obviously not a financial investor. This is not financial advice for entertainment purposes only, yada, yada, like anything that is like required, like energy, water, if people are always going to need that, and things that people are addicted to. Because people are always going to be addicted to things that they're addicted to.
So cocaine, we'll invest in cocaine. All right, okay. That's what people get addicted to.
So they mean buy cocaine and then you become super productive, so it ended up becoming an investment because you ended up making more money off than you did consuming it?
I mean, I would never consume it anyway.
I guess you'd want to do crack to actually get your money's worth. If you were going to actually try to use the drug to make yourself productive to make more money, because the cocaine would wear off like so fast, it's not economical. That's why they say it's a rich man's drug.
I mean, either or, it doesn't really bother me. I'm one of those people, if I'm going to invest, I'm going to invest. I don't really care what it is. But I know water and electricity will always be around. These newfangled drugs will always be cycled through to something else.
like.
I did, however, invest into Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, and Moderna, and I made bank on that.
I was just saying that for pharmaceuticals, that like pharmaceuticals are not going away.
Oh, those three I'm going to keep doing until they get their first drop, and then I'm immediately selling. Because I don't believe in any of those companies. The only reason I'm doing it is because they have a guaranteed ride at the moment.
That's the time to do it.
Like, I invested in all three of those. As soon as all three of those announced that they had a vaccine, I put 5,000 down on all three of them.
It's probably like too late to invest now, because now everyone who's going to invest in them
that's loser mentality. That's loser mentality. They got a free ride until the free ride's over. The free ride ain't over yet.
I mean, like, didn't so many people invest in it to where now it inflated the price to where now it's not as
doesn't
good
matter.
Of a value to buy it?
Literally doesn't matter. You will still make money.
It's that much? Holy shit.
It's one of those things, as long as they have a free ride, you will still make money. Until that free ride is over. And they have a free ride until the pandemic is still active. And they have a no fault vaccine that they can just massively produce and send out. It's as simple as that. So my initial investment for 5,000 is up to, well, 5,000 per. So let's just call it 15,000 a total. It's up to 29,000 and some change. It almost doubled.
Damn.
Now, if you were to invest now, you might only get about a 5 to 10% return, but still, that's still a lot of money in investments terms. Because the actual investment ratio is like 5 to 8%. That's the much you want to get back. That's also why I invest in Magic cards and why I like Alpha Investment so much, is because I get cards. So I'm looking at how much my return is on them. Like, I just got a box of Modern Horizons 2, and I could sell that right now for $500 if I really wanted to. I got it for $200. That's double my money. But in 5 years projected, it should be in the $1,500 range.
Think it's going to?
Oh yeah, that box is so good. If you look at the product for Modern Horizon 2, there is no losing on that box. None. Absolutely none.
Actually, a little bit bummed. I don't play card games anymore, but back when I was a teenager, I did play Pokemon for a while. And one of the first times I ever bought Pokemon cards, I got a first edition Charizard. I found out that...
Dude, that is so expensive nowadays.
Yeah, I found out that was a lot. Well, I kept track. Every now and then I would check the price, and it was always hovering around $500.
Mm-hmm.
I was kind of hoping that it would, like, as the time, as like nowadays, like now, it's been so long since it was made or whatever. I thought that, like, as time went on, that it would become more and more valuable. But like, I haven't checked it recently, but it hasn't gone, like, it hasn't, like, climbed like I had thought, you know? I mean, I didn't have any, I just had, like, normie, like, mentality to where I just assumed that as more time went by, the value would go up and up and up.
First edition Charizard is, like, expensive, bro. Nowadays.
If you get, like, super crazy mint, like, the one I have is, like, I played, like, one game with it, so it's not, like, 100% perfect. It's like, it would be classified as, like, let's say, like what's one notch? It would be like excellent condition, like one notch below near mint or something like that, you know. But then again, it's like, well, the difference in cost between, like, a perfect mint, like one notch below near mint, is like thousands of dollars sometimes, you know. I mean,
looking at the price right now, a slight played, not graded, you're looking at $2,000.
Holy shit! That actually did go up. It was $500 I check the price every couple of years for like a bunch of years. I haven't checked it lately, but maybe it went up.
I mean,
It kept
2020
staying
was a
500.
crazy year, so yeah.
No,
2020 did a lot of things to the collectibles market.
it just kept staying the same for so long. I just like quit like checking. But yeah, 2000. God damn. I don't know. I mean, that's tempting at that price to freaking sell it. The opportunity.
I still
cost
wouldn't
of
sell
not
it though.
selling it.
Do you need the money?
Yeah.
If you don't need the money, don't sell. Simple as that.
Yeah,
Yo,
you think it'll go higher at some point?
RT Mama, thank you for the follow. I still need to fix my bot so it tells me who's actually following me. Matter of fact, my bot hasn't been running all day either. But when it comes to collectibles, if you don't need the money now, it will always be worth more later. Always.
Well, I made the mistake of watching this video where it talked about opportunity cost. So now I'm like, now I have that like on my mind all the time. Like I don't need the money, but like I could take that $2,000 and like invest it in a fucking pharmaceutical company or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's if
to
you're talking about
return.
investment stocks, but when you're talking about collectibles specifically, the longer you hold that collectible, the more it's going to be later.
And like you're paying like a $2,000 opportunity cost by not selling it. So I have $2,000 less than I could have if I were to sell it. If I were to take that $2,000 and put it into the pharmaceutical company, what you said is true.
Yeah,
It's
but
like
if you
basically
hold
free
it for
money.
another 10 years, it could be 10K.
Yeah.
Will your 2K become 10K in 10 years?
Do you think that the increase would be higher or lower than the increase if I invested it in like a pharmaceutical company?
With collectibles, usually higher.
Hmm.
Almost every time collectibles are higher. You're
Well,
rich in
like,
personality? Okay, FML. Alright. I'll give you that. But yeah, when it comes to collectibles, let me give you an example. If you were to be part of the alpha beta editions of Magic, if you were to have any, just a standard box of those, you would be very wealthy right now if you were to open up those boxes and grade every card in there and sell them. Because you're guaranteed in having a box of each to have at least one Black Lotus. And a Black Lotus that's mint, fresh out of the pack, is like... I'm not even want to guess. I want to look it up right now. Alpha Black Lotus. Pack fresh. $400,000. That's one card. $400,000. It pack fresh, straight out of the box. If you were to invest back then, back in the early 90s or late 80s, I forget when Magic started, and got just a booster box, not a booster box. They had those bricks back in the day of Magic the Gathering, Alpha and Beta, and you just held it for the last 30 years. You're gonna be rich. Just, it's as simple as that, because this shit's rare nowadays. They don't exist.
The question is, at some point, at what point do you actually sell it? If you just keep
When you need it?
But if you never need it, and it just keeps you're gonna die someday. So if
Okay,
die
then you can
while
pass
have
it off to your kid. Your kid's gonna be rich. And you still to them only sell it if you ever need it.
Like I don't want my little fucking shithead kid that didn't earn it to fucking. I'm the one that resisted the urge to save it. I feel like I should get something for it, but then.
But if you never need to sell it, that means you are well off enough and you have that wealth. It's always going to generate more wealth for you.
Yeah.
Just keep it. It's the same as investing into a stock. A stock doesn't actually generate wealth for you until you sell it.
Yeah.
Same concept, just
Well,
collectibles usually have a higher return rate.
But you can't sell a portion of the card and get a portion of the income from it and live off it like you can in investment.
That's the reason. So when you're talking about that, that's the reason why you need to diversify your portfolio. You can't just be all into collectibles. You need collectibles, you need a little bit of crypto, you need a little bit of dividend stocks, you need a little bit of regular stocks. I mean, you need a little bit of everything. You can't just throw it all in one basket.
Well, I actually have an investment question, something I've been thinking of. You know how, like, at my job, they have I have a Roth 401k right now, and I do not currently have a Roth IRA, and I keep hearing that you should get one or whatever, right? But then the issue is that a Roth IRA only has a limit of $6,000. You can only invest $6,000 per year. So with me being 37 right now, it's not gonna. If I only invest $6,000, and then it's gonna compound for 25 years or whatever, you'll wind up with, I forget what the number was, but
like 8,000, 10,000, something like that.
Well, I mean, if you put in 6,000 per year.
Oh, 6,000 a year. Okay.
6,000 a year, so $500 a month. It's $6,000 a year, but then $6,000 every year, but then it'll also compound over 25 years, so you get a big fucking load of money or whatever when you're 62. But then I also have a Roth 401k, which also is, the Roth means it's tax deferred, so you pay taxes on it, and then you don't pay any taxes on the growth. Then I guess what I'm trying to, I don't exactly know how to word it, but if it's gonna compound.
So about 200K, give or take.
What I'm wondering though is it's only gonna compound 25 years, but like that's I have more than that available to invest per year. I have more than $500 of disposable income to invest. So, but then I can invest up to, I think, 40% of your income into the Roth 401k. Then, obviously, if I have more to invest, I should do that. But then, should I not do the Roth IRA at all? Because if you don't want two things compounding, wouldn't it make more sense to put all your eggs in one basket to get the greatest compounding effect?
Absolutely not.
Because if you have two smaller things compounding, isn't it better to have a larger amount in one thing and then have that larger amount? Because the larger thing will compound higher because it's larger, right?
If it's the same percentage, it doesn't matter.
I mean, if I'm dividing...
If you have 100K in 5 different accounts, but they're all doing the exact same percentage, you're still going to get the exact same return at the end. If you had it all into one account with the same percentage rate.
But a percentage of 500,000 is greater than that same percentage of 5 smaller numbers, right?
1% of 500,000 is 5,000, right?
Okay.
1% of 100,000 is 1,000, right? Times 5 is 5,000.
Oh, so it is that.
It's exactly the same if you spread it all out or you have it all in one, if it's the same rate. Now, if you get a better rate, always go for a better rate.
Oh, I never actually ran the numbers. I just assumed that things compound, the higher one will compound even higher. I thought that
it looks higher, but if it's the same exact rate, it's the same.
I guess the numbers. I never actually put numbers to it, but yeah, when you put numbers to it, it actually. That's crazy. That blows my mind, kind of. Well, I guess that settles it then. It does suck that they have that stupid limit. But I guess if I have extra money, I just put it on the other thing and just see what has the higher return or whatever.
Yeah, when it comes to investing, it's always better to diversify and have more things. If you're not really into collectibles and you just want something sure shot, I can give you ideas for sure shots that will be more expensive in the future. But other than that, you have property you can invest in. You have Dividend funds you can invest in, regular stocks for things that you believe is going to do well. You have the 401k retirement accounts and shit like that you can invest in. I mean, there's different things you can invest in. It's just all about picking which one you want to start into and how much you want to throw into that before you go into another sector. For me, I capped it at 20k for now for each section. And once I have 20k in each section, then I want to increase it to 30k, then 40k and 50k until I'm retired. That's just how I'm going to keep going. And my investments into stocks and dividend funds and all that, that's going to be my livable funds. My collectibles is, oh shit hit the fan, I need to sell something to cover what happened. That's how I'm looking at that.
Do you think it might be a good idea to just have money in an emergency fund to cover life's little emergencies? That way you don't have to sell the thing that's gonna
absolutely not
in value.
Because that money in the emergency fund is just going to be there and not doing anything to increase your wealth.
It's not there to increase your wealth. It's there to keep you from having to sell a collectible, which is guaranteed to go up in value, right?
I mean, if oh shit hit the fan, then I'm going to have to do it anyway, regardless if there's an emergency fund or not. Because there's no emergency fund that's going to be big enough to handle an oh shit situation.
I guess it depends on what kind of oh shit we're talking about. Like
I'm talking about going to the hospital and having $200,000 bill.
And you should that. I mean that. Yeah. Oh, I mean, like some people. Yeah, actually, this year is the first year I'm actually gonna have like my own like health insurance because goddamn, like you don't want to like people say they can't afford insurance. I'm like, you can't afford not to if you think that's part of the reason why I actually started like eating like healthy and shit. But it's like I'm kind of getting to the point where it's like maybe I should have it also, you know.
Insurance is a scam. So much a scam.
It in a way it is. They make money
so
off of you.
Back before Obama did his thing, I did not have insurance. I went to the hospital and I got the no insurance claim. And it was like maybe $2,000. Nowadays, if I go to the hospital just to get a couple of stitches like I did back in the day, it's like $10,000 that the whole insurance does. And then my deductible comes down and it's still like $1,000. So what the fuck?
Depends on how much care you're anticipating needing. Like if you're in like
I'm just talking about 5 stitches on my earlobe. Not my earlobe, my temple. 5 stitches on the temple. I've had this done multiple times because I keep smacking my damn temple when I'm playing basketball. It's just a thing for me. I don't know why. But I had this happen when I was 22, 23. And went in there, it was $22.80 something was my bill after I got the stitches. Exact same thing happened probably 2 weeks ago, and I still got the stitches. They were supposed to be coming out in another week, I think. And that shit came back, and it's like $10,800 something bucks for the bill, but the insurance covered most of it, and I still gotta pay like $1,100 or something from it. Insurance is a fucking scam. Like if they were to make the prices.
Didn't you just say it saved you like $9,000?
No, it didn't. It literally didn't. Because if you were to go back and say, hey, I don't have insurance, or you tell them up front you don't have insurance and then later say you have insurance, which is a sneaky thing to do, by the way, but you can do it, you would get that lower rate for the $1,500 like you did before.
Oh, they give you the higher rate because if you tell them you have insurance, then they'll charge you the most because they know that insurance
exactly.
Pay holy shit, dude. I never thought of that.
Like, I'll go in there and say, I have no insurance, help me. And then I see what the shit looks like after I say I don't have insurance. And then after that's it, I'll put in the claim saying I have insurance. So I play my insurance company off with me not having insurance with the hospital and compare the two, and whichever one's cheaper, that's how I do my hospital visits nowadays.
But if it's cheaper, you would have had insurance. You can't just get insurance for something you already had done, right?
You don't have to tell them you have insurance. You can do the claim later.
Oh, well, they won't like cross-reference to make sure that you didn't have the procedure done already, and now you're trying to get insurance. I thought that so many people would try to do that. They would get like a heart transplant, and they go, "Oh yeah, and I had insurance." I thought they'd have a system set up to keep people from doing that, but
No, you can walk in there and say you don't have insurance.
oh well, goddamn. But yeah, I mean that's part of the reason why this shit's so expensive is because they know that they'll get paid from the insurance company. It's the same reason why college tuition is so high. Because if you're gonna get a student loan from the fucking government or whatever,
Another fucking scam.
they have no incentive to lower the price.
I'm one of those people that is 100% going to college because it's no point nowadays. It's just zero freaking point.
I mean, there are times where, like, if you want to be like a lawyer or a doctor, but for the average person who just wants like
lawyer, like doctor, astrophysicist. I mean, yes, there are reasons why, but for the most part, nah. For the most part,
there's people. Well, then there's still people that go and they'll go to like the expensive ass college for all 4 years instead of going to like the cheaper college for the first 2, and then like transferring to the expensive one. If it's that important for you to have the name of the fancy college on the fucking diploma or whatever, but that's not even really that important either. It's like, I don't know, like how many people go to the doctor and they go, okay, what college did you graduate from? I've never asked a doctor that.
Yeah, you don't. They're a doctor.
It really doesn't. Yeah, so it doesn't. The shit doesn't matter as much as people think it does. But the perceived value of it is why people keep going and they keep shelling out the fucking big bucks or whatever. It's like, jeez. And then you got people. You got like 17-year-olds signing up for like tens of thousands of dollars of debt. Like, how is it legal to not do that without a lawyer present or your parents present? And a lot of times the parents are like encouraging him to do it. It's like, dude, the fucking world is different from when they were kids or whatever, where you could pay off your college, work at a part-time job for the summer.
Like, if you take a chart and you look at all the entry-level jobs for college degrees versus just apprenticeships or just, you know, in even IT field, because you don't need a degree for IT field either. If you compare all of those things, people in the IT field or people that are doing a apprenticeship for like welding or electrician, plumber, the electrician, plumber, and welder and the people in IT are going to do vastly more in today's time in the 10-year period than the people that go to college. It's so vastly different. Because even as an apprentice, you're going to be getting about $30,000 to $40,000 a year. And then once you finish your apprenticeship, you're going to be getting like $60,000 to $80,000 a year. And the apprenticeship only lasts for like 2 years. And for the IT field, all you need is a cert. So however long it takes you to get that cert and a little bit of money down to get the cert, you're going to be in the field and you're going to be making $50,000 to $60,000 starting straight out.
How long does it take to get one of those normally?
A week if you study for it. Like,
I thought those were like full like classes where it took you like years.
No. Self-study. 100% self-study. You can do it in a week.
Yeah.
I have done 3 different certs where I studied it for a week and I went and took it and got it.
Shit. I'm kind of still conflicted on like what I want to do. Part of me is like, I'm comfortable where I'm at now and I'm making like good money just being a laborer or whatever, but like the way I see it, like I've already been in the workforce for 19 years and it's like charting out my life. It's just like, well, as long as like I said, I'm debt free now and I got my finances under control. got my life under control, got my dick under control. So as long as I don't like make any like tragic financial mistakes or fall into any like tragic financial pitfalls, as long as I'm kind of at that point where it's like if I just stay the course, be able
For
to,
an
like,
artist,
retire
for the
with
most part, you
dignity.
don't need college. I'd agree, FML. You just need to do your art, make a portfolio, and advertise your wares. That's it. That's how you be an artist.
If you sell pictures of naked women, like if you can do like anime chicks or whatever.
No, you ain't even got to do that.
Like,
Dude. Maro loves to create art. Okay? She has told me this for years. She just never had a means to be able to do it and express herself. I bought her a tablet, and you can see all the freaking emotes she's made for all these people. Like, I personally don't know how many people she has made emotes for anymore, because I advertised her out at the beginning trying to get her commissions, and she exploded. I know Ariel, she made emotes for Ariel, she made emotes for Dragon Kuro, she made emotes for Moon Princess. I think she made an emote for FML as well. You got to put yourself out there, and I went out there and I advertised her shit. Hey, this is what Maro does. This is what it looks like. Hit her up. Get her to make your emote. And I don't know how many she's made. I don't know how much money she's made. I really don't. But I know that she's doing something she loves doing. But she just never went and bought a tablet and set herself up so she can do it. And I helped her along the way.
Yeah, I guess. And if you can get people to pay for it, you can literally make art, not go to a job. And that's kind of cool. But I mean, there's a lot of ways to make like you just have to be able to you just have to convince you have to make something that someone and then convince someone to buy it. It doesn't matter what it is. You can make money doing like anything.
At FML, the kind of art that you do, you'd be perfect to go on to something like whatever that freaking website Frog keeps saying about, like Fiverr. I think it's Fiverr. You'd be perfect for that, because the kind of work you do is perfect for books, honestly.
Fiverr's great. Just like type in what you want, and you can put in like your price range or whatever. And it's like here's the people that make it. You just message them what you want, and then they make it, and then you look at it and you approve it, or you say, well, I want it to look more like this or whatever, and then they make the changes. If you approve it, you get paid, and yeah, you can make money doing that. There's a guy that I go to, that I've gone to over and over again. He's pretty great. So,
and I also keep telling you, FML, that your art style, people would like to have that as someone to do like thumbnails and shit for what the fuck is it called, YouTube. People would love your art style for YouTube, but you just gotta advertise yourself out. Hey, do some thumbnails for some people. You should have hit up Funky back in the day and be like, look, I want to be your thumbnail guy, and just be like, just make sure you notate me in the credits, your description, saying that I was your thumbnail guy, and you would have got other people to notice that, and they might have hit you up. You might have got some income from that. But you lost out on that one, bro. You lost out on that one. I told you to do that back in the day, and you didn't do it.
There's a lot of people though that are doing it. I mean, people are always trying to improve their thumbnails. They say that like the thumbnail and the title are like the two things that people determine if they want to click on a video or not. So people are always trying to improve their thumbnails. So there's no shortage of people that need thumbnails made for them. So if you put yourself out there, like you could probably find a lot of people that could really use dude's work.
Hell, if you want to do my thumbnails, I don't give a shit. I don't do shit for my thumbnails. I know I don't.
Yeah, I don't have an artistic bone in my body, so I just pay someone to make the playlist thumbnail. One where it's the one with the entire playlist. That way, at least that one's good. But then all the other ones are just like default shitty ones.
I mean, I'm actually, if someone wants to be a amateur video editor and just go through and edit videos for me, by all means, do it. I will give you the raws. You can do whatever you want with it. I'll post it up there. And if the channel ever gets monetized, this shit's going to go to you because I don't care. That's just in case anybody wants to be a video editor. Practice your art.
I mean,
show it off. I don't care. I'll help you out.
Well, I do have experience. I have a lot of experience doing that, but I'm not in the market to spend time on other people's videos at this point. I don't know if you were like hinting that you were kind of referring to me when you said
No.
since you know that I edit a lot of shit,
I know you do. Yeah, I know you have your own channel and shit. I'm just more saying that people need to they need to have more confidence in themselves, and they need to just step up. Hey, do you want to have me edit your videos? I'll make it look really great. They need to do that more if they're interested in doing that kind of thing. And they just don't. They really just don't. Like, I've talked to many people over the year that really wants to get into video editing, or they want to get into thumbnail editing. They want to get into animation, and they just don't know how to get started. Well, to get started, you just talk to somebody. Like, hey, can I just like do this for you? I'll do it for free and see how you like it. If you like it, you can post it up, put my name in the description so people know that I did it. That's it. That's all you gotta do. You do your free work on that, and if people like your work, people will notice it, and you go from there. It's really simple. It's really that simple.
I mean, even if they end up not liking it or whatever, it's like, well, they don't know who you are, so what does it matter that they don't like this person's work, whatever.
I mean, the people that don't like it just don't like it. But the people that do like it is going to try to hit up that person and try to get them to actually do something for it. And then now that artist is in the position saying, hey, I would charge $20 for a thumbnail. Oh, okay. I'll do a thumbnail for $20. It's as simple as that. That's how Mara got started. People saw her artwork on my my emotes, and I was telling, hey, if y'all like this emote, just hit up Mara and y'all strike out a deal. I don't know how much she's charging for it, but she's made money. I guarantee you that. All right,
Yeah.
what does Pickle say? That dude that did the logo just showed up on your Twitter and asked me if I need anything. I'm like, yeah, I need a logo, and he did a decent job, I think. So yeah, it's going out there and talking to people may work. I mean, if you haven't seen Pickle's logo, it does look pretty damn good. I'm not gonna lie. So he did a good job. And if I wanted that kind of art style for my channel, I would have hit him up myself. But I don't really care what my art style is. Mine's like an amalgamation of like 3 different things at the moment. Just from self-teaching myself, Adobe Premiere, it seems to look good on a resume. It's a 1% conversion rule spread for the word and 1% for the audience to buy your skills. It's a little bit more than 1%. I think it's more like 5%, especially in this kind of environment. Now, if you were purely like on Twitter and that's it, instead of on Twitch, then it's probably closer to 1%. You're right on that. But I think it's closer to 5% when you're on Twitch. Ah, shit. When you're on Twitch and on YouTube. I think it's closer to 5%. Because you got to think, you're not getting a lot of touches on a small streamer. You're not getting a lot of touches on a small streamer. I probably get a quarter of what Funky gets. I wouldn't even say that. I probably get a 20th of what Funky gets touches on my stream. But I was still able to advertise my emotes and got Mara her first commission.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That I always thought it was cool to wind up in like the history book of someone else's life story. So I think that's pretty cool that like you get to say that like whatever future that that has with her or whatever, any future that like in 10 years from now she's making a lot of money off it, she's gonna look back. She'll always remember that you were the one that gave her that initial push.
Oh, dude, I'm like that with a lot of people. My whole thing in life is I know how to identify what other people need to do to make better on their lives. And then when they take my advice, they zoom. I have kids that I mentor every Friday, and I do the exact same thing. 6:30 every morning. I mentor 5 kids right now. But I started this 7 years ago, and the 2 kids that I had 7 years ago, they're making $500,000 a year each. And they're in the IT field. They both have their CCIE for networking. And I don't even have that. I didn't even think about going into networking, honestly, back then. They actually motivated me to go into networking. But I put them on the path to get to that point. They never went to college, and they're making that.
To hit them up and be like, hey, like, remember homeboy that helped you out? Maybe you can return the favor and help.
I didn't even do that. I told they actually offered me, what was it? 2 years ago, 3 years ago, they offered to help me out, and I was like, nah. If anything, you can help out these kids. I don't want anything from them, but if they help out some of the kids that I'm mentoring to either go to college or go, if that's what they want to do, or if they want to go out into the field, they just need the little bit of initial funds to help them get that cert, like I did for them, because I paid for their certs. I paid for both of those. I paid for their first cert. I paid for their second plus back 7 years ago.
A lot of faith in them.
Because I knew what I was telling them was going to work.
You still had to have faith that they were going to like follow through and like do good on that.
No, I didn't have faith in them. I had faith in what I was telling them. I knew what I was telling them. If they did XYZ, they were going to succeed, and I had faith in that. And if I got to the point where they were going to take the exam, and I said, if you want to take that exam and you don't have the money, I will pay for it. And I paid for it. They did it. It was not faith in them. It was faith in the process.
The process is the process, but then like anytime you add a person into it, then that's when things go off the rails. You can give sound advice, and it's good advice, but then if the person doesn't act on it properly, yeah, that was nice of you to do that. And it's the same kind of thing. Now you're in the history book of their life too, where they're like looking back and be like, "Oh, I remember this guy who fucking helped me out."
You made a chicken?
I was a nobody.
Your chicken looks cute though. FML, your chicken looks cute. If you were to advertise that out, I guarantee you people would take notice of it. But you don't advertise it out. Because it actually looks like a Twitch emote. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I actually got quite a few kids that are way more successful than me that I've taught over the years. That I've mentored over the years, I should say.
And just like having them mentor the next generation is actually like also like there's always going to be a new generation that's going to like need like guidance, and it just sucks that like the average like school, like like it'll teach you about like parallelograms. It's like, oh great, that'll come in so handy during parallelogram season, you know, instead of like learning how to like live on a budget or just do anything where you're not going to wind up like fucked. Like most people hoping that their social security will. I forget what the percentage is. There's a large percentage of people that think that their quality of life will improve when they start getting social security. Just like if that's what if you're counting on the government to like take care of you, then like holy shit, like man, like I don't know, like I don't see why people would want to put themselves in the position where they're counting on that money to live. Damn. I thought people didn't trust the government or whatever, but it's like, well, then you're gonna trust them to literally like coddle you and take care of you and shit. Like, man,
I don't trust the government farther than I can throw them, and I can't pick up the entirety of the government. So there you go.
That's why it's weird that like even the average person, is like distrustful of the government, and yet you're gonna count on them. You're gonna put your retirement dignity or whatever of them taking care of you. It's if something happens, you're gonna be eating dog food. You're gonna be you're gonna be getting cookbooks for Christmas, 101 recipes to for Alpo. There's people that are broke and old and they're eating dog food. Ed McMahon's like not coming with one of those big oversized checks to save you. Your retirement and your future is up to you. You are responsible for your financial.
I never understood eating the dog food thing because there's cheaper food than dog food that tastes better.
It's probably not formulated for like human dietary needs either.
Yeah, it does. You can eat dog food and be fine.
And you'd be fine, but it
doesn't satisfy you, but it is perfectly nutritiously fine to eat dog food.
I thought that they had like the ratio of like the proteins and shit like to where that's what dogs need.
Yeah, humans actually are supposed to be having that amount of protein.
I thought it was more for them since like dogs are like originally like they exclusively eat meat and nothing else.
What do you think humans used to eat? We are opportunistic carnivores, which means that if there is not meat to actually eat, then we go and eat other things.
Oh.
We are not anything besides carnivores, and that's what people got wrong about humans. And that's the reason why the pyramid for the servings and shit, all of that is wrong.
Don't even get me started on that.
All of that is wrong because they don't have the foundation that being a carnivore is the number one thing. You should be eating more meats.
Yeah, 8 to 11 grams of like breads. Like, oh my god, it breaks my heart.
I mean, I eat roughly about 90 grams of meat every day, if not more.
How many like ounces does that equate to?
It's well over a pound. It's well over a pound.
Is that grams of protein or grams of meat?
Protein, specifically protein. Not even counting the fat.
I thought you meant. Oh, okay. I was about to say I've never heard anyone measure meat in grams. You meant protein. Okay.
But yeah, I'm doing about 30 grams of protein per meal, plus whatever fat that comes with it.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes I just don't measure it at all, and it's probably closer to 50 grams of protein per meal, and I don't really care because it works for me. And fun fact, the only meat that you can exclusively eat and nothing else is lamb.
Aw. It has enough...
It has enough nutrients of every type in it.
Enough like ratio and shit.
Mm-hmm. Now, if you want to go with other meats, then you have to mix and match your meats, because then you'll have to have some fish, you'll have to have some pork, you'll have to have some beef. You have to do a mixture of all of that to satisfy your nutritional needs. But lamb is the only meat that you can eat exclusively and not need anything else.
Is it just the meat part, or do you need to eat like the organ meat too to get the nutrients from the organ meat too? Or is it just the flesh?
I'm actually not entirely sure, but what's her name? Michaela Patterson, I think is her name. She's doing the lamb diet, and she actually got everything listed out of what she did for it.
Mm-hmm.
And she's exclusively been eating meat for something like 8 years now.
Yeah.
And she had to do it because she had arthritis that would never go away. And until she started that meat diet is when it went away.
Yeah, she was on the Joe Rogan podcast and fucking yeah, like the way she was.
She was on
describing it,
Timcast. That's
like,
the reason why I found her.
Oh yeah, I have that one. I had that added, but I haven't watched that one yet. Yeah, she like the way she described it, like she was like, she had the arthritis of like a 90-year-old person when she was like 5. Like, god damn, dude. And it's kind of a bummer to lose the genetic lottery to such an extent. I mean, everybody's kind of cursed in their own ways. Like everybody's has something weird about them. Like I'm super blind and I have scoliosis, but I don't have like allergies. You know, like some people, like they hate summer because they're just like they have to check the pollen amount or whatever. They're like, oh my god, the pollen.
Oh, don't get me started on trees raping me. Just don't even get me started on that.
I mean, some people have issues with that, or some people, you know, some people like just there's any number of things that can happen, and that one just happens to be hers.
So this is my thing about pollen. If you are not allergic to pollen, you are accepting the rape. And shut the fuck up.
Yeah. And I can do that.
I remember there was a meme that I found years ago about that. And it was justifying how, well, pollen is really tree sperm. So if you're inhaling that tree sperm and you're not trying to hack it up and cough and sneeze and all that, then you're just accepting the rape. That was the meme.
It's consensual though if you're not fighting it off.
No, it's not consensual. There's nothing consensual about it.
Well, I personally consent to it. In my case, it's not rape.
Okay, you are 1 out of billions, sir.
I don't mind having sex with. I mean, if a tree wants to have sex with me, as long as I don't feel it, then I'm like, hey, tree, you know, you ain't hurt anyone. Who am I to judge? Do you? I probably don't get a lot of pollen exposure. I'm not outside very often. Every now and then they ask me, like someone will ask me, they're like, hey, we're doing like this outdoor yoga event. Want to go to that? I'm like, no. They're like, why not? I'm like, because I don't like to go outside. They're like, what? Not like the stereotypical yogi, you know, like there are a lot of them are not like hippies, but a lot of them have like they're nature lovers. So when they hear that one of their own doesn't like nature that much, like, well, you can't just not like nature. You can't just like the things you like. You have to like what we like. And no, it's not really like that, but it was like, no, I don't like going. It's fucking weird. I live in Wisconsin. I'm not from Wisconsin, but I live in Wisconsin right now, and it gets fucking hot in the summer. I can't even believe it's this hot. So they're like, oh, do you want to go do yoga? I'm like, no. It's fucking hot, and it's outside, and there's no air conditioning outside. I don't want bugs crawling over my fucking feet. You do it like on the, and if you do it like on the grass, like, and if you do it on the grass, then you got to put your yoga mat like on like the ground, and then you don't realize, like, if you're walking across like grass, you don't realize that there's like little imperfections and like it's not perfectly level. So when you're like trying to do like a balance pose, you become like acutely aware of like every little tiny little slope on that's like on that spot where your mat is on. It's fucking annoying trying to like, then you gotta like compensate because you're trying to balance on a slope.
You mean you don't like nature, sir?
I fucking, and I like watching animals kill each other. Does that count? That's why I think it's funny. Like, people are like, oh, nature is so beautiful and shit. I'm like, yeah, it is. It's also fucking ruthless. Like, you ever, like, I saw this video of like a zebra get like killed by an alligator, and like one zebra was like holding its leg like underwater, and then another alligator came up and bit it, like it like clamped down onto like the zebra's like snout, and it like death rolled, and the head and neck like spun all the way around, and then it death rolled a second time, and then the front of the snout just like twisted right off, And so now there's like all this like exposed bone, and the front half of its snout is now like half the length. Now the zebra's like still somehow still conscious, or its eyes were open. It was like blinking and shit. And it has like this exposed skull, and the skin's like peeled back almost up to its eyes.
Jeez.
I'm like, you fuckers that are all nature, you know. It's like, dude, like the animal, like you think it's brutal to have like a leopard or something just like clamp down on a gazelle's neck until it dies. The animals that die that way have it lucky. There's animals where it like eats you from like the asshole first or whatever, like hyenas or whatever. They'll eat you from the bottom up to where you're like alive for like a half hour being eaten, and it's like, damn, dude. Like you can get eaten for a long time and still live, as long as they don't hit the vital shit. And it's like, God damn, so like these people that are like so in love with nature, I'm like, go watch some of that shit. It's brutal. It's inhumane. Those animals are in pain. They suffer a lot before they die. Like the definition of like inhumane is where you like something like you stretch out the suffering before you kill it. So like that's like the extreme version of it. It's happening all the goddamn time, thousands of times every day, over in the Serengeti or whatever, Sahara, or oh wait, that's a desert, I think. But I'm like, yeah, nature is beautiful, but it's also really fucking brutal. And so to like acknowledge this part of nature, but then to not think about this other part, which is just animals just killing each other with their face. It's just like having these like teeth, and you just like murder another animal with your mouth. It's so like brutal. You just get like torn apart. Like damn. But yeah, I don't fit the stereotypical like yoga person or whatever. Plus I'm like a gamer. Like nobody that does yoga plays video
I never
games, so
understood yoga anyway. What is it even supposed to do for you? Make you limber? Is that it?
It's kind of a long story. I've been doing yoga for a bunch of years. I became an instructor at one point. The whole concept, it's kind of like there's a spectrum of it. There's people that view it only as exercise. Then there's people that are like super woo-woo about it, where they're talking about like energy flows and your bandhas and your mudras and your nidras and your fucking
mumbo jumbo.
And
that's all that's like, to me.
Stuff like that that's like less scientific. But there's also like as modern science has evolved over time, it's starting to realize that a lot of the health benefits that like ancient yogis used to claim do have a basis in reality, except they didn't know what was causing it to improve. Like back then, they didn't know what caused things to improve, so they called it energy. They didn't know what caused this, so they called it prana. They didn't know, like they were just describing it the way, using language and concepts that they understood at the time. They didn't understand like shit like chemicals changing in your brain that makes you feel better or whatever, like endorphins and shit. But basically, like for like a normie.
Oh shit! I just got to Ifrit.
I mean, cutscene time.
Oh, not yet.
Basically, like for an average like normie person, they live their entire life in comfort, and we like go out of our way to avoid discomfort. Part of what yoga does is that it forces you to be like uncomfortable, and that can actually it's healthy to like challenge yourself. And we live in a life we live our lives trying to avoid challenges, where we just want to just stay in our comfort zone and just be comfortable all the time. We want our beds cushy, we want our car seats to be cushy, we want our computer chairs to be cushy, we want everything to be soft, we want to be at room temperature or whatever. We don't want any discomfort. But basically, when you go into a yoga class, it's hot. You're forcing yourself to stay in positions that you'd rather not be in, longer than you'd rather want to be in or whatever. And you're also kind of being like alone, like with your thoughts. The things that they try to teach is to be like in the present moment. Like I don't know if you ever seen Fight Club, where I'm assuming you all have seen Fight Club, right? Where dude's got that.
I actually haven't seen it.
Oh my god. But basically, there's there's this scene where he holds the guy's hand out, he pours acid on the top of his hand, and he's like it's excruciating or whatever. So dude closes his eyes and he tries to like imagine like a forest, and the dude like grabs him and he's like, no, don't do that. Think right now. This is the present moment. Like this is your moment. Like this is where, like it's like it's almost like the genesis of like a changing in your mindset to where instead of like daydreaming through life, you're more like you're noticing, like you're living in the moment. Because most people spend their whole lives thinking about the past and regrets and whatnot, and then thinking about the future, worrying and be like, oh, I'm growing old and I don't have enough saved for retirement, and just they spend their whole life thinking about the past and thinking about the future. Meanwhile, they're missing the present that's happening like right now all the time. Our life is a whole bunch of the present. It's always the present or whatever. But you sort of like it's sort of like alters your mindset and you start thinking. I don't think I had to say it, but basically, you exercise, you're practicing living in the moment, which actually is important for like a healthy mindset. Also, forcing yourself to be uncomfortable has like scientific benefits. That's why they say that like taking cold showers has like physiological benefits. Just challenging yourself.
Having a cold shower actually helps you lose weight too.
It has all kinds of like benefits, and also like with yoga, it's a physical workout. It's also like a mental workout because you're sort of like challenging yourself mentally, because you're always like when you're in a pose you don't want to be in, like mentally you're complaining and you're saying, I hate this teacher, I hate this pose, I want to get out of this pose, and it brings all that shit like up to the surface and it forces you to confront it. If you don't have your TV or your computer or your phone, like we live our whole life distracting ourselves from like our thoughts, and that's why there's so many people that they're at the point where they can't even be alone in their thoughts for even a few minutes. There's people that literally can't even take a shit without bringing their phone in, because they have to like do something while they're shitting. They can't just sit there and be alone in their thoughts. But when you're in yoga, you're in your thoughts, you're in your own head, and so it's like you're kind of exercising that mental muscle to learn how to tolerate hardship. Then that kind of spills over. The idea is that if you challenge, like the idea is that you develop that muscle. And then that helps you if you become like more like mentally tough in like your day-to-day challenges, to where it kind of turns the volume down on things that used to annoy you don't bother you as much now. And it's just like the idea is that like benefit is you do get a benefit while you're actually practicing. Then
oh wow, he's a fucking dude.
Then the mental muscle that you develop going, it's also you're supposed to like carry that over off the mat, and also it just makes you like mentally like tougher, able to like deal with like mental like like day-to-day life challenges like better. So that's why when people say, oh, yoga changed my life or whatever, improved my life,
no, it's probably because you actually started thinking is why your life changed, not because you started yoga. Meditation is actually a really good thing. Whether it's because you start doing yoga to meditate or you actually meditate, meditation is something that helps you improve your brain functions, helps you think about things in life, helps you do a lot of things.
It's kind of in the same vein. Like some people refer to yoga as like moving meditation.
Like there are people that go for a 5-mile jog. Well, that 5-mile jog is their meditation. There's people that go for a 20-mile cycle. That 20-mile cycle is your meditation. It's all about what you do to get into it. There's different forms that it can take, but everybody at some point can find their own meditation. For me, I go cycle. I go cycle for about an hour every day.
I don't like being outside, so
I'm not outside. I'm on my bike in the house.
I don't like. Oh, you have a recumbent bike or whatever inside?
Yep.
Yeah, that's actually. No, I guess I'm not very disciplined in the sense that like, and that's why like people sometimes ask if I do yoga at home, and I don't. And they're like, well, why would you pay for a class? You could just like do it at your house. Like, well, when you do it at your house, for one, it's too easy to like take it easy on yourself, and also it's too easy to do like 3 poses and be like, "Fuck this, I want to watch YouTube." It's too easy to like stop, just do something else. Versus like when you actually go to a class,
so what you're saying is you don't have a winner mentality.
I'm saying is that
let me break this down. A winner mentality is someone that does not get discouraged, does not get distracted. They always go for the goal that they're trying to go for. Loser mentality is someone that will get distracted, will get sidetracked, will get just everything can distract them from going for the goal that they're going for. There's winner and loser mentalities, and just kind of how it is.
Well, I mean, my goal is not to do yoga at home. My goal is to do yoga. So as long as I do it, and it's like if that's what I have to, if I have to go to a class in order to get it done, I think like people think that they're like super highly disciplined, and some people are. But for people that are not super highly disciplined, like you gotta like find like you gotta like have your life set up in a way to where you can still get the things done that you need to get done. So like people that if I have to if I have to do direct deposit when I get paid so that I don't spend it, because I'm not disciplined enough not spend it if I don't automatically have it deducted, doesn't mean I have a loser mentality. It just means that I know that if this money sits in my account for too long, it's gonna get spent. Or if I cash my check at Walmart, it's gonna get spent. Having the money too accessible, it's gonna mean it gets spent. So when you put it in the bank, you're making it like harder to get. So just being aware that like to just be aware that like people don't have like some people do, but the average person does not have infinite amounts of like determination and discipline and willpower. If you can set your life up to where you don't have to, you can still like be like okay. So
I'm of the mind frame that anybody can have a strong mentality to do what they need to do, but you have to train it. You have to constantly train it, because it's easy to fall into the trap of, oh, I should do this, do that, do this, do that, do this, do that, instead of going for your ultimate goal. It's so easy to just fall into the trap. But being a disciplined mind is something that you train, you keep training, and you train it for the rest of your life. You just never stop training your mind.
So I mean, it's too hard for me to do stuff when I have YouTube available. Like when there's a TV in the room, a computer in the room, there's a video game, I can just stop and play video games.
Turn it off.
So it's like, well, and it's in the vicinity versus when you go to a yoga studio, well, you're at the studio, so now you can't be you can't scroll Facebook while you're doing yoga, like you have to be there. So that's what I found works for me. But I mean, if there's people that can plus it's like hot, like the heat also forcing your body to be at an uncomfortable temperature. It has physical benefits, so you have to jack up the heat in your house, which causes you to.
I mean, it's the same thing with trying to take a cold shower. Taking a cold shower sucks. But if you take a cold shower, you can lose a pound a week just by taking a cold shower every day.
I didn't know that weight loss was one of the benefits of cold showers.
Oh yeah, you're burning way more calories just being under that cold water. Way more, because your body temperature is trying to equalize so that basically your body temperature is trying to equalize and become back to 98.7 or 97.8. So you have to burn way more calories to bring your body temperature back up, because the water is in the 60s. That's the reason why it warms.
How long of a cold shower do you have to take to get the benefit?
You can take one for a minute and still have benefits.
It's just like the longer the better?
Longer the better. The way I tell people to do it, and this is how I learned it from a study some long time ago, but try to do a 10 count the first time. Try to do a 15 count the next time. And then keep adding 5 seconds every time. And
That's
eventually
probably a
you'll
good way to go
just
about
sit
it.
under there for a while. And the next thing that you can do that is just as good is take an ice bath. Or if you don't want to do that, go swimming. Because usually a swimming pool, if it isn't heated, will be about 70 degrees.
I don't know. I think I read this or I listened to this audiobook where they were saying that you get a benefit from forcing yourself to be either too hot or too cold. But I think it's like different benefits, perhaps, or some of the benefits are perhaps different. But
If you get yourself too hot, you sweat a lot more, so you lose water weight. It's not necessarily burning fat.
but like it has like other like it affects your chemicals or whatever, like your endocrine, like your body releases different shit to like help you like cope with it or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
which they end up being
So-
beneficial.
If you go to the... If you want to lose weight, and I'm talking about actual fat, ice is the way to do it. If you want to lose water weight, where you just have a lot of water floating around in your body, you go to a sauna and you get in that sauna and sweat it out. You have to do both extremes when you're trying to lose weight, because at some point you're not going to have fat to lose. You're going to have just a whole bunch of water in your body, and your body's just not going to have anything to burn fat with. So you have to do both in balance.
How does a person know if they have water weight or if they're just fat? Does water weight feel different when you like touch it, or like how would a person know if the weight they have is water weight or if it's fat?
I mean, if you're fat, you got both, so you just need to do both.
Oh.
If you're skinnier, you can tell when your skin gets saggy, but it isn't like firming up with fat underneath. That's when you know you got a lot of water weight, when your skin's just saggy.
Oh.
And what it does is you go to a sauna, you release all the water in your skin, and your skin starts firming up again.
Yeah, I've always heard people that are like a little bit overweight to be like, oh, it's just water weight. I'm like, is it though? Like, how do you know? Like, I mean, I've been 20 pounds overweight before, and it's like, was that water weight or was it, or was it not? Like, I would have had no way of knowing, but
You don't. You literally can't find out. You do both, and you figure it out. But
yeah, well,
if you're on the skinny side, it's easier to tell, because you will know if you have fat, because the fat is firm and your skin stays taut. But if you have water weight, your skin is very saggy and is very loose. It's very noticeable when you're skinny. But once you get bigger, you have both. It's just no doubt you have both. You got water weight and you got fat.
that way when people go on diets, they lose a lot of weight, like right off the bat. And then it
Yeah, they
goes
lose a
down.
lot of water weight.
I always feel bad. I've had several people over the years that are like fat that are like, oh, I started this new diet. I'm already down like 7 pounds. And I want to I want to say congratulations, but then another part of me knows that like, okay, well, it's like the first 7 pounds are like the easiest to lose, or the first 10 or 11 or whatever. But
Like,
then
I can
once
go
it
to the
slows-
sauna right now and lose 20 pounds. It's not really going to make a difference, because I'm
so,
going to
I mean,
gain
like-
that 20 pounds right back.
So I always feel bad. Like I never know what to say, because it's like I want to say good job, I guess, but then it's like, well, I also don't want to.
The best thing you can say is keep it up.
I guess. Well, I mean, like part of my brain knows that like, one, by the time they got that fat, like the average person. I said this earlier, but like I don't have a huge amount of faith in like the average, in humanity or whatever. But like by the time someone's like 100 pounds overweight, the odds, you always hear about that one person that just had an epiphany and they just decided to change their life and they turned their whole life around and they just put in all the work and they were just gung-ho about it. But the average, like, how many people, for every one person that does that, there's like 1,000 that just stay fat their whole life. And so, whenever someone tells me that, like, they're on this diet and they lost the first few pounds, I'm always like, you're probably one of the 999 if I had to guess. But obviously, I'm not going to, like, be rude and, like, tell them. I don't want to be like, like, pull a 7 of 9 and just be like, you will fail.
So here's my thing about that. if health industries, if weight loss industries, if, you know, the government were all like upfront and honest about what you need to be healthy, instead of just saying, oh, you can eat anything, then there would be a lot less fat people. But they're not. And that's the reason why we have fat people, is because people aren't honest.
I also have to be like honest about making sure that the food pyramid like more closely represents what people actually need to eat, and not
proteins and fats should be like the number one thing, not breads.
But I saw a thing where they're talking about it, and they basically said that the agriculture, like it's based on the agriculture. They're just like, the grain industry is massive, so they're going to tell you to eat lots of grain so the grain companies can get paid or whatever. It's not based at all on what people actually need, which is like supposed to be the whole point, is to tell people what they need.
Yep.
And most people don't give a shit. Like, most people don't look at how much shit is in their food to begin with. Most people don't even read the nutritional table as it is. So I don't think that thing, like, we already put the shit on it, but I mean, like, they didn't even put the amount of sugar on. They didn't put the percent until just a couple of years ago. But I mean, like, a lot of people think that like, if you just give people the facts, then they'll always behave rationally. The average person is always just going to do like what feels good, what they want, what gives them immediate pleasure.
No, if you tell people at a young age, if you raise them with these facts, 9 times out of 10, they will keep using them because they've known it all their life.
By the time they've been addicted to sugar and they're like 25 years old, they've already been addicted to sugar since they were like 5 years old. And
exactly.
At this point, odds of them breaking their sugar addiction or their carb addiction is so low at that point. So yeah, you're right. You got to get them when they're like really young. That's supposed to be the parents' job, but then like the parents aren't teaching them properly.
And that's because there's this big old faith in the modern school, which everybody knows sucks, and yet there's this big faith in modern schools, and I don't understand it. Why do we have faith in school? Why do we have faith in school at all?
I'll take it a step further and say, why do parents who claim to love their kids not take any interest in what their kids are being taught at these schools? So if you claim to love your kid and you're not putting any effort to find out what they're learning in school, then you should, your money, you know, if you say you love your kid, you should prove it, you should show it, you should act like it, actually put forth the effort to learning what, you know, what they're being taught. There's people that say, oh, I love my kids so much, I'll take a bullet for my kids. It's like, but you don't love them enough to give them a healthy diet, you know? And like a lot of people that are obese, there's like a high percentage of them that were obese since childhood, and they just stayed fat their whole life. And the first, early on in their life or whatever, they're eating like literally whatever the parent is giving them. It's like, if you love your kid, why don't you set them up to not have this giant challenge to like overcome, giant 20-year sugar addiction to break, giant, where now they have all this weight to lose. You're supposed to be like setting them up to be in a good position to enter the world.
I mean, I'm that obese child. I wasn't actually obese, but I was heavy.
I used to weigh more. I lost 30 pounds when I quit drinking soda.
And I mean, like, even now, I can tell you my weight and you'll tell me I'm obese, but I'm not. And I'm going to tell you what it is. I am 5'22". Anybody that hears that number would say I'm obese, but I'm not.
It depends on, I mean, if you were like 10 feet tall, then maybe not.
No, I'm 6'2".
It would depend on, I'm pretty sure that like, it depends on like your, like a person's like bone structure. Like if you have like a,
it depends on bone, it depends on your muscles. I lift a lot too.
My old roommate was like a weightlifter, and he had like muscles like on his muscles. Like he had muscles on his freaking eyeballs. He was considered like super morbidly obese or whatever, even though he wasn't. He wasn't.
But he's not morbidly obese. I can tell you that for a fact without even ever looking at him. He is not morbidly obese.
I mean, according to the BMI scale or whatever.
Because BMI is garbage. BMI is not how you gauge obesity at all. That is not even how you define obesity.
Shitty that it's so commonly used, and yet it's so like they're painting with such a broad brush.
No. So the definition of obesity is simple: 30% body fat. That's it. I don't have 30% body fat. I have 28.5% body fat.
Nowadays, they're using the BMI to determine if you're overweight or obese. If you're not, like, if you're more than 25, you're overweight. If it's more than 30, you're obese.
If you're looking at BMI, you're not educated on how to look at your weight.
So it's, yeah, I know, that's why it's so crazy that freaking doctors do it. People in the medical profession, like, that's the gold standard. Like, determining if a person's, like, obese or whatnot, because they charge you more. Like, you pay a higher insurance premium if you were, like, obese or whatever. They're assuming that your healthcare costs are going to be higher, so they charge you more. It's like, I can't believe that it's, like, so widely adopted, and it's, like, not, as far as I know, it's not being challenged. Nobody's like, challenging it to say, hey, this is kind of a fucked up thing that we're doing. Why is it so, it's adopted by, like, everyone? Everyone, like, in the medical profession or whatever, like, it's considered, like, fact. Like, it's not challenged at all. It's like, how did it become this thing that everybody goes by that's so inaccurate? It's so misleading. And it's the gold standard. Like, it blows my mind.
It's not even the gold standard. That's the point. Like, if you look at any scientific documents on what healthy weight is, the BMI scale is, like, one of the worst ones.
Well, I mean, it's just on. Why is it so? Like, it just blows my mind. That, like,
because it's a low hanging fruit that people pick on, and they don't actually do the research.
Well, it became the gold standard, even though it shouldn't be. It's so widely accepted, even though it should be widely criticized. And like how it's so low, it's so bad that you would think that it would have been gotten rid of like decades ago. Like it shouldn't even become as common as it has. For some reason, we just go along with it. With the food pyramid, we just go along with it. 300 grams of carbs, eat up, boys and girls. Jesus.
I mean, the whole health industry is a lot of low-hanging fruit, and people just go with that. It's calories in, calories out, right? No, that's not how it works, darling. That's 100% not true. Calories in, calories out is not how it's calculated. There's a lot more going on than just that.
The average person doesn't want to like look into it, so they're like, just give me like a one-sentence explanation, and that's all I got time for. And it also sucks because so many people believe in the calories in, calories out. They think that like, I don't know if you've ever been on I guess you have a bike or whatever, but there's people that'll go on like a treadmill or an elliptical, and they'll see how long they have to be on it to burn like 20 calories or whatever, and they're like, please, I have to be on this thing for like 7 hours to burn one bag of M&Ms, and then they'll just get discouraged and give up.
Yeah.
It's like, well, it just, you know. Like,
stop eating M&Ms, first of all.
So like every 5 minutes is like one Skittle that I can eat or whatever. So like it's not worth it. So I'm never gonna lose 100 pounds or whatever if that's the rate I have to go at. Yeah,
so if we look at calories in, calories out, for someone my size, I'm supposed to be having a maintained weight of something in the neighborhood of, I think it's 3,300 calories a day. Well, I can tell you right now, I typically eat about 1,500 to 1,800 calories a day. And I've been doing that for months. But I don't lose weight because I'm doing that. I'm not losing 1 pound because I'm doing that.
There's a lot more that goes into it than just like calories.
Yeah, because I've been eating roughly between 1,500 calories and 2,200 calories for the last 5 years. I'm in a unique position where I can say I've done that because I've been keeping track of it. Most people don't keep track of it.
Yeah. And most people that start keeping track of it, they realize that they were like vastly misestimating it. It's the same thing with the budget. If you go like, how much do you spend on such and such things? They'll be like, oh, probably about this much or whatever. Like then if you actually write down how much like you spend or whatever, it's like way more. Or like with smoking, if I had a nickel for every person that's like oh, I smoke like half a pack a day. Like one pack will last me 2 days. And I'm like, dude, I've watched you smoke like 8 in the last like 2 hours that we've been talking. Like people are bad at like estimating if you don't actually like keep track.
Yep.
So what is causing you? Why is your weight so high then?
So a lot of it is when I went into depression, I gained a lot of weight. This happened years ago, over 10 years ago. And I gained a lot of weight. I was just eating a lot of comfort food, packed on the weight.
One of the side effects of antidepressants is weight gain too, right?
Huh?
But the side effects of antidepressant medication is weight gain, right?
I never took antidepressants.
Oh.
I knew I was depressed, so I didn't eat them.
Yeah, that's a crazy concept too. If you fix the thing that's like fucking you up, then you know.
If you can identify a reason as to why you're depressed, you do not need medication.
Yeah, there's a lot of people don't realize that like if you're willing to like be honest with yourself and ask the questions, you'd be surprised how much you actually know. But you just don't like dig deep into your own head to excavate the answer, you know. Yeah, like a lot of people, if they're depressed for a reason, so if you address that reason, then you naturally like feel better because your life got better. You know, there's a lot of people out there, you know, if you're homeless or if something happened that made you depressed, it's like, well, being depressed is like natural based on what your life is like. Well, there's people that, you know, there was a point in my life where I was depressed. It's like, yeah, well, my life fucking sucked at the time. So being depressed was like, you should be depressed if your life sucks. And I pulled myself out of it, improved my situation, and I got better.
I mean, my whole depression phase, if I wasn't working at the warehouse, I would have never got out of it. But it was several years. It was a good 5-6 year period that I was depressed.
That's a long time.
It is what it is. When you lose someone that close to you, you just kind of go there.
Yeah, mine was only measured in months. I went through a really bad time, so I mean, to have that happen for years, like I couldn't even imagine what that must be like. But yeah, man.
About it, getting them tokens.
Yeah, once my life situation improved, it was basically it was kind of like all of it was kind of my own fault. It was just like not living well, just like not being smart. I wasn't prepared for adulthood like at all. No, I was like sheltered as a kid, and I wasn't like.
I have no idea about that. Have you been here the whole time, Valnek? Just AFK? But going back to what I was saying, before I went to my depression phase, I was lifting. I was working out like 4 to 5 times a week, easily. And hit that depression phase, stopped working out, stopped even exercising at all. I was eating a lot of pizza, eating a lot of ice cream, you know, just anything and everything that I really just wanted to eat. All the comfort foods you can think of.
How much weight did you gain?
About 150 pounds. I was always a big boy and always will be. Even if I lose every single ounce of fat that I have, I would still be 300 plus.
If you had a healthy amount of body fat, how much do you think you would weigh?
About 360.
Damn.
That's because I will always have muscle mass. I will never lose enough muscle mass to be below 300. Back in the day, when I was in my early 20s, I was weightlifting and getting to the point where I was trying out for World's Strongest Man. And I attempted to go in 2009. I attempted to go for World's Strongest Man back in 2009, and I busted out my knee. And about 6 months later, that's when Sarah died. So that's what fed into my depression. And I did that for years. And here I am today, trying to lose it all.
Was it like the kind of injury that you will never be able to go back and try again?
Never. We'll never ever lift the 1,500 pounds that I was lifting back then.
That's kind of a bummer. And there are certain endeavors that you could suffer an injury and you just can't do it anymore. You know? But I mean, hopefully you were aware of the risks, that there was a chance that it could happen. You know, our injuries with weightlifting it's a thing. So,
I mean,
hopefully you
as of now, I'm lifting 725, so I'm halfway there. Who knows? Maybe by the time I'm 80, I'll be able to do it.
Right. There's a point where you're gonna stop when you start approaching that, because if your knee blew out at 1,500,
no, I'll just keep going.
And just gonna keep pushing it until it breaks again.
Pretty much.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm not going as hard as I used to, so my body has way more time to recover. I mean, when I'm talking about way more time to recover, you got to think I was working out 5 times a week and I was lifting 5 times a week. I wasn't really giving my body enough time to recover.
Oh, well, there is a finite amount of weight that the joints can withstand before they'll tear off the bone or whatever, right? The ligaments, I always get tendons and ligaments mixed up. Like the shit will literally like come apart or whatever, right?
Ligaments are the attachment from bone to muscle. Ligaments are bone to bone.
Okay, yeah. I used to know that, but I forgot. I hadn't thought about it in a while. But there is a finite amount of weight that before the human body just physically will not be able to withstand that much weight, right?
Sure.
Like you just go up, you just keep going until you approach that limit, and then when you hit it, then you go, oh shit, can't lift anymore.
I mean, I've never heard of someone reaching that kind of a limit. Because your muscle just won't be able to even contract to be able to lift it anyway at some point.
I mean, isn't that what happens when you get injured? Lifted something that your body wasn't capable of lifting.
No, 9 times out of 10, the way that someone gets injured is because they're not using proper form. And the way that I got injured is I took a bad step, my knee popped out, went down with all the weight.
So if you wouldn't have had that weight on you, then that bad step or that bad motion on that knee would have had all that weight on top of it.
Exactly.
That's what fucked it up. Oh, okay.
So that's mostly how weightlifting injuries happen, is someone takes a bad step and they don't have good spotters. And I did not have good spotters that day because they should have saw that bad step and took the weight off my back. Oh. And they didn't. And
it never even occurred to me that the spotters need to like watch like the legs of the.
They need to watch the feet, not the legs, specifically the feet.
Yeah.
Because someone takes one slight off step, you need to take that weight and put it back on the rack.
I always thought that spotters were, I'm just a normie, but I always thought spotters were there to just like lift the weight. Now, if the person can't get it up, that way they don't actually like drop it on their neck or something if they're bench pressing.
I mean, that's the extreme case, sure, but no, they're supposed to be there to, if you start to have on bench pressing, since we started with that one, in bench pressing, if you have a muscle spasm before you even start to move that bar, they're supposed to pull that bar back and put it back on the rack. They're supposed to be looking at your muscles, seeing that they're contracting properly. But most spotters that you find in a normie gym don't even know that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a normie. I didn't freaking know it.
But yeah, I had two spotters and this was the Olympic gym. And they didn't even know that they're supposed to be looking at your feet to make sure you're not tripping. And that's what fed it. That specific fact fed into my depression more than anything else. Because it didn't matter how well I was going to do. One little tiny fuck up, and I had no backup support.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you put your faith in other people, there's a chance they'll let you down, That's just, that's a fact of life in general. But yeah, when the stakes are high like that, and especially when it's a person's job to pay attention, and they still don't do it, then yeah, goddamn, I'd be fucking pissed at them. Then, and we all take chances, like, we're all assuming that when you drive around, people are paying attention to the road, but I mean, there's no way to never put your faith in other people.
I mean, I do have to say that the owner of the gym did, without a doubt, do the right thing. He fired both of those spotters the next day.
I mean, given the situation, it's like, what else could he do?
Yeah, Pickles, I saw you were in a cutscene. That's why I went on.
I mean, it doesn't make your knee not injured, but, it's the least he could, that is the proper thing, I guess, for him to do in that case. But
because I'd known that gym owner for the longest time, and I know what the spotters actually have to go through with their training, and they are told, you need to look at this, you need to look at that, make sure they're doing this. I know the entire 9 yards of every little step that you're supposed to do as a spotter, and they just didn't do it. And I talked to them, and they were fired the next day.
I mean, that would have made me feel like a little bit better, but I still would have been, I don't know. If that would have happened to me, then I would make sure to not put myself in a position like that where one person not, where one lapse of paying attention, you're not paying attention for like one moment lead to something that catastrophic. I would try to.
That's why I don't do weight like that anymore. Like, I'll still go weightlift, but I'll do the machine press instead of the free press. The machine press, it's all me and the machine. So if I can't do it, I can just lock the machine and just get out of it. The free press, I can't do that. I have to have spotters. And also the machine press, in my opinion, is better for strength in general. It just doesn't help with auxiliary muscles as much as free press does. And honestly, auxiliary muscles, they're nice, but overall you don't need them. That's why they're auxiliary. And I'm just trying to weightlift to be weightlifting. I'm not really trying to get stronger.
I went to a gym for a while, and I don't know, something about, like, I did a fair amount of lifting. When I say lifting weights, I mean like a person who doesn't lift weights going for the first couple of times or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like I did it, but I just didn't I just didn't like enjoy it. I could tell it didn't take, you know, I tried to be like open-minded about it and tried it, you know, but it just, you know, I've met a couple, you know, like that one dude that was my roommate or whatever. You have to, in order to get to that level, you have to like legitimately love it. And I could tell right away that like I don't have like a knack for this where I'm not gonna end up loving it. So ended up not.
You're actually
sticking
wrong
with
about
it.
that. You do not have to love it to weightlift. I know
I mean,
a lot of people that don't.
I mean, like I could tell that I wasn't gonna like it enough to stick with it. So it's
They're
easier to
staying
stick
with it.
something
They're
you like.
staying with it only because other people are pushing them through.
Oh. I knew that I wasn't gonna like it enough to stick with it. So, I mean, that was one of the reasons I started going to yoga. Just because, like, I was like, well, let's try this, you know. And I tried it, and I ended up liking it way more than I thought I would, and that's what I ended up sticking with. So, people ask me about like what exercises do you do? I was like yoga and nothing else. They're like, what? You don't run? Because most people that do yoga, they like to do like other outdoor activities. A lot of them there's like runners.
Right.
People that there's runners, and then they do yoga to like stay stretched out and limber and shit, so they don't get injured while running. And so most other yogis or whatever, they like to do other outdoorsy shit, or they like the outdoors in general, and they like going on hikes.
I mean, you can just do planking and shit like that too.
Yeah.
I mean, it works on your muscle control, and it technically is better than weightlifting if you're not trying to increase how much you can lift. Like, it keeps your muscles refined.
And it's actually kind of funny. Yeah, speaking of which, yeah, there's been a couple, like over the years, I've seen a couple of dudes go in. It's kind of funny when you see like other men in the class, because it's like sometimes you get the, you know, I can't read their minds, but I do have a suspicion that there are probably guys that go with the intention of like picking up women or something, you know, and which you're just like, well, it's 90% women there, so that's where there's women or whatever. But like you could tell people where they're like muscle heads, like you could tell that they go to the gym or whatever. And what's funny about that is that those are the people who like 20 minutes into the practice, like, they can't like hold, like they're the ones that are like shaking like the soonest in the class, like they're struggling, just because like they have all this like bulk, like they look good, they have like, they call it muscles where like they're not functional, but like they make you look strong. So when it comes right down to it, it's like, well, what can you do with those muscles? Like there's like I've seen people where we have our hands over our heads, and like, you know, like arms stretched straight up over your head, and their hands are like shaking. They have all these arm muscles and shoulder muscles, and yet their muscles are so weak that they can't even support the weight of their own hands, and they're like struggling. So there is that little part of me that's like, all those muscles, and you're not even strong enough to lift your arms over your head. You know, and then you know, like men tend to have like you can tell that like the egos at play, like they're straining and trying hard, and they're shaking and quaking, like they're having their own personal earthquake. Like we do like side plank, and they're sitting here, they're looking at all these you know 120 pound women like not twitching and whatnot, and they're struggling, and they're like shaking, and they're trying so hard, like they don't want to quit. They don't want to like be the one to have to like let go of it or whatever. And like you can tell that like their ego's definitely like at play. They just don't want all these women to like show them up, you know. But it is kind of funny to see men get like that ego check.
They must not be doing a full workout. They definitely are skipping something.
There are,
because if I do yoga, I'm not gonna be twitching and shaking like that.
There's people that get muscles where they just want to look muscular, but they're not actually like. There's a term for it. I forget what the term is, but it's basically like superficial muscles, I think is the term. I don't know if
It's
that's a real
bulk
term.
muscle instead of lean muscle.
I've heard the term before, superficial muscles. So it's like where your muscles look big, but then
that's your California dream term for it. It's bulk muscle versus lean muscle.
Oh, gotcha. I've seen several men go in, and it's almost funny to like watch them, and then they're like, and then you know that like in their head, just like, I can't believe I can't do this. Look at all these people around me. It's like you don't get bulky doing yoga. You tend to get like, you get like longer, leaner like muscles or whatever. Like Like you're not gonna have like lumpy muscles doing yoga ever. You know, part of it is because mostly you don't. There is like some degree of weightlifting, but you're not like pushing. Like you're only using your body weight as the weight. You're never like lifting more than whatever body weight you put on yourself or whatever. You're never lifting more than that, so you're only gonna develop your muscles up to that point.
And for
So
me,
yeah,
the way that I stretch is basically you might as well say it's a yoga routine, but I don't get down on the mat and do it. I'm doing all the stand up stuff.
there's plenty of standing poses. There's basically like
Good night, Pickle.
Oh.
Have a good one.
There are some stretches where it's easier to do if you're like on the ground, like like IT stretches and shit. But yeah, like almost any pose that you do on the ground, you could do like a variation of it, not on the ground, except if it's something that you're like on all fours.
Yep.
If there's like a pose that you do like prone or supine, you could do that pose standing. But then, like if you're doing like certain poses, if you're doing like a twist, you can kind of like brace yourself against like the ground or whatever. But then you could do that standing up and use a wall instead to get that twist or whatever. But so yeah, I mean, everyone's got there's so many things you can do in life where if someone says, "Oh, I don't like weightlifting," okay, well then what about this? Or
So the twist that you're
I like
talking
gyms.
about, you can actually do with a medicine ball standing up. And I find that the medicine ball does it better.
I think I'm trying to think. I don't think I've ever used a medicine. I don't know, maybe like once. But I think the issue, like with me having scoliosis, like I gotta be careful when I do twists because like I don't want like when you're holding a medicine ball and you twist, you don't want like the momentum of that weight to like pull your twist like further than it can go. So that's why I never used that. I did think about trying a kettlebell and just fucking around with that. Joe Rogan's a big fan of that. Apparently kettlebell is like a good
Kettlebell and medicine ball, same thing.
Oh, I think a kettlebell is like a medicine ball, but it has like a handle. Right?
Yeah.
Instead of just like an actual ball.
Yep.
Yeah, just like lifting that like over your head and shit.
I mean, if
like really good.
Medicine balls are cheaper, that's the reason why I use medicine balls. I got the range between 10 and 50 pound. So I got the 10, the 15, 20, 25, all the way up to 50 pound. And if I'm at home, I do a medicine ball workout, and it's basically a kettlebell workout because it does the exact same motions, but one's a medicine ball, one's a kettlebell. Come here. And just to give you an idea, the 50-pound kettlebell is like $200 or something like that, and the 50-pound medicine ball I got in there was only like $80. Matter of fact, I want to look it up.
You don't do the twist with the 50-pound one, right? And when you twist, you have 50 pounds of momentum pulling your twist, right?
I do the 50-pound when I'm doing the squat and raise up. I use the 30-pound for the twist.
We do the squat and raise up sometimes, but we don't do it with weight. There was a class where they did it with weights, but I only went to that class once because I had off that day. It was a morning class. They only have the maximum weight was like 8 pounds. It was like nothing. So I was like holding. I was doing like 2 in each hand. So I was just like crisscrossing it, making like an X with them, and you can still kind of grab it. Even like the squat where you squat and then stand back up. There's people that have a hard time doing that without any weight. You know, like at a normal class, we don't do it with any weight, and there's still people that can't even do like one.
Really? Can't do one squat?
I mean, like a lot of times when you're new, we get a lot of like super beginners. We have beginner like there are like most of our classes are like all level, but we have all level of fitness that show up through the door. There's people that are in bad shape. There's people that are like super old and there's people that haven't worked out like once in their life that show up, and it's just something that's like more accessible. Versus, I don't know if they just feel more comfortable doing that than going to a gym, because then they don't have any like direction. At least like, like I can see the appeal of it, where it's just like, well, I just go to this yoga class and I just do what the person tells me. Some people, they're just like, just tell me what to do. But when you go to a gym, you don't have anyone telling you what to do. You can just leave whenever you want. You're not stuck in the class.
Well, you can get a trainer that tells you. Okay, so your
can't-
El Cheapo medicine ball is $60 for 50 pounds. Your El Cheapo kettlebell for 50 pounds is 150.
If it's 50 pounds, why would you need the more expensive one? 50 pounds is 50 pounds, no matter what it's made of, right?
Exactly.
It just means it'll get damaged. The cheaper one will probably get damaged if you hit it on something, if you chip it or something.
Well, the 50-pound medicine ball is usually rubber or the soft padding one, but the rubber lasts longer. And the kettlebell is just a flat-out steel kettlebell, usually.
Like, why would anyone buy the more expensive one when you just buy the cheap one?
Because it's a kettlebell, and then you need to do a kettlebell workout. It's such stupid shit, man.
I think some people would have, like, they feel more comfortable with the handle rather than like holding like a bowling ball shaped object, Maybe just feel like they're not going to drop it.
I mean,
the
only, and I mean this very specifically, the only reason I would say get a kettlebell over a medicine ball is if you only have one hand.
Oh.
Because you can do a lot more with a medicine ball than you can ever do with a kettlebell. Because with a medicine ball, you can throw that shit up in the air and catch it. With a kettlebell, you're going to hit yourself.
Yeah. I thought that they weren't designed to be, I thought you weren't supposed to I thought you were supposed to hold them. I thought you were supposed to do things while holding it, not throw it.
You can throw it. Absolutely, you can throw it.
Oh.
I actually take my 20-pound medicine ball, throw it up against the wall, and catch it over and over. And what it does is it increases your muscles in your forearm. It literally exercises the muscles in your forearm to catch and release like that. And it's one of the only ways to actually train the muscles in your forearms and your I forget what the muscles are and the ligaments and shit in your hand. It's literally the only ways to actually do that. Because when you're holding a kettlebell, your hand is all wrapped up around that kettlebell, so you can't move your hand. You're not increasing your strength in your hand doing that. But with a medicine ball, when you're releasing and then catching, you have to take that shock and impact every single time. So that shock and impact is what your hand is bracing against, and that's what helps you increase your strength in your hands.
It's actually weird. Like, for some reason, I don't know why, but I have like no fat in my forearms. So then, like, whenever people guess
too much masturbation.
It's both evenly before I started to finish it. But,
I just had to throw that one out there.
Yeah, people always misguess how much I weigh because the only skin they see is my forearms and my face or whatever. And I don't know, I just don't have any fat or muscle on my forearms. They're like super skinny.
You actually gain fat in your forearms last, so I'm not shocked.
Oh, I thought it was just weird.
No.
Oh, I thought you gained fat in like your forehead last. You ever see that? You ever see someone with a fat forehead? Your fucking body just like ran out of places to put the fat.
I mean, if you have a fat forehead, you're so fucking overweight that there's no help for you at that point. Go get some liposuction and call it a day at that point.
Yeah, I mean, one of my teachers, she was from Ukraine, and someone asked her about Americans and about like if there's fat people in Ukraine, and she's like, when I moved to America, I never seen such as fat people. There's just fat people, man. Like she'd never seen fat people like in her whole life.
Yeah, it's because we have zero, and I mean this in every term, we have zero healthy options everywhere. You go to like a gourmet restaurant, and guess what? You're going to get portions that are so fucking big that it makes it unhealthy. And it's just, it blows my mind how it doesn't matter what you go to, where you go, even if it's a healthy place and they say they're healthy and they tell you exactly everything that's in it and it looks all healthy and everything, and then you look at the calories and it's 2,000 calories for the meal.
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, that's not healthy. You can't eat something that caloric dense for one meal ever.
A lot of that, like, the portions are freaking crazy, and I don't know why, but for some reason, I always have to like be careful to not overeat. I don't know if I have like a large stomach, but for whatever reason, I can overeat like very easily. Like I used to like also like way more. In addition to having like the, I don't know, whatever composition to where I can gain weight if I overeat. I have that, and I can easily have the ability to like overeat. It seems like the amount of food it takes for me to feel satiated is like a lot. It's more than it ought to be. So I'm always having to like just be like, I have to try to like always like hopefully like try to like eat.
There's a trick to that. Have you ever heard of the 3-day fast?
I mean, there's any number of fasts. I've done a couple of fasts.
Okay. The 3-day fast is where you only take salt water for 3 days. And you're going to be hungry as fuck. But salt water is what nourishes your body to where, 1, you retain the water. 2, you get salt, which is amazing for your body. And 3, you're not eating. So everything that your body does during that 3-day time frame, it resets your body into identifying what it needs. And then after that 3-day fast, the first thing you're craving is probably going to be some meat. And then you go from there.
I've done a couple of fasts. Actually, it was crazy. I don't know if this is normal, but the hardest part about fasting for me is not the hunger. It's just breaking the habit of eating every couple of hours. It's just been like, oh, it's been 6 hours. I feel like I should eat. And once you enter a fast state, you're not hungry anymore. The first time it happened, it was freaking nuts. We had to do a 3-day fast as part of our yoga instructor training or whatever. I don't fucking know why. I was like, all right, fine, whatever. I went to bed hungry. I woke up not hungry. So I always thought that like hunger was like like you just get. I thought you were just gonna get hungrier and hungrier. I didn't even know at the time. Once you go into like a fast state, your hunger like goes away after a while.
Mm-hmm.
So I was actually not hungry the whole time. I was like, oh, I'm actually.
Once you enter a fasted state, that's when your body starts looking towards the fat in your body to sustain you.
Yeah, so it like the hunger wasn't even the thing that was like hard about it. What was hard about it was just breaking the habit of eating.
Yep.
So that's what the whole challenge was. So I don't know if that's...
And me personally, I only eat 1, maybe 2 meals a day.
I've been doing that for a while. Well, with me being super lazy, it works out because all you have to do is go to bed, wake up, don't eat breakfast, don't pack a lunch, and then go to work, and you come home and then you eat, and then you just repeat that. So I'm like, hey, I get to not, it's, for me it's easy because it involves not doing stuff. It involves not eating breakfast and then not packing a lunch. You get the 8 hours of sleep and then the 8 hours at work. So that's 16 hours right there. So I mean, you can cut. Actually, don't keep super close track, but I come home and eat, and then I don't eat again before bed. So I'm probably having like a approximately 3-hour eating window every day. So I'm technically getting like a 21-hour fast like every day. At this point, I've been doing. It's like effortless at this point.
I mean, routine is pretty much everything, honestly.
I don't know if this is true, but it seems that like once your body gets used to it, it's like it gets like easier to do. If your body like starts going into like a fast,
absolutely.
it seems to get easier and easier to like get into it because your body's like gets accustomed to it. Like I said, like
it's been. I ate somewhere around 10 this morning. So it's been 14 hours since I last ate. I'm not hungry.
It's weird that like we'll just go, oh, it's getting to be dinner time. I guess I'm getting hungry or whatever. But it kind of blew my mind, sort of, that like people, myself included, I started feeling like I needed to eat, even though I wasn't hungry. But just it's like, well, it's getting to be evening time to eat dinner or whatever.
Also,
Well,
your body will tell you when you're hungry.
Yeah.
Like, if
So
you're in a
like,
fasted state and then your stomach just starts bubbling and growling, you are hungry.
that's when you should actually, if you're doing like a prolonged fast, that's when you should actually break the fast, because now
Yeah.
your body is like running out of shit to run on.
Yep.
There's people that do fasts until their hunger returns, like on purpose. Like, I'm just not eating until I get hungry, and if it takes 2 weeks or 3 weeks.
No, you should not fast for 2 or 3 weeks. No.
There's people that do like all kinds of crazy stuff.
When you go beyond 3 or 4 days of fasting, that's when you can really fuck up your body.
Yeah.
3 day the 3-day fast is literally just to reset your body, to identify, so that your body can identify what your body needs. And then fasting for 18 hours a day, that's something that you should consider normal. But people don't.
There's people that eat like, they just eat like all throughout the day. Like
they gotta have breakfast, man. They gotta have that bacon, eggs, cheese, quadruple omelet. They gotta have that quadruple cheeseburger for lunch, and then they gotta have that 30-ounce steak for dinner. I mean, that's what the society has become right now, and that's just too much food. I've never ate that. I've been fat most of my life, and I have never ever ate that much food.
It's a lot, and a lot of it's like not nutrient dense like at all. So you're eating like empty. You gotta figure, like, if you eat that kind of diet, you're gonna be like massively nutrient deficient, and that's only one day. And then people live their whole lives like that.
Yep.
And they wonder why they're getting arthritis in their 30s.
I mean, the omelet for the beginning of it, the bacon, eggs, and ham omelet, perfectly fine as long as you don't have the cheese. The cheese is what actually kills that. But having all that meat for breakfast, perfectly fine as long as you don't fry it up with butter.
There's a lot of combinations of stuff. And I'm not like an expert in this area, but like part of the reason, like, I forget what it is, but it's like you don't want to eat carbs and proteins like at the same time. Is that correct?
Why?
When people talk about like steak and potatoes, like if you're gonna eat a steak, you should not eat it with a baked potato.
Why?
Well, I don't.
That makes no sense. That absolutely makes no sense.
That's why I don't know, but there's like certain combinations of food that you don't want to like eat in conjunction for some reason. But then the jury's out on what are good and bad combinations. I heard that eating protein and carbs in the same meal is bad for some reason, and if you're gonna eat protein and carbs, you should like separate them and not eat them at the same time.
So if you're going to like be a min-maxer and be a bodybuilder and shit like that, yes, that's a true fact. But if you're trying to just be a normal fucking person, none of that makes any sense. Because what you're talking about sounds like the bodybuilder, muscle builder routine where they will eat their proteins. They will eat all their carbs before they work out and then their proteins after. But that's literally a min-maxer type of thing, and people are not min-maxers on the overall scale.
Yeah, I think a lot of the advice, it's like too over people's heads. It's like advice is not gonna be like, it's not advice for every kind of person. You know, if it's for a specific kind of person.
Oh, I
you shouldn't
can
give it to
literally
everyone.
make the advice very simple for everybody. Eat more
I
meat,
mean,
eat less breads, and pasta, and anything that's white in general. And exercise for at least an hour a day. The end.
I mean,
And
that's
actually,
about it.
there's even theories to say that you only need to exercise for 15 minutes a day. And as long as you're getting some exercise, just get some exercise. Make sure it's at least 15, up to an hour. Do it every day.
Yeah. It's like there's so much conflicting advice and information about like diet that's why I think people they just kind of throw their hands up and they go, well, there's so much contradictory like advice or whatever, like are eggs healthy or are eggs not healthy, like this
Eggs are
person's a straight up
healthy.
doctor, they'll be like, this doctor says eggs are healthy, then this other doctor says eggs are not healthy, and if you eat one egg then you're gonna die or whatever. And so like people just can't parse through to determine like what's good or not.
You're
Just gonna fucking
100% correct, because I know exactly what you're talking about with eggs. Eggs were deemed unhealthy because they have a very high cholesterol content. Well, the genius that did that study didn't realize that the cholesterol that's in an egg doesn't actually translate to adding cholesterol to your body, because you actually metabolize it and shit it out.
It's a shame that a lot of the shit a lot of like the stuff that there was a famous scene where someone pulled a piece of like cholesterol out of like a heart artery with like, I don't know, some kind of medical device and held it up and it's like dangling, and then they just go, oh, there's cholesterol in that guy's arteries, therefore cholesterol is bad. And then everyone just runs with that narrative.
Cholesterol is literally the body trying to repair itself.
So everyone just runs with it, and then here we are in 2021, and then people still think that cholesterol is like bad, and that if you eat anything with cholesterol, you're gonna die. It's like, well, there's people that don't, there was a point where there was like no cholesterol like on the planet. Everything was cholesterol free, and yet people still had high cholesterol somehow. No, it's like, oh, it's almost like your body produces its own cholesterol or something. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, because cholesterol is literally your body trying to heal itself.
So people think that
cholesterol is not bad. It is when you have a really strong workout. If you check your cholesterol levels right after a really strong workout, it's going to be higher than your resting rate cholesterol, because your body is repairing itself to be stronger.
So it's a repair mechanism. So what keeps happening is that people have like inflammation, like they're in like the arteries of their heart, and then the cholesterol comes in to repair it, and eventually the longer the inflammation persists for, more and more cholesterol builds up to try to like put a band-aid on it, so to speak. And eventually it just accumulates until it physically blocks the blood flow.
And
if you, oh,
for some reason, we don't have this, amazing thing saying, hey, your cholesterol's high, go work out. Go for a walk. Go for an hour walk every day. Go for an hour ride every day. Go do something for an hour every day. Be physically active. Go lift some heavy objects for an hour every day. Do something.
Instead, they go, here, take this pill to lower your cholesterol.
Yeah, pills are killing people.
And then you make money off the sale of that drug, right?
Yeah. But yeah, that I completely hate the pharma industry, because they're just feeding into people not learning how to actually take care of themselves.
Do you think that stupid people deserve to be taken advantage of in that way, though? Or not? I mean, the information.
Are they stupid people?
I mean, like they're.
Or are they just not knowledgeable in that field?
Well, remaining ignorant on purpose instead of like, it's a choice at this point, right? The internet's been around for 20 plus years. So I mean, like at this point, like being willfully ignorant when you have the ability to like learn about it. I mean, could you?
Let me give you a scenario.
Point?
So, my name is. Let's just say it's Snoop Dogg, okay? I'm Snoop Dogg right now. I am dumb as a box of rocks, but I'm an amazing rapper and I can make a lot of money. All right. I don't know how to research and look up all this information you're talking about, but I can pay someone to just tell me what I need to do. But they're giving me wrong information. How do I know they're giving me wrong information? I don't.
You could learn how to determine who to trust and who not to. That's a skill in and of itself. Like, who do you trust?
But that
You
person
trust
that
the
I'm
doctor?
paying to tell me information is a very highly acclaimed doctor.
I mean, there was highly acclaimed doctors that said cigarettes were healthy at one point.
They are actually
I-
healthy for you. And the tobacco is actually healthy for you in small quantities, yes. But not cigarettes because of the pesticides that they put on tobacco. So if you have a cigar actually, if you have a little bit of cigar, like once a month, it's actually a little bit beneficial for you.
Like a third of a cigar.
No, I'm talking about a whole cigar once a month.
A
It
whole
actually,
cigar? Oh.
it's actually beneficial for you. But if you chain smoke it, totally bad for you. No
Are the
questions
benefits-
about that.
Oh. So the benefits of the tobacco offset the damage caused by physically inhaling smoke into your lungs?
Yeah.
So like one of those like
Because
net
if you
positive-
smoke it one time, the damage that caused to your lungs will get repaired by the next time you smoke the next one.
Oh.
Because you're not chain smoking. Chain smoking is what actually damages your lungs. If you smoke every once in a while, it will not damage your lungs. Now, you still have a chance of cancer, but the chances of getting cancer smoking once a month are statistically non-existent.
No. I mean, going back to your analogy, like, let's see how you can be too dumb to try to learn something. Do you actually want to learn it? Just depends. Like, I think, I don't know.
There's a point where someone is dumb enough to where they know they can't learn things, but they know that they can't learn things, so they get other people to help them. I fully understand that concept, and you can't fault those people for falling into the traps.
They should know at this point that the pharmaceutical industry is totally fucked up.
And they might fully well know that, but they're still going to go to the experts and try to get the information from the experts.
The experts have a financial incentive to sell you a drug, so they're obviously
exactly.
I think that if you're, I don't know, like it's hard. Like there are people that are too dumb to even come to that level. If you're too dumb to come to that level, and hopefully you come across someone that will explain it to you and get you to understand it, you know.
What it comes down to is we have a society that is fully embraced into a concept that just does not work for health and nutrition. And it's been proven in every single metric across the board that America's health system, like what we teach kids in school of what's healthy and what's not, it doesn't work. It hasn't worked for 40, 50 years, something like that now. And America just keeps getting fatter because of it. And you can also even go back and look at high fructose corn syrup specifically and what countries have it banned and compare obesity rates between those countries. And you'll see why America is bad because of high fructose corn syrup. It's very stark, the difference.
Yeah, I think it's funny how like I think the statistics on that are really interesting because like you can actually track like something like that. You can actually look at it and go, okay, high fructose corn syrup like entered the market, and then boom, there goes the obesity rates or whatever. There's so much conflicting information about like the Mediterranean diet, the paleo diet, or whatever. There's cultures all around the world eating wide varieties of all different kinds of diets they're all still living full, healthy lives. But no matter who you decide to listen to on what kind of diet to eat, pretty much everyone agrees that the Western American diet is like the shittiest, worstest like kind of diet to eat. Even if you don't know the protein to carb to fat ratio or whatever, or you don't know if you should eat this or eat too much of this or less of this or whatever, just anything that's part of the Western diet, you just get rid of that. And, you know, if you want to be a super normie about it, like that's the bare, if you want to just take that bare minimum step, that'll put you a head and shoulders above the average person that's just living off the Western American diet. So actually, something I thought that I heard recently, there's a theory that I hadn't heard before that I think is kind of interesting. Part of the reason why there's so much conflicting information about like the effects that food have on our bodies and stuff, and how much stuff you should eat.
Paid research.
Like, there's so much research that like seems to conflict. Like there's one study that says this, and another study.
It's
like,
literally, I can break that down super simple. It's paid research.
I mean,
paid
like,
research does that every time.
Yeah, well, paid research is always gonna get the result that they paid.
That's how aspartame got approved by the FDA, is paid research.
I mean, like, even in terms of like which kinds of food items a person should eat, the theory is that because our ancestors were from like different parts of the world, and like certain people's bodies, if your ancestry was like better adapted, or like if they ate a certain kind of diet, and that person's like body is like adapted to that diet, or then the descendants, like they still have that like predisposition where if they to where like their body like responds better to that kind of diet. Like the meat diet, there are people that have tried the meat diet that had like bad like effects from it, but then there's people that had like super good effects from it.
It depends on. So the meat diet, a lot of people do it wrong. Just flat out, they do it completely wrong, and that's because one, they don't listen to the body. Two, they don't do lamb. They do like pork chops, or they do beef.
Some say you couldn't
And
take a step without stumbling over
it's
a
just
body.
when you do the wrong things in it, you can get some horrible effects. Really horrible effects. Like, I'm talking even up to very harsh nerve stuff that happens.
Our forebears
So you have to
were
know
once
what you're doing before you
strangers
go
in
into it.
Twelveswood.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just use that like
Fearful
as
of
an
the
example,
green
to where
wrath,
like
they hid
people can
themselves
eat
in the
the same
dark
thing, but then
recesses
have
of the
different like
earth.
blood work. Their blood work will come
Yet they
out different.
dreamed of
One
basking in
person's
the
like
dappled
triglycerides would be
sunlight
like
of the forest.
at an unhealthy level or whatever. But because like their ancestors like are better adapted to eat a specific
Through
diet
great
because that's what
effort,
they ate
they proved
for
their
bajillions
worth
of years
to
or
the
whatever.
elementals.
Where this other person
and
had
were
this
granted
different
a
diet
place
where their
beneath
bodies
the
are more
boughs.
adapted to that diet.
So it was that
Obviously,
Gridania
like
was
we don't
born
know
some 5
what-
centuries
So-
ago.
What that's coming down to is if you're coastal Asian or Pacific Islander, more than likely a fish diet would be good for you. And if you're African or European, typically a meat diet's going to be good for you. If you look at the location of where the origin of your race came from, that's typically the type of diet that's going to be really good for you, because that's what your ancestors used to eat.
Do you think that there is some weight to that theory?
Yeah,
That or some like
absolutely.
Oh. But at this point, though, it's like our genetics have been like blended down so much to where it's like, you know, you're 1% this and 5% this and
Working
8%
hand
this.
in hand.
I mean, there's so many
the
combinations
Ellison
of
settlers
different things
sowed
that's
the
why
seeds of our
different people
civilization.
can, you know,
And
like
soon,
vegan, for
they were
example. There's some people
joined
that
by
eat
folk
vegan
of
and they feel
all
like shit, and then there's
races.
people that eat vegan and they feel great. And then there's people that eat
So
vegan and they
nourished
feel
by the
great, and then
waters
they get
of
their blood work
unity
done, and it's like
and
their blood work
blessed
is
by
like
the
super
light of the
shitty,
matron,
even though they feel good and
Gridania
they think they're
flourished
listening to
into
their
the
body.
great
It's
nation
like, yeah, well, you don't
it is
know
today.
if your cells are starving on like a cellular level.
First of all, if you're eating vegan, you're just not being a human.
Yeah, I mean,
Because humans are literally carnivores. They're opportunistic carnivores. It doesn't matter where you are from across the globe. They have tested this. You are an opportunistic carnivore. Your acidic acid in your stomach is slightly above scavenger level, which means that you eat meat and you sometimes eat other stuff, but you prefer meat. Otherwise, we would have 2 or 3 stomachs like a cow, and we would just have all veggies all the time.
But you wouldn't have to cook the veggies to like unlock the nutrients and shit.
Right.
I mean, you gotta figure before agriculture was invented,
hanging behind the elder seeds
like
here.
eating random shit and hunting was like the only like killing and eating animals was like the only way that. So I mean, every human. Go back far enough. Every human at one point was like killing animals, so we all come from that.
Yeah, animals and berries and fruit. That's basically what everybody ate. Maybe you might have some roots here and there, but animals, berries, and fruit. That primary source of all your nutrients back in the day. And I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of years ago, back in the hunter-gathering days, when that's all we could do. Before agriculture, before any of that. It was meat, berries, fruit.
In
Oh, yeah.
accordance with the will
Must
of the
have been the days, man.
elementals, we have embraced a life of peace.
Eat berries, fruit.
Alas,
Fucking.
our
I saw this
neighbors have
thing
not
where
always
they went
sought
to
the
like, it was
same
like
for
one of the last
themselves.
remaining like full-on straight
Though
up
we
hunter-gatherer
Gridanians have
tribes.
no love for
And
war,
they
we
asked
have
them,
still
and
less
they were,
for
you know, they were
those who
just
would
trying to
threaten our way of life.
just chatting with them with the camera crew or whatever.
Ever have we
They were
fought
like,
to protect
so what
the
makes you happy?
sanctity of the 12's
He
wood.
goes, meat. He goes, what makes you sad? He goes,
Not having meat.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said. Like, so, and then he was
When
like,
the Garlean Empire brought its
like,
war
he
of
just asking all these
conquest
people,
to
they got like a
Eorzea,
one-track mind.
we rallied
And
under the
basically, they're
noble
like,
standard of the Twin
what else makes
Adder
you happy?
that
They're
we
like,
might
honey.
push back the encroaching
That's like their only
darkness.
source of like anything sweet, because meat doesn't
And
have
it
like
was
sweetness,
we
so
who
like they
prepared the ground
like
for
it's
the
like
reformation
a rare
of the
thing where they
Eorzean
actually
alliance,
have something
that
that's
all the
tastes sweet to
peoples
them.
of this realm might
then they were like,
stand united
so
against
what
the
happens when you
common
die?
threat.
Then the guy just goes, we dig a hole and we put their body in it and we cover it back up. And I was sitting there going like, technically that's the answer, but that wasn't the intention of that question. He was trying to get them to ask about, he was trying to get them to talk about what they think happens in terms of like the afterlife. The way he worded the question, is a language barrier. He's like, what happens when you die? And it's like, we dig a hole and we put your body in it and we cover it up, That's all they
5
thought.
years ago,
They never thought
the
like beyond
Alliance
that.
met
Like,
the armies of
what
the
could happen
Empire
after that,
upon the fields of Cartano.
I mean, what else do you expect to happen after you die?
Yeah.
You get buried.
It just cracked me up. Well, when they said what happens when you die,
It would prove the bloodiest
meant
battle
what
in
happens
recent
to the
memory.
person's body when it dies.
Countless Gridanian lives were
they were
lost.
just thinking in terms of like, well, we bury
As
the body
Supreme
and
Commander
go
of the
about our
Order
day or
of the
whatever.
Twin Adder,
They were referring
ever
to
shall
like
I
what
bear
happens
the
to
weight
the
of our
person who's
people's
dead.
sacrifice.
Happens to like the person's like they were trying to see if they believed in like the spirit
Alas,
like
their loss
inhabits
was
the
not the
fucking
only
forest or
tragedy
whatever,
to
floats
befall
around
us
or
that
whatever.
day. For soon came the calamity.
People that think that and it takes like I forget how long they said, but there's people that keep the body like when someone like
constant
like
reminder
this
of
person
its
said that like his
violence.
wife died in the
Our
hospital,
lives have been
and then after she
irrevocably
died,
changed.
he put
Each
the body
waking
in the
hour,
car,
a
drove the
struggle
body
to
home,
survive.
and kept the body in the house for like a week. And the theory
Driven to
is,
desperation,
or whatever, like,
some among
know
us
what
have
he said
strayed
his
from the
belief,
path
like,
of
what the name of
righteousness,
his belief was.
resorting to
But
banditry,
she
poaching,
said it takes
and
like
other
it takes like 6 days
unconscionable
for the
deeds.
soul to like do its thing or whatever. And if it's in an unfamiliar environment, then the soul can get like confused or afraid or whatever. So having it in familiar surroundings
To
helps
compound
the
our
transition
woes,
or whatever. And
the
like,
Ixal have returned in force,
okay,
emboldened by our sons.
Yeah,
it's just plausible.
that sounds
test our
weird to me,
defenses
but
not without
sure.
cease, and
It's
prey
just,
upon
it's
the
just as
vulnerable.
plausible as any other theory about what happens when we die. So I can't knock it. It's like there's people that think all kinds of things or all kinds of not things, and it's like, well, they all have equal probability. I mean, I don't know.
I just believe we're in a simulation and nothing happens when we die, except we go into a new little baby.
Oh yeah, the old Elon Musk. I don't know if you heard his thing. He said that Elon Musk believes in simulation theory. He goes,
So
he
beleaguered
thinks
from
that the odds
within
that we are
and
not in a
without,
simulation
it is of
like
little
1
wonder
in
that our
billions.
unity now
Yeah.
falters.
And I'm just
Dark
like, and he made the
times are
case. It was like a
upon us.
3-minute video. He
Time
laid
was
it
a
out.
man could
He
walk
did it pretty
upon the
convincing.
without
He
fear.
laid it out pretty convincingly. He's thought it through,
On
and
this
he's a
day,
smart dude.
5 years ago,
In terms of like
countless
deciding who to believe
Eorzeans
or whatever,
laid down
like
their
you know,
lives that
I'll
we might
happily
behold
defer to someone
another
who's
dawn.
smarter than me if it's
Please
obvious that they're
join
smarter
with
than
me
me.
in honoring their memory.
And he definitely put a lot of thought into it, and that's the conclusion he came from. And it's like, well, I'm not all in on that, but I'll
And
add
how
it
do
to
you
the pile
propose
of
to honor the memory of those you cannot remember,
plausible
pray tell?
things or whatever. I mean, it's silly how people can be sure that something happens when you die. It's like, well, you never died, so you don't know. No,
The
but
destruction wrought by the
it's just as
calamity
plausible as anything
was
else.
indiscriminate. It dealt
I
death
mean,
to Eorzean and
when it comes
Guardian
to
alike.
life after death, there's many, many, many theories behind it. We already know that our brains work in like the 6th or 7th dimension, something like that. And people have identified that maybe when we die that our brain goes back to that dimension.
Yet while we have labored to
There's
rebuild
so
our
many
homes,
things that
to
could be going
rebuild our
on. And
lives,
there's no
Empire
way
has
that
set
we can
about
actually,
raising steel
at this point in
fortresses
time,
here
even
in the
begin to
Twelveswood.
really identify what could be happening.
That sucks.
Let
And
none
as far
be
as I know,
mistaken.
like if we put
The Garleans
like,
remain
all
the
our
greatest
effort,
threat
all of
to
our,
our
scientific
survival.
effort into it,
If
we can
we
actually
are to
like start
stand
perhaps
against
making
them,
progress.
we must
like,
remember
learning
what
it,
it
but
is
instead,
to be united.
We're like, as far as I can tell, like there's not like a huge effort
Our many troubles
made,
blind us to the
like
woes of
determine
our
that. It's
fellow
like, well,
man.
maybe there ought to be since we're
Thence
all gonna
is
die.
harmony lost.
Right.
Yet
I heard
harmony
the theory
is the
where there's
founding
like,
principle of
your
Britannia.
consciousness energy doesn't.
We
It
are
doesn't,
gathered
like, you won't
here
actually
to
die
honor the
because energy
fallen.
cannot be destroyed. It can only be transferred. It's like,
So
okay, well,
I think
that's
it
the theory,
was
but it's like,
Ender's Game, the Ender's Games series, where they brought up the whole extra dimensional being theory, where when a life is born, it takes a extra dimensional being to inhabit that life to actually give it a soul so it can live.
I mean, that theory's in the pile of things that might happen. I think that
The reason why I bring that one up is I think it's Ender's Shadow. There's an AI that becomes an AI because it was so the extra dimensional being decided to inhabit the AI that spanned across the universe. And that's the reason why it could actually expand across the universe instead of being trapped on Earth.
I mean, we're developing AI right now. I mean, if someone believes that is possible,
Let
then
them
is
be
it possible
honored,
that
not
someday on
only in
Earth
word and
we'll
thought,
develop an AI
but
that's
through
so advanced
concerted
that a soul
action.
will inhabit it?
I bid you join hands
Yeah.
with me once more.
If you follow that
beneath
theory,
the
yes.
Twin Adder standard.
That'd be crazy. And then how would you even know if it did? You can't go,
And
hey AI, do you
together,
have a soul? And they're
let
like,
us
I
heal the
think I do.
forest's wounds,
Like, well, how
that
would we
our
prove that they do or
progeny
not?
might
We
live
wouldn't
in
know.
harmony
I mean, how would
beneath
we
these
prove that we have
ancient
souls?
For
That we can't
serenity,
even
can't.
prove that we have souls.
purity,
So how would we,
and
if there was a computer that
sanctity.
was insisting that it had a
We
soul,
must think of the children.
like we don't
Woods
know.
will be
Like,
done.
how
It's
would
up
we
to
take it?
us to
We couldn't
protect
just
the
take our
All
word
the
for it, but-
elementals!
I mean, once you get to a point, it's just magic mumbo jumbo. And until we sufficiently advance our science and technology, it's going to be magic. Because
Yeah,
anything
magic
that we don't know is magic.
Science is, magic is just science we don't understand yet.
Exactly.
We don't even know how to test if we have a soul, so we're not going to be able to test if an AI has a soul.
Exactly.
And there's so many people that are just like there can't just be nothing. There's no way. You can't just die and then nothing happens. It's like,
It's like the old European maps
Alfie, no.
that had when they didn't know where something was, they would just be like, there be dragons, and that's what they would put on the map.
Oh.
So it just feeds into what you don't know, and you gotta fill it in with something.
Yeah.
You can't just leave it blank. You gotta acknowledge that it's there.
Yeah. I mean, back in the day, people didn't know it caused thunderstorms, so they're like, Thor is the god, he's the lightning god. And
Yep.
They didn't know it causes tidal waves. So like,
that you were a
Poseidon,
traveler.
the ocean god, he makes the waves.
You might call us students of history, sampling the realm's remembrances.
It's actually weird. My roommate, that dude I told you about, the bodybuilder guy, he was actually a... Jeez, I forget what religion he was, or I don't even know if he was actually in it, or if he was just kind of ironically in it, but he was like Celtic. Like, he was like one of those like Odin people. Like, I don't know if he actually believed in Odin, or if he just like kind of said it like as a joke, but like, he was one of those... one of those like Odin like people. I don't know if you ever met an Odin person, but just people that believe I don't know if it's Norse or whatever. I don't keep track of which mythology goes with which god or whatever. I always get the Greek and the Norse and there's one other main one mixed up.
Thor is Norse, Zeus is Greek.
Yeah, Greek is the other one. Yeah, I don't keep track of which gods go with which mythology, but he like legit like, yeah, I mean, seemingly believed in Odin. I was like, oh. So yeah, I mean, you know, there's people that are just like something has to happen when you die, right? I just refuse to believe nothing happens when you die. It's like, yeah, but that might be the case, you know, because you don't want something to not, just because you don't want it to not be doesn't mean that it's not, just because you don't want it to be. It does kind of suck that like when we die, that like our body shuts down and then we just go with it. It's like kind of throwing out the baby with the bathwater, you know. Like,
yeah, I don't even look at it like that. I don't care what happens after I die. What I care about is what can I do to help human race become better for the future. Because that's ultimately what it is. What is your contribution to the human race? And if you're not thinking in those terms, you're not thinking about anything that actually matters.
So you're not curious about like the future?
No, it's the future. The future is going to happen. You can't change the future. It's just going to happen.
You can still be curious, right?
I'll entertain theories, but it's not like I'm going to actively go seek it out.
No. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I think there's a big hole in the theory of energy cannot be destroyed; it can only be transferred to people. I've met a couple of those people. I think the issue with that theory is, okay, so your energy needs to have like our brain is sort of like an antenna, sort of. If our body doesn't exist, we don't have consciousness. Like, without our brain, we don't have consciousness. If you can damage a person's brain and affect their consciousness. So we know that like the consciousness and the brain are related in some way. So if you don't, like, what's the point of existing? You would just be like, well, your energy just disperses into the universe or whatever. It's like, well, if you don't have consciousness, then what's the point of existing? If you're going to exist as energy, but without consciousness, how is that any better than just dying and then nothing happens? You know, and then, you know, like they want the, like most beliefs about what happens when you die, it's that you're not actually dead, like some part of you still exists.
Galleons at
Like,
another
what's the point of
mountain
existing if you don't
altogether.
have consciousness? You're just gonna float in space or whatever. Your energy is just gonna dissipate into the universe. Well, who fucking cares if you're not conscious?
I mean, when people talk about that, they typically the next step that they go for is ghosts. And they say you manifest as a ghost. That's usually the conversation that I hear on that. or they'll start talking about the elves,
Brothers and sisters
the
of the
robo
sea,
elves or whatever the fuck they're
hearken
called,
unto me.
or the purple
Look upon
lady.
this, our mighty crimson standard.
And I mean,
Go on.
And
I haven't
tell
heard
me
any of
your
those.
hearts do not
Oh, really?
swell with pride.
So
I thought it was like, I thought you were making like a reference to like a TV show.
no,
No, there was an episode.
no,
there was
this
an episode of
is
Rick and Morty where
legit
they're talking
stuff.
About the elves.
So the robo elves and the purple lady are all DMT related. There have been multiple studies across the entire world with different people from different countries all reporting the exact same scenario, where they meet these elf-like creatures when they're under this big trip. Yo, RPG Streams with the raid. What up, yo?
700 summers have come and gone since our forefathers first ran aground in this fertile bay.
Welcome, welcome, Raiders. Vidya fam, welcome to the stream. RPG Streams, welcome to the stream.
In that time,
We're talking about
Mother of Oceans,
all topics tonight.
Lominsa has grown
Me and Lumi
from
here.
humble fishing village to uncontested ruler of the 5 seas and beyond.
And I'm also trying to listen to a thing. Yes, it's Crab Raid. You know what's up, Vidya fam.
Anyway, go on.
Okay, so
There's a purple lady, and then
It is a rather
something, or
stirring
what?
standard, I must
okay,
say.
so I've only heard about the purple lady on 2 different scenarios. Both of those are recently. Doomsby, thank you for the follow. So the purple lady I'm not too familiar with, but I think it's Michaela Peterson, she brought that up and said that she had the purple lady DMT trip, and I wanted to dive into that one more because she says she had that, and along with like 5 other people, and I wanted to dive into that one more, see what it's about. I haven't done a lot of research on that. But the elves have been widely researched by multiple countries, multiple people, different walks of life, different types of people. Like we're talking about Chinese people. We're talking about people from different countries in Europe. We're talking about people from Africa. I mean, people all over the world. Definitely in America. There's been multiple studies here in America. But all of these people have all had the same type of trip where they see these elf-like creature that they can't really interact with, but they can see, and they're trying to communicate, but they can't communicate because they can't talk. And I just find it weird that you can find people all around the freaking world having the same type of what do you call it? It's because
when different people all around the world have the same experience, it typically it's more credible that way.
I'm trying to think of what the word is,
So
but
many
it's like synchronized
people
swimming.
corroborating it.
You know what I'm saying? It's like synchronized swimming. That's the only thing I can think of at the moment. But it's just weird that all the people all around the world have the same exact thing, and it kind of makes me want to try DMT just to see what happens, you know? But
I mean, of all the things you could possibly see, what are the odds that so many people would see the same thing?
exactly.
Oh.
And that's why it's so interesting. Is that so many people get this exact same scenario, and they all say the same stuff. It's like, what's really going on there?
The crimson
there's a
field is
similar
meant
thing
to
with
signify the blood
DXM.
of
I don't know if
fallen
you heard of
crewmates,
DXM.
while the black
There's
longship
been a lot of
represents a
reports of
pirate
people
vessel.
contacting some sort of like higher entity, and they say that the entity is sort of like based on, if the person is an atheist, then it typically is either like an alien or like robotic in nature. Then if they're like a
When the
Christian, then
Guardian
it's some sort of like
Empire
angelic
marched upon
creature.
Eorzea, we
Or if
assembled
it's like
beneath
some other
the
religion, then
Maelstrom
they'll have
standard,
something where it's
and
like
our
related to
grand
like that
company
religion.
was
But then
reborn.
that could very well
So-
be because the being that's contacted him, it could just be taking a different form, or it's because the person, that's what they believe in, that's what they see, in which case it would just be the drug. causing them to see something that they already believe in. It's the fact that they're contacted by some kind of like higher intelligence or some kind of higher being. That contact is the experience that so many people have reported, and in addition, communicates with them, like telepathically or whatever, for lack of a better way to say it, and it like tells them. There's been a bunch of people that said that it told them that they were going to die.
From the
and at
Knights
that
of the
moment,
Barracuda to
the people
Hilfier's
say that
bloody
whenever the creature
executioners.
tells them that,
Together,
they're like
we
not
met
afraid of
our
death at that
would-be
moment.
conquerors
And
upon
part of the
the
reason is
field
because
of
they're so
Cartano.
like disassociated on the drug that they're not even like aware that they have a body. So at that moment, they're not afraid of losing their body and their life because at that moment they don't have a body. I don't know if you've ever used a dissociative drug, but in high doses, it actually separates you like from your body to where you don't even know that you have a body. And it's actually one of the things that I think is it's difficult in terms, it's challenging. Like there's people that say, "Oh, I had a bad trip," but then there's other people that say there are no bad trips. There's just difficult trips. There's challenging trips. But just coming back.
Oh, no worries, RPG stream. Go to sleep, man.
It's late. I'm gonna have to go here pretty soon too. I gotta be doing at 8. But there's people that when you disassociate with your body to where you completely like lose sense of your body or whatever, when you come back as the drug wears off, if like you become like you kind of come back into your body, you sort of have like a newfound appreciation for all the things that you take for granted. It's sort of like a reset. They say that DMT is also like a reset, where it's a break in the pattern that we all live our lives in all these patterns, these thought patterns, these behavioral patterns. It's like a reset, and then that's why it's so beneficial, because it breaks the pattern. It lets you like really like assess, why am I doing things this way? Why am I acting this way? Why am I doing this instead of this? Why am I not doing this when I should be doing this?
Yep.
That
does sound super beneficial, because a lot of people don't question their stuff.
Yeah, so I mean, even things like when you come back into your body after disassociating from it, like you realize you just appreciate like everything like all over again, and it's good to just like revisit those feelings of just appreciating things that we take for granted, because you can't appreciate things until you like don't have it. It's almost impossible to not take things for granted that you have all the time. It's just natural to just take it for granted naturally. Like everyone takes their health for granted until they're sick. Everyone takes their health for granted until they're dying, or they take you take something for granted. Anything you take it for granted until you don't have it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, 100%. All the way across the board there.
I've never tried DMT. It would be cool, but I don't think I know anybody that I trust enough in real life to.
I will never try it, just for the simple fact I don't like anything messing with my mind. Like the hardest I do in booze wise is beer, and that's because I know even if I try to get drunk on beer, I will never be fully drunk. I'm more likely to go puke up beer before I get drunk.
I try to get drunk off beer. I can't do it. The only reason I would drink beer, I haven't drank beer in a long time, but the only reason I used to drink beer is if I got like a buzz going off of like vodka, and then I would just drink beer to like keep the buzz going. You just keep doing shots or whatever, you'll go like way overboard.
Like, you'll start hearing me slur words once I'm like 3 or 4 beers in. But I'm talking about 3 or 4 beers in an hour. And that's the most that I can drink in beer in an hour is 4 beers. I cannot do more than that.
So full. I don't know how people do it. They just pound them back or whatever. Like, how is your stomach not completely full of bubbles?
No idea.
I don't know. And you just burp up all the bubbles.
Like, I have seen my buddy down an entire 12-pack of beer in an hour, and I'm just like, where did it go, bro? Say, I don't know. What?
I've known a couple of beer drinkers, and I'm sitting around like, why not just buy like vodka? Like in terms of like value for like drunkenness, you know, if you're drinking a 12-pack every day, probably like you're at that point where you might as well just say fuck it and just start drinking vodka, because beer is like expensive compared to like hard liquor, you know.
Yeah.
In terms of like how much alcohol you get for your buck.
Like you can get a good cheap ass gallon bottle of vodka and dilute that shit to where it's beer level, and it's pennies on the dollar. I think it's something like 15 cents on the dollar.
Yeah, you can get like you can get enough to kill yourself 5 times over off of like $12.
Yeah.
You know, like you can get like 60 shots worth for just like for hardly anything.
But people don't look at it in those terms.
I've met some people that legitimately like the taste of beer. They drink it for the taste in addition to getting drunk.
Oh, I do.
They actually like it. It's like
I love Blue Moon. And I love Guinness.
Actually, you know what? Guinness, and they had some sort of like dark variety or whatever. I don't know if it was a limited time thing or whatever. That was the only kind of beer that I actually kind of liked. Any other kind of beer, it all just tastes.
You're talking about the extra dark that they have in the wintertime?
I think that's what it came in, like a pure black can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the extra dark.
That I sort of like. Like for me, drinking beer was always just a means to an end. I never drank it because I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I actually like Guinness and I like Blue Moon. I like the taste of them.
It all just tastes like beer to me. I just don't like beer flavor in general, I guess. So they're like, here, this one's more nutty, and this one is like more like smoky or whatever. Like, I don't even know what that shit means. It all tastes like shit.
So you would probably be a really good wine person to go taste different wines. Because if you don't like beer, wine is probably your next go-to.
Yeah, wine's pretty good. Well, I don't really drink that much anymore, but I used to. There was one time I got one of those like 5 liter. What was it, like the box wine? How many liters are in that? Like 3. I forget how many that was. I got one of those ones and I drank the whole thing in like 2 days.
That day, the world bore witness to the united strength
I
of
just drink
Limsa
vodka.
Lominsa.
Whenever I drink, it's just straight vodka. Actually, one of the perks at work, back when I worked at Taco Bell, man, it was crazy. You would think that I was an alcoholic for how much I drank. Basically, it was like part of my morning routine where I would just like wake up, eat a bowl of cereal, take a shower, jack off, you know, brush my teeth, get in the car, drive to the liquor store, buy a half pint of vodka, pull into the parking lot, slam the entire bottle of vodka, and then go into work. And then it's about 7.5 shots worth. And then by the time I was done with my shift, I was legal to drive home. I did that like 5 days. You know, I did that every day for like a year. And the reason I did it is because I didn't. I was never that much of a marijuana smoker. And I quit using DXM. I used to use DXM at work, not large amounts to get like to disassociate, but you know, in small doses, you just get like high. And
weed is why I actually hate any kind of thing that messes with my mind, because I got contact high, and I fucking hated it. I fucking hated it.
I've had mixed experiences with weed. I'm like a one-hitter quitter. I take like, whenever I smoke weed now, I take like a quarter of a hit. Then like 2 hours later, I'll take like another quarter of a hit. It's easy to go like overboard. Like a lot of people, if you smoke the weed that if your buddy's a stoner and he gives you a hit of his weed, you take a hit of it, you might have a bad experience with it. But weed was like the one drug that I didn't use at work. Like I used a wide variety of drugs at work. But when I worked at Taco Bell, but weed was the one that I didn't like to do because it actually affected my work performance. That was like the one drug that I did that whenever I would use it, I was like not as good at my job because I would make like a bean burrito and 2 tacos and a chicken quesadilla, and I'd be like, did I make the bean burrito? Like I would lose track of like what I was doing. Like the short-term memory thing was like, it was so bad. Like I was constantly like forgetting what I made and forgetting Like, if I put something in a bag, and then they're like, I'm getting ready to hand the order out, I was like, oh shit, did I put the thing in the bag? Like, I wouldn't remember. So that was the only drug that in any amount would affect my ability to work. So I ended up never doing that. But everyone else was a
this is the one reason why I hate that they're legalizing weed all over the place. There have been over 50 different studies doing the exact same thing. And what they do is they take PhD students and they'll do a control group that doesn't do weed and a control group that does. And they will give them IQ tests. Well, the before and after IQ tests, well, the people that didn't take weed, they're roughly about the same, within about 5 points. The people that took weed, they're statistically about 30 to 40 points lower after a 1 year period. So you literally lose your IQ when you take weed.
I thought they did the test while they were high.
No, they take the IQ test periodically throughout the year. I don't know if they're high or not, but I know on the very final one that they take, they're not high because they're stopped.
Oh.
And the average IQ score by the end is 30 points lower. I think they take an IQ test like once a month throughout the whole period.
Sure wasn't paid research. What if it was the booze industry that wanted to like, we gotta make weed look bad so we can keep selling booze instead of having
some of these weren't even paid. There was 4 studies in Russia specifically, and I think 4 or 5 in China for the exact same thing. I mean, they're not paid to do this. They're saying you're going to do this study. So I mean, you can't really say it's about being paid.
Oh, I didn't know. I think that's
and all of these studies across the board, if you look at them, it shows that weed actually makes you dumber. I hate that. I don't want society as a whole to be dumber. I'm sorry, but that's what's going to happen.
That's why they're legalizing it. They're trying to keep us dumb on purpose.
It's working, but it's working for a lot of other reasons than just weed.
Yeah.
Keep giving us those handouts, Daddy. Please. Give us those handouts, Daddy. Oh, fucking Lord.
I'm pretty sure Wisconsin's going to be like state number 50 to legalize it. Just because there's like the booze industry is like so like powerful or whatever. They're going to keep trying to what do you call it? Where you pay them to, they're going to keep lobbying or whatever the politicians to keep it illegal. Now starting to, like, I don't know, it was like
you would think the booze industry would want it.
They don't want any other drug encroaching on their profits.
It's not even encroaching because people drink and do weed at the same time.
It's true, but they might drink less if they're also smoking.
They're already doing both. The fuck are they? They're so fucking dumb.
They probably doesn't see it. Well, they probably don't see it that way. They probably view it as competition. Realistically, you're probably right. But for like from the business perspective, they're like, we can't have anything else that makes people fucked up.
Like, this would be the ultimate shop. This would be the ultimate shop. You sell a whole bunch of different types of weeds. You have the different types of weeds for every occasion. Then you have all the different types of booze. And then you have all the different types of fucking snacks. And just have that. This is your eatery shop for smokers. Call it 420 Weed Bonanza.
And Taco Bell right next door.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you have Taco Bell next door. You have Cookout next to that. You have freaking Dairy Queen next to that. Just have all the fast foods lined up all around it. Because that's what it is. You're going to be eating all them munchies and getting high.
I feel like smoking weed reduced your intelligence by that much. I feel like that would have been more. That would be like more commonly known by now. You would think that people would notice their intelligence dropping by that much. That's a large drop.
It happens slowly over time. So how much do you actually really notice?
I guess if it's over a long period of you'd be surprised how much you can boil a frog without it noticing.
Yep. Like, I'll even give you another example, because I used to know this dude that was a genius back in high school, and he started taking weed when he was in college just to relax. Fast forward, what is it? That was 2004. I just met him again last year. So we're talking about almost 20 years, 15, 16 years, 17 years, something like that. I met him a couple of years ago, and I could not have an intellectual conversation with him because he went so far off the deep end and he was smoking weed so much that he lost all of his ability to think. And he's just sitting back on the couch smoking weed and like, what up? That was the end of his conversations.
He was probably just high at the time. But yeah, fucking, I mean, who knows? Maybe he was just like, you know, like maybe he just smoked a bunch and he's like, what's even the point of like being smart? You know, when you're smart, you realize that the world's fucked up. I'd rather just not know. I'd rather just be ignorant and just smoke weed. Like it's almost like knowledge. Certain knowledge is almost like a curse. You're cursed with the knowledge. Now you have to go about your life knowing that you know something that all these people don't know. Yet you want to tell them, but then they would never understand. Also, like you kind of feel bad that they don't know.
It's just like health and life advice. I give that all the freaking time. And I know people just in one ear, out the other. I know that, and it irritates the ever-loving shit out of me, and I wish I could mellow out about it. But I can't. I have to keep preaching it.
I had to cut back on the amount of advice I give to people, because if people are not ready to hear it, then they're not going to hear it. Or if they don't, to be like, the mind has to be like cultivated to a point where they're ready to accept it. It's like you could put a seed in someone's mind, but if their mind soil is like all fucked up and hard, it won't like penetrate. Like, you almost have to narrate the fucking. They have to be at a certain level where they're even willing to like accept what you're saying. And the average person, if they're not asking for advice, they don't want to hear advice from anybody.
By the time they talk to me about these topics, they're usually willing. But the way that I deliver it is what usually gets people turned off. Because I'm not easy on people.
That's another thing. If you're too hard on someone too soon, there is a certain amount of like, you need to like suck it up, tough it up, toughen up. Like there is a degree of that. But if you do too much, if the person's not ready for it, and it'll have the opposite effect. They'll just get offended and be like, oh, you're, like they just have to be like, if they're not. So there is that toughness, but you have to get them to the point to where they're going to be receptive to it. If you're the only person that's ever told them a hard truth, they're not going to listen to you because no one else has ever told them a hard truth before.
So that's the reason why I like working with my kids. They're usually between 16 and 18. They, for their entire life, have never had hard truths thrown at them. When they come to me, I give them those hard truths right off the start. And these are kids from the ghetto. Yeah. Okay? So I give them those hard truths. I tell them exactly what I've done for the people prior to them. This is where I got them. This is where I can get you. This is what you got to do. It's a hard truth. Do it. So I'm building upon what I've previously already given other people and showing them what they could be today. And it's up to them to actually do it.
Having them come up to you and ask is a good, like, people don't want advice that they're not like asking. Like, if you just give unsolicited advice.
Oh, some of them don't ask. Their parents throw them at me. Just so you know.
I mean, that's kind of at that point, it's like, well, at that point you kind of have to. But people are more willing. What I've noticed in my life is that people are more open to advice if they ask me, versus like, well, if you just go around telling people all the things that they're doing wrong in life, ain't no one gonna listen to you. Or if you just go and tell them that they're a fucking loser or whatever, like they're just be like, okay, well, fuck you then. And either they're not even listening, so it doesn't matter what you say to them at that point. They're completely shut down.
Except for FML.
So I've had to cut down on giving unsolicited advice. When that fat person told me that they lost, 7 pounds or whatever, I'm already down 7 pounds. I don't exactly remember what I said, but like I wanted to be like, well, just so you know, that weight loss is gonna reduce. You're gonna be losing like 1 to 2 pounds a week. But you're not gonna lose that. You're not gonna lose 7 pounds in however many days or whatever forever. So just so you know, don't get discouraged when it's.
I hate when people look at just weight. I really do. Weight is not the only indication that you're going in the right direction.
It's a number that it's a number on the scale that when they see it go down, there is a point where it's like, if you're like a 400-pound blob of shit, and watching that number go down, you are measuring, like, if you're just 400 pounds of tubbiness, that going down is making you healthier, even if you're not addressing the health, and then the weight's like, losing the weight's like the side effect.
Yeah, but you can be gaining muscle at the same time that you're losing weight, so you have a net gain of 0. And just that fact alone doesn't matter if you're 400 pounds, 500 pounds, 600 pounds, 200 pounds, or 100 pounds. The fact that you can gain and lose weight at the same time is why I hate looking at weight. You have to look at other factors than just weight.
Yeah, well, the average person, though, when they see that number going down, they associate that with doing the right thing.
And then when they have that net gain of 0 week, they're like, oh, this shit ain't working anymore, and they quit.
And then they quit, yep.
That's the reason why you need to get them. You have to give them the whole truth from the start. You can't give them a partial, shitty answer. And I'm 100% about giving a whole truth from the start. All of it, without any bridges. You have to know all of the truth so that you can make the full decision of your long-term choices. Otherwise, you're going to make the bad choice every single time. Every time.
I mean, there are topics where there's like a lot of ground to cover, and I've been accused of being long-winded before, and it's just like, well, I know it seems like I'm long-winded, but it's just that I have a lot of information to convey, and you can't boil everything down to like 3 sentences. Sometimes if it's like a complex issue, you could boil it down to 3 sentences, but then it's like you're gonna miss a lot. You're gonna miss a large portion of the essence of like what I'm trying to say. And those people, they have the attention span of a squirrel.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, there've been times where after 3 sentences, you can tell. You just look at their body language. You can tell I'm losing them. And it's like, okay, well, I guess I'll wrap it up then. That's another thing I had to start learning how to do that I've gotten better at as I got older, is that you like, once you know the person, you have to sort of like talk at the level where they're at. There was this guy that I worked with, one of my former roommates actually. He was just like, not really that smart. So whenever I when I was talking to him, I had to kind of like, sometimes you gotta like dumb stuff down a little bit for them. It's not.
I'd rather elevate other people than to lower my elevation level.
If you talk at a level that they can't understand what you're saying, and it's not like useful. If you use words that they don't know the meaning of.
If they have a word that they don't understand, then you explain what the word means. You elevate them. You build them up so they have the knowledge that you have.
A lot of times people, when someone says a word they don't know, they're not gonna stop you and go, wait, what does that word mean?
But that's something you should know normal people aren't going to understand.
You just don't use that word.
Like derivative. Most people have no fucking clue what the word derivative is. But that is something that every person on any stock market should know, and every normal person should know so that they can plan for their future investments.
Most people think that investing means picking single stocks and trying to find the next Tesla or the next Amazon.
Oh no.
And then they're like, oh, investing is so risky because how could I ever pick which one is the right one?
No, you should have 40 of those single stocks that you're invested in. Not one. 40 of them. You can put $1 on 40 different stocks. It's a hell of a lot better than investing in just one.
So, I mean, like, the average person has such a base, like, they lack even a basic understanding of all kinds of stuff.
Oh, yeah. And that's because our school systems suck.
Yeah.
They suck so terribly badly.
Yeah. So there is that point where it's like you do have to kind of start with the basics and then work them up. You can't just overload them with all.
But we're not even teaching basics in school. Like, we are legitimately not even teaching basics in school. And it's showing because our scholastic achievements across the world, we've dropped to like 30 something in math. It's horrible. And reading comprehension is like something in the 20s. Our schools are garbage. Have been for decades. And they just keep doing the same shit over and over. I believe that schools should have been privatized decades ago.
I was just about to say it. I was like, how much of that do you think is because of the teacher unions? Like, what percentage of it?
100%. Teacher union been doing the same thing. They don't want to change.
I mean, that's kind of the nature of unions in general. It's like the job that I'm at, it's a union job, and it's like, well, my pay is chained to the pay of the laziest fucking person that's there.
Yeah.
It's like, well, that's totally like not. They're like, we got to pay everyone the same so that it's fair. It's like, yeah, well, I'm doing a job that's harder and working like harder than this fucking person. So like, when you take two people of different work ethics,
welcome to socialism jobs, 101.
Yeah, you take two jobs that are one is easier than the other, and then you take a worker and one worker is harder working than the other, and then you force it to be equal. It's like the definition of injustice is to like take two unequal things and force them to be equal. It's not fair. Like, we gotta make sure everyone makes the same because it's fair. It's like, well, it's not fucking fair because every job isn't the same and every employee doesn't work as hard. But everyone makes the same. Fuck shit, man.
Yeah, I'm 100% a proponent of capitalism. These union things are not a proponent of capitalism. Never have been, never will be. They're a socialist institution. I don't think they should exist. I understand and agree to the reason why they got formed. I don't think they should exist today because they did what they were set out to accomplish back in the day.
As a country, we're so bad at getting rid of shit that doesn't work anymore.
Oh yeah, 100%.
We declared war on poverty like back before I was born.
You can't ever eradicate poverty, so a war on poverty never even made sense. Because as soon as you elevate the people in poverty, there's going to be a new poverty class, because the poverty class is the bottom 10%. So the number keeps changing. If you are making $100,000 a year, but you're in the bottom 10%, you are now impoverished. Makes no sense. It literally makes no sense.
I'll play devil's advocate for a second. The fact that corporations don't want people to unionize because it puts people above profits, whereas corporations are always trying to maximize their profits, to the highest degree that they legally can. So if the corporations don't want it because then it forces them to spend some money on like the well-being of the employee. And that's the appeal of unions, where they're like, well, we're better taken care of.
Well, why didn't that individual negotiate their own contract better when they were getting hired?
It's kind of where I would fall, where it's like, I see the benefits of a union, but if I could choose whether to have one or not, I would say I think it's worth. The union is useful for people that are like the person that works next to me is a 64-year-old lady, and she can't produce. Her job is easier than my job. It doesn't take as long, and because she's older, like, it's not fair that our pay is the same. But if we didn't have a union, they would probably say, well, you're too old, you're not productive enough, so we can't use you. And then they fire her and replace her with an 18-year-old. So I guess the benefit is that people that are older that are less able to be productive because they're older and slowing down or whatever, they still get to have a job It's like, well, I'm not saying that they shouldn't be able to like have dignity and have a job and work for a living. They should be paid less because they're not producing as much. Would be the fair thing to do, right? So then they're like, no, we gotta keep the union or whatever.
So, in my opinion, this is how I think the whole economy workflow thing should work. When you're in your younger years, before 30, 35, you should be doing the physical labor jobs, getting that first little taste into trying to move into a intellectual type job where you're doing like bookkeeping or whatever. And so that once you're 40, 50, 60, you're not going to be doing physical labor. You're going to be that person doing the paper pushing or doing something that's intellectually challenging.
That's a really good idea because you get to that point where your body starts to not be able to, like, you're not as physically able, but then your mind can like take over.
And that also allows people that are in older ages keep more mentally aware and less chances of getting Alzheimer's. Because the number one reason people get Alzheimer's is because they're not using their brain. And they're not stimulating new things.
It'll keep them sharp by using their brains. Yeah, I didn't think of that.
I mean, there's a lot of things, a lot of very simple things that people can do on a daily basis. We just don't do. Just, oh, that takes too much effort. No, it doesn't. 15 minutes of walking is not that much time. It's 15 minutes. How much time did you sit watching TV? How much time did you sit watching this stream for people that are watching this later? Because this stream's been going for 7 hours. You couldn't go and walk for 15 minutes? I mean, go get a little exercise. You know what I'm saying? After sitting here for 7.5, almost 8 hours, the first thing I'm doing when I get off of here, I'm going to use the bathroom. I want to get something to drink, and then I'm going to get on my bike for about an hour. Then I'm probably going to go to bed.
I think the average person, and it kind of is this kind of it's the thing that I mentioned earlier. Like, it's hard to overcome, do something when you have technology right there to do it. Like,
but why can't you do something while the technology is there? For instance, my bike is sitting here right across the thing from the TV. So I get on my bike, I have my TV on, I'm watching TV and on the bike. Two things at the same time.
I guess even you could like walk with like your phone on and just listen to a podcast or something. There's people that do
Exactly.
that.
A lot of people do that. I mean, even when you're sitting at your desk, you can get one of those pedal bikes, the foot pedals, and just have at your desk, and you can just be pedaling away while you're working at work. They have those all over the place. They're like $20. I mean, there's a lot of little tiny things that people can do. They just don't. They don't even think about it at all.
Yeah, well, you just not do it. That's always an option. It's so hard to just not take the easy route, you know.
It's more of it's not even the easy route in my opinion. It's more of people don't think about it. Like, do you really think someone sitting there doing a whole bunch of computer work or paperwork or whatever is thinking about taking a bike and pedaling on a bike? No. But they have these nice little things where they can pedal on a bike and do work.
They're thinking afterwards, hey, I'm gonna not do this thing. It's easier than doing it.
I actually wish that companies that, especially IT companies, I'm in the IT field and I feel very strongly about this. I feel that every IT company out there today should be investing into these workplace bikes where they put it underneath the desk because they're at the computer all the time, and they should track how much they're actually on that bike to make sure that their employees are healthy so that their health insurance gets lowered. It saves them money. It saves the employee money. It keeps the employee healthier. There's literally no bad in that scenario.
I guess I never thought of it. Does using a bike, when you're on like an actual bike, just your butt cheeks are like on the seat. When you're like sitting in like a computer chair, for example, like sitting is like bad for your like circulation, you know. So is there any sort of like, does it make your heart have to pump harder when you're exercising while in a position to where your blood
as long as you're moving your legs, your heart rate is going to increase, so you're pumping more blood, and so you're going to be burning calories, you're going to be sweating. I mean,
that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. I meant like if you're in a position where your circulation is already lowered, you then force your heart to pump harder. Is it gonna have to pump even more harder to compensate for the poor circulation?
No idea, but I'm just an proponent of exercise is exercise. Go do it. Just do something. Help yourself out.
There's enough kinds of activity that even if you don't like one kind, you can just try a different kind. And like, I eat a lot of veggies and shit. There's a lot of shit that I don't like, but there is so much shit that if you try enough things, you'll find enough things that you like.
Yep.
You can get by. So people are like, oh, I don't like vegetables or whatever. It's like,
try everything once.
You haven't tried, you tried one thing you didn't like, and now you're like, oh, fuck vegetables or whatever. It's like, no, I guarantee that you'll find some stuff that you like if you try enough things. But same with exercise. It's like, well, I don't like being outside. I don't like, but it's like, okay, well, I like yoga. And people that know me in real life, they're like shocked. I tell them that, they're like, oh yeah, I've been going for years or whatever. They're just like, you don't seem like I never thought that. It's like, I never thought either, but I just tried it and I liked it. And so, I mean, I tried going to gyms. I was a member of like 2 gyms, and I ended up just not liking it. And I don't like going outside. I mean, I joined the gym so I get some exercise without having to go outside.
I actually got a lifelong membership to a gym, so I go there regularly. I was one of the founders for that gym. It's a local gym here. So anytime I want to go to the gym, I head over to that one. It's like a 30-minute drive from my house, but it's my people. So I just go there.
I remember a Gold's Gym for a while. I don't think there's any in the state, I don't think, but it was sort of like a high-class gym, sort of. It was weird. Mm-hmm. They had this, sort of like set up like they had like steps, like when you go to the theater, there's like steps where there's rows of seats. Instead, there's like treadmills and ellipticals and shit. And they had like a movie screen. They're like playing movies. And you can just like exercise while in like this like theater, this big giant ass fucking like theater screen. Like, damn, that's pretty cool.
So, the name of the gym that I founded, I invested in to found. I'm not. How do they word it? I'm not technically a founder because I wasn't one of the original employees, but I was the primary investor for the foundation of it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I swear to you, no army ever fought harder or with more courage.
So that's what I was, and the name of the place is called Phalanx. Like Spartans used to do, the Phalanx. That was their maneuver. So that's the reason why I got involved in that. And it's basically your typical back alley gym that if you took out all the equipment, it would look like a lodge. So it's very laid back. Anybody can go in there anytime, and the guys will just help you out. But it's the only one of its kind. You will not find it anywhere outside of Virginia.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. But yeah, I did look at the pricing of personal trainers, and man,
that's
they had like
expensive.
They had like different rates and shit, and like the most expensive one was like $5,000 or whatever. And
yep.
Actually, yeah. Or it was for like the most number of sessions or whatever. You get like a value or whatever. Like it becomes a better value the more sessions you get. Saw that shit and I was like, man, I actually apologized to the person. I was just like, I'm really sorry I wasted your time. This is like way too expensive. Like, I fucking working at Taco Bell at the time.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I joined is because there was my manager at the time was going. He told me how great it was. I was like, okay, I'll join it. It came in handy. It came in handy for a while. There was a point where I was homeless briefly, but I still had the gym membership, so I was able to go and use the showers there. Wasn't taking. It was,
Join
at the time,
me
it was
now
like $70
in
a month.
remembering
I wasn't
those who
taking
fought
those
in the name
$70
of
worth of
freedom
showers, but it's better than
and
nothing.
fell.
Already
May
had
their
it, so I was like,
souls
well, might as
be
well use it.
returned to the sea.
Alright, dude. If I keep going, I will be talking all night. And I have been sitting on this one quest that's voice acted without really playing it for like an hour now.
Oh damn! That's good. That's good stream content, right?
We were talking. Whatever.
Oh, oh shit, dude. Yeah, I gotta go to bed too. I'm already not gonna get 8 hours of sleep.
Alright, man. I'm gonna head off of this, and we'll definitely talk later. I'm sure of that.
I'll probably be busy. I'll probably have to. I probably won't be available tomorrow. But then might not be available throughout the week too. I don't know.
I only stream on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, bro. So we'll definitely do this some other time.
Okay.
Without a doubt.
Like I said, I just saw you hanging in the Final Fantasy 14 Discord thing by yourself. I was like, oh, I'll pop in.
I was actually expecting Pickle to pop in because he normally does for dungeons. And then I forgot that I was here.
Oh, you just were accident. Oh, huh. I just thought I'd pop in and just to keep you company at least for a while until the person comes in that you were waiting on, or I don't know, maybe I was like, maybe just want someone to talk to. I don't know. Yeah, I was just like, I'll just pop in and here we are, like what, 4 hours later or some shit.
Yep.
Holy shit. Hey,
I mean,
well, you have yourself a good night. Y'all have a good night. I'll talk to you later.
Talk to you later, bro.
Alright, later, dude. Bye.
Bye. Alright, that is me out of the chat. Let's finish up this quest, and then let's head to bed. That is the plan right now. If anybody has a suggestion for who I need to raid, please put it up there.
They've always been rather fond of their freedom, much as the beast tribes have. Small wonder. Beneath the surface, one would struggle to tell them apart.
It has been 5 long years since the calamity struck. 5 long years of tireless rebuilding. Yet still the wounds of the calamity fester and weep. But when I stand atop the mizzenmast and gaze out upon our battered and broken vessel, I see an undying spirit. Did we not build all this from the wreck of the Galadian all those centuries ago? Shall we not do so again? Yet there are those who would see this ship of ours sink beneath the waves of the restless Rotano. The Sahagin creep ashore seeking blood for their accursed god.
Those fishbuck
The Sahagin have risen?
While the mines of Ogomoro spew forth kobolds who push ever south, despoiling our lands as they go. These savage beast tribes will be the first waves to crash against our creaking hull. And behind them swells the grim tide of the Garlean Empire. Even now the curs fly their flags within our borders. Doubt not, but that they will be upon us ere long. We are well nigh surrounded. Yet there are those among us who would rather turn their swords against their crewmates than our cannons against our foes. How can we hope to repel our many enemies when mutiny breeds below deck? There is but one course left to us. One bearing that will bring us victory over the beast hordes and the Empire both, and see this ship safe to port. We must mend the rift the calamity has reopened twixt pirate and maelstrom, and stand fast with our adventurer brothers against the coming tempest. Mark ye well. A crew without unity is no crew at all. 'Tis but a mass of drowned men. To me, then, brothers and sisters of the sea, gather beneath the undying crimson standard and pledge me your strength, your skill, your wisdom. And with the guidance of the navigator, this great vessel of ours shall ride the waves till sea swallows all.
Long live the Admiral!
Admiral Melvin!
Gather the lads!
Oh, where's me cutlass?
I'll follow ye to the seven hells, Admiral!
Fancy meeting you again.
I mean, we gonna be talking together a long time, Alphanod. As the Admiral mentioned in her address, Limlosa is plagued by two beast tribes. The first is the fish-like Shithagen, worshipped as a private Leviathan. The second is the kobolds, who dwell in the earth beneath the primal Titan for their god, and take the Titan for their god. Yeah. As if the beast tribes present weren't troublesome enough, the Garleans have also chosen to erect a fortress right in the Limnosia's backyard. And that is to say, not for internal strife. As a nation of pirates, there is no end to the blood feuds between the various factions. And while they fight amongst themselves, the Garleans whet their blades and watch. If the Limnosians are to have any hope of withstanding the Empire, they must first resolve their own affairs. Differences be set aside and the problems dealt with, once and for all. To this end, I expect that they will soon take decisive action against the beast tribes. Mark my words, the Maelstrom Standard will be drenched in deeper shade of crimson ere long. That is a capable adventurer like you would be a valuable addition to the crew is beyond question. Well then, they're trying to recruit me, now aren't they? Alright, the last place we need to go is Olda. Does not use a ticket. Royal Promenade, so we need to go Chamber of Rule. And for those of you that are listening later, I am sorry that I didn't voice act, or at least say out loud, even if I wasn't voice acting, some of the lines that were in the game. We were just having a very interesting conversation. I'm also sorry that I didn't say something about some of the voice actor scenes and we're playing and talking at the same time. It was just a very interesting conversation. I hope y'all enjoyed it.
Tis the Sultana Nanima herself!
And Roban as well.
Didn't know this was going to be voice acted.
Hark you, souls of flame, drawn to the bosom of the desert, where the fire burns brightest and shall rage forevermore.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'm going to try to keep the quality for this to be voice acted and me actually saying what's on screen for the future. Just got caught up in talking. Good conversations are good conversations and you just roll with them.
Hurrah! Rauban! Where since antiquity, under the sage and judicious rule of the Ul dynasty, we have wrought sand into gold. Where by the grace and glory of Nalthal have our brave sons and daughters flourished and prospered. I speak of Ul'dah!
There. At the Flame General's back flies the Grand Company's standard. Note the sigil. The golden scales of order balance the jewel of prosperity with the flame of might.
Great and many are the gifts our nation has given the realm. In Eorzea's darkest hour, on the killing fields of Cartano, none spent more in blood and gold than we. Thus was the 7th Imperial Legion laid low.
So that's how it happened. How soon history forgets.
Yet many left our gates, never to return. Let us pray for our absent brothers and sisters, that they might know happiness in the great beyond, as Thal's honored guest. If the fates were fair, the price we paid that day would have bought us victory. Alas, they are not. And now, but 5 years into this 7th Umbral era, the spirit of sacrifice which granted us our strength is all but dead. Look around you. What do you see? A people divided, downtrodden and enthralled. Where are the merciful alms of the rich? Where is the just steel of the righteous? I ask you, is this the great nation our brothers and sisters gave their lives to save? You who call this living, dishonor the name of the immortal flames. It is but a slow death. Our enemies surround us. The savage hordes of the Amalja wait beside our roads, strangling the lifelines of trade. Meanwhile, the Garleans make mock of our borders and despoil our land of its natural wealth. We stand on a precipice, yet we do not act. Whether trader or soldier, monetarist or royalist, all must recognize that a divided Uldar stands to fall. Victory and fortune walk hand in hand. Ye who seek glory and wealth, look not to what little you can snatch from your neighbor, but to the boundless wealth of the world beyond. Now is the time to unite. Now is the time to ride forth. In the name of the Sultana, I beseech you, line not your own coffers, but those of the immortal flames. Seek not to prosper from Uldar, but to restore her to prosperity. As the realm prospers, so shall Uldar. As Uldar prospers, so shall her people.
Ya for Uldar!
Together we are one.
I'm just saying, don't ever look up Rule 34 for these two. Just don't. Fair warning for anybody that was interested, just don't. Don't do it. You fucking pedo.
Raubon? People of Uldar, I, Nanimo, 17th in the line of Ul, address you. Much has been made of the wealth of Uldar. Yet those who measured that wealth in coins and carats are gravely deceived. For the true wealth of Uldar lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her people. Beloved subjects, I bid you raise aloft the torch of Uldar, that her flames might serve as a beacon for all Eorzea to see.
Long live Nanamo!
Glory to the Sultana!
For victory and fortune, stride fearless into the inferno, for we are, by fire, reborn! Forsooth!
The time is now!
I fancy meeting you again.
The Old Dons have a long history of conflict with the Amalja, I'm sorry. The beast tribe that worships the primal Ifrit. Judging by the look of his face, I take you have encountered them. The Old Dons do not shy from confrontation, If Alt threatens their precious prosperity, they will seek to crush. So, have they dealt with Ifrit thus far? Smoldering his fangs each time he is stoked to life? Yet, he is but one of several problems. Though they have been quite these days, this past 5 years, the Guardians have not gone away. Meanwhile, refugees continue to arrive in droves, and Old Da has no clear policy on how to deal with them. After all, not even the Sultanate's coffers are bottomless. And even assuming they had the coin, resources will not be finite. Which brings me back to the subject of Ifrit. It had been observed that the Amalja are summoning him with ever-increasing frequency. Every time they do so, Uldan send their voices to smite the primal, and though they invariably succeed, each victory is brought with blood. It is a war of attrition which they cannot well sustain. Small wonder then that the Immortal Flames are eager to recruit more members. At such a desperate hour, an adventurer of your experience would be a most welcome addition to their ranks. Dragon, this is Minfilia. You are well, I hope. Would I be correct in thinking that the final remembrance service is now concluded? A moment ago, you say? What a coincidence. Jesting aside, I trust you remember our guests from the Grand Companies. Well, delighted though we are to have them here at the Waking Sand, it would not do to keep them in suspense any longer than necessary. In short, hurry back. We gonna go join the Grand Company, y'all. One more step towards the Chocobo. Yoink. I'm level 28. How did I get so much higher level than the main story quest? I have no idea. Probably dungeons, actually. It's probably the dungeons. Now that I'm thinking about it. Because dungeons give us shit ton of experience, and I also have the rested experience bonus, which I haven't even finished using. So yeah, that's probably it. Oh well. Welcome back, Dragon. Were the Grand Company leader's words illuminating as you had hoped? Aye, each nation is the best with problems. Is beset with problems. Trust you see why your services are in such demand. Would that there would more for you. Would that there were more for you. What? That? I don't like the wording of that. But you must be tired from your journey. Why don't you rest a while and take a moment to reflect on your decision? Once your mind is made up, pray give the Grand Company officers your answer. Alright.
The gods only know what Grand Company our adventurer friend will keep. The wheels of change are in motion regardless.
Brother, are you certain this course is best?
Whatever do you mean, dear sister?
The so-called remembrance ceremonies were little more than standard waving rallies. As though the Calamity and Seventh Umbral Era warranted scarcely a mention.
Well, of course they were standard waving rallies. Since you are so observant, mayhap you noticed what mention was made of the Warriors of Light? None. I I suppose they must have forgotten the heroes who spared Eorzea a fate worse than the Calamity? No, dear Alisaie, they haven't forgotten these details. They have elected to omit them. Deep are the wounds the Calamity inflicted upon Eorzea. So deep, in fact, that the realm still bleeds. Needless to say, the beast tribes and their primals do little to alleviate the pain. So, the task of salving Eorzea's wounds falls to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, with a little help from our friends, the Grand Companies. Remembrance will yield no remedy. If our world is to heal, we must put the horrors of the Calamity behind us.
Our grandfather would never entrust the fate of the realm to despots who rewrite history to their convenience.
Yeah, you tell him, Alisaie.
There must be another way to cure what ails this world, and I mean to find it.
You are most welcome to try. Our paths may differ, but our destination is the same. In time, I dare say we will see eye to eye.
I should hope so.
My lady!
We are to escort you!
Hope does not come into it. We share the burden of this fate, dear sister, and will prevail together or not at all. The salve will serve not only to close up our present wounds, but prevent old ones from opening anew.
Alright. So, we're going with the flame because fuck it. Basically. Welcome back, adventurer. I take it the General Raban's words kindled a fire within you. Yeah, let's do it. Excellent. I feared that the incident with the traitor may have scored your opinion of us. It gladdens me to see that that isn't the case. But before we can count on you, there's one of our own. You must formally induct into our ranks. Let's do it. Please proceed to the Hall of Flames, the Old Don's merchant strip, and identify yourself as a personal officer. I will notify him of your coming. With your strength to join to ours, we will surely prevail over our enemies, be they beastmen or Imperials. But yeah, not to really get too deep into why I'm picking those, that was the very first Grand Company I ever joined, and I just love that particular Grand Company, and it's always going to have a spot. The other stories just never singed out to me. And that's the only part of the story that I ever actually looked into, because it was an actual diverging thing where you had to pick three different choices to choose from. You don't see that too often in this game. What brings you to Hall of Flames this day, adventurer? My name is Jacob, and I believe you are expecting me. Ah, I thought as much. You are just as our man in the wake has described. Oh shit, that should not be like that. Now in order to formalize yours, sir! Speak, Private. Imperial, sir, they have fired on the High Wind Skyways airship. Scouts say she's coming down in the west near the horizon's edge. Bloody hells, of all the times for this to happen. Dragon, there's no time for formalities, and Portal Planes need you to help now. We're in the midst of a large-scale operation against Amaja, and we have no one to spare in the western Thanalan. You must get to the airship before the Garleans do. If there are any survivors, see what they do not come further harm. Now go. Alrighty. You know what? I'm gonna leave it right there because we are in a sanctuary right now. And next time, we will find out who is at Horizon's Edge that got shot down. Will it be Sid? It's probably Sid. We're going to raid somebody. Who are we going to raid? We are going to raid... We are going to raid... Solemn Star. He is playing some Crash Bandicoot 4. It's about time. I believe he is doing speedruns of it, actually. Looks like speedruns. Yeah, I speedrun Crash Bandicoot 4. Okay. We got a speedrunner we're going to. I know I met him a little while ago, and he seemed like a cool cat. I didn't know he did speedruns at the time. I was just checking out different Crash Bandicoot streams, but here we go.